Ejemini Kimbo, Akobi ewe ayo, ewe tu eje, itun lo ni ọtun ẹṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jó ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wá fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
After kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna koga book.
You know, I have been decoding what that music is actually saying somewhat, and there's somewhat of a lewd undertone to it. Lewd, L-E-W-D, lewd. There's, that's what I'm being led to believe, that there's somewhat of a lewd undertone to it. So I'm not quite sure, but we'll still ride with it because it's not the signature tune of the platform. So there it is. Since I was born, and now that I'm getting old, da. So whatever it is I said. So all in agreement with that. So all in agreement with that, and all in agreement with you are gathered here. So good to have you here. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So there it is. Good to have you here. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you've had a wonderful day. So the weekend now in the full throes of it. So you know, there's this culture. You see, I'm having to drink this thing, but the what pops out has broken off. So let me just remove that. Yeah, it's water. Yeah. There's this culture that is developing within the Nigerian space that rankles me somewhat. You know, Nigerians, they're very, very peculiar people anyway, and they get even more peculiar by the day. But there's this culture now, I've been noticing it over the last few months, probably a couple of years. People will say happy Monday to you or happy Tuesday. What does that mean? That has no meaning. That was never a convention. That was never an idiom in the language. Happy Monday. The only Happy Monday I know is a British indie band. What does that mean? Happy Monday, happy Tuesday, happy Wednesday, happy Friday, happy afternoon, happy. Just stop it. You know, just over fussiness over everything that it's just it's a nonsense. It doesn't enhance anything. It doesn't make you look good. You look silly. Happy Tuesday and all that. So just pack that nonsense. You know, you are diminished the moment you say that to anyone. But so that's my rant out of the way. So good to have you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So how are you? The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. And there is a $sign at the bottom of the screen that invites you to tip in the direction of the platform. So do all of that. So those are 4 sequence of events. Click on like. If you are not already subscribed, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and really to acknowledge just in the direction of the platform. If you want to donate to the platform, click on the $sign and empty the contents of your wallet in there. So all of those. Let's get straight into it. Let's get straight into matters. So there's a couple of goings on within. Before I even bring this up, it seems suddenly that cement has become the metric by which we are measuring the Nigerian economy. I don't know quite how that has happened, but everybody is now chasing the price of cement up and down the streets of Nigeria and alarming and screeching and howling at the moon that look, oh, it is now 10,000 naira. When I thought the measure of the metric of measure of the Nigerian economy was Gari. That is how we measure our economy. What is the price of Gari at the market? And from that, you get a good temperature of the economy. And then they're screeching and squealing from Abuja to Abakaliki. Hey, oh, look at it has hit 19,000 naira in Sokoto. Just get lost. Have you fed first before you are buying cement? Go and feed yourself first, and then enhance your skills, and then you wouldn't concern yourselves about the price of cement. Screeching and squealing all over the nation. Look, what's all this nonsense? Nonsense, but that nonsense now has gotten to the higher echelons of society, and it looks as though the foremost address in the country is looking to take steps in that direction. Federal government summons manufacturers over rising cost of cement. So federal government summons manufacturers over rising costs of our cement. There was actually one clip. I hope I haven't closed it. Whoever sent it to me should please resend it. They are actually ferrying this cement over the border. So that's one of the reasons that might well be accountable for that scarcity and that sudden surge in price. Federal government summons manufacturers over rising cost of cement. So let's see what's going on here. Worried by the escalating cost of cement despite huge patronage by road and housing contractors to cement manufacturers, work and okay, let's take that. Let's take it from there. Worried by the escalating cost of cement despite huge patronage by road and housing contractors to cement manufacturers, Minister of Works, Engineer Dave Umahi, has summoned an urgent meeting of all cement manufacturers in Nigeria. Those invited are Dangote PLC, BUA PLC, Lafarge, and others. According to a press statement signed by the Honorable Barrister Oji Uchenna Oji, Special Advisor. Look at the title that a special advisor has. You can see that already that this person has an ambitions beyond his present position. According to a press statement signed by Honorable Barrister Oji Uchenna Oji, so that tells you then that his ambition has not yet been fully satiated. According to a press statement signed by Honorable Barrister Oji Uchenna Oji, Special Advisor Media to the Minister of Works, the meeting shall hold on Monday, February the 19th, 2024, at the Federal Ministry of Works in Abuja. Let's take that from the top again. Sorry, it's somewhat tilted where I'm reading it. Worried by the escalating cost of cement, despite huge patronage by road and housing contractors to cement manufacturers, Minister of Works, Engineer Dave Umahi, has summoned an urgent meeting of all cement manufacturers in Nigeria. Those invited are Dangote PLC, BUA PLC, Lafarge, and others. According to a press statement signed by Honorable Barrister Oji Uchenna Oji, a special advisor media to the Minister of Works, the meeting shall hold on Monday, February the 19th, 2024, at the Federal Ministry of Works. The minister stated that it is common knowledge that the manufacturers have their challenges, which we shall look into. But from our findings, the disparity between X factory price and the market price is wide. So that tells you then a narrative of our profiteering. So the Minister of Works now has gone into the factories of these manufacturers to establish cost to the lorries. Let's put it that way. So it's established cost from manufacturing to the lorry. So that is what it's saying. X manufacture between X manufacture price. So that is the cost of manufacture plus margin of profit, and the market price is wide. So that is telling you then there's excessive profiteering, gouging of the market by these gluttonous abokis from the north. The minister said that it is common knowledge that the manufacturers have their challenges, which we shall look into, but from our findings, the disparity between X factory price and the market price is wide. We therefore need to look into the situation and other issues with a view to finding a common front. Nigerians have expressed shock when the price of cement crossed the 10,000 naira mark per bag. Nigerians are now earning. So that's that. So that's that. So excessive profiteering then within that space. So looking to be addressed then by the Minister of Works and Housing, Dave Umahi. But then of course, if he doesn't succeed, sorry, can people hear me? Dewale is telling me that he cannot hear me. Sorry, Bishop, can you hear me? Can people indicate that they can't hear me?
Yeah, very, very loud and clear.
all right, brilliant. Let me put you to the back again. Thank you, Bishop. So yeah, let me go back to the next story. Investors show confidence in Nigeria as foreign capital rises by 66.27% in Q4. So this is good news for Nigerians, bad news for the obedience, I suspect. Nigeria witnessed a significant uptick in capital inflow, marking a 66.27% surge when juxtaposed with figures from the third quarter of 2023. The numbers rose from a previous $654 million in Q3 2023 to 1 billion and 1,900,000,000 dollars in $1.09 billion. Let me put it that way. In the final quarter of the year, signaling a robust recovery and a positive response to the economic strategies President Bola Tinubu's administration deployed to enhance the nation's investment appeal. So there it is right there. It is working. It is working, and it is working in record rapid time as well. If you're looking at the turnaround, what Tinubu is turning around is wrought from 1960 till 2023, and is doing that in 9 months. So I'm not quite sure if that guy is not a magic man. Nigeria witnessed a significant uptick in capital inflow, marking a 66.27% surge when juxtaposed with figures from the third quarter of 2023. The numbers rose from a previous $654 million in Q3 2023 to $1.09 billion in the final quarter of the year, signaling a robust recovery and a positive response to the economic strategies President Bola Tinubu's administration deployed to enhance the nation's investment appeal. As documented in the recent report by the National Bureau of Statistics, this rejuvenation in capital importation underscores the effectiveness of governmental policies and highlights a year-on-year growth. Comparatively, the Q4 2023 figures slightly surpassed the $1.06 billion milestone achieved in the same period in 2022, presenting a modest year-on-year improvement of 2.62%. Such a turnaround is symbolic of the resilience of Nigeria's economic landscape, and the current upswing in capital inflow could be interpreted as investor confidence in the country's market potential and the administrative direction under President Bola Tinubu. In a detailed breakdown of Nigeria's capital importation of Q4 2023, other investments emerged as the dominant category, capturing the lion's share of 54.64%, $594.74 billion of a total capital inflow. So what does this because this might well be doctored figures. Before we start patting Tinubu on the back, this might well be doctored figures, because this catchment now, other investment, there's an ambiguity to it. So we still need to penetrate what constitutes other investment, because that other investment, which is in quotation marks, constitutes about 54% of the overall percentile that they're saying the improvement is. This was closely followed by portfolio investment, which accounted for 28.46% or $309 million, whilst foreign direct investment (FDI) contributed 16.9% or $183 million to the mix. Sector-wise, the production/manufacturing sector led the pack with an impressive four. So this is Peter Obi's mantra playing out in real time, isn't it? Sector-wise, the production/manufacturing sector led the pack with an impressive $450 million, making up 41.35% of the quarter's total capital inflow. So the capital inflow, the good chunk of it, as near as close enough 50% of the capital inflow in Q4 2023 to 2024. That essentially going towards manufacturing and production. So from consumption to production. So that from consumption to production that from consumption to production that Peter Obi was gnashing at the teeth over for however long. That's just pedestrian stuff, by the way. I think anybody with an IQ 1 digit and above, that's just pedestrian stuff. There's no such thing as from you need to you improved productivity enhances the market, which encompasses manufacturing, service providing. You know, there are IT specialists that are digital nomads living in Nigeria, contracting globally. So that's a form of it. So it's more complex than just pedestrian low level yam and red oil from. So it's more complex than that. Sector wise, the production and manufacturing sector led the pack with an impressive $450 million, making up 41.35% of the quarter's total capital inflow. The banking sector followed suit, securing $283 million, or 26.03% of the investment, with the financing sector. Origin of the foreign capital. During the observed period, the bulk of Nigeria's capital importation was significantly influenced by investment from the United Kingdom. So it's the UK now that is showing that confidence now in the Nigerian economy. And the UK are always the first movers, by the way, because there's nobody on this planet that knows why profit is more than an Englishman. Forget the Americans, so they know it is. During the observed period, the bulk of Nigeria's capital importation was significantly influenced by investment from the United Kingdom. This led the chart with a contribution of $267 million, representing 24.55% share of the total inflow. Mauritius. So now this Mauritius this is money laundering. This is money being cleansed. Because Mauritius is not a hub of anything other than a conduit for illicit money. So this is money laundering. So the monies coming in from Mauritius are the looted money from the Buhari administration, making its way back to round trip the dollar space. Mauritius followed closely, channeling $226 million into Nigeria's economy, accounting for 20.78% of the overall capital importation. So that money coming from Mauritius, that is illicit money. The Netherlands also made a substantial impact with investments amounting to, so those are the key players. Investment by states. In the fourth quarter of 2023, Lagos State solidified its position as Nigeria's premier investment hub, attracting a substantial $771 million in capital importation, which accounted for 65% of the nation's total capital inflow. Imagine that. Lagos will have to break away soon. You don't need a link to where to super chat, Bosun. It's quite straightforward and right there. But I will show you guys because yes, we need to be seeing those super charts. So it's just it's a ridiculousness that we're not seeing it. So let me show you how it's done. So this is for you, Bosun. If you have a look at your screen, which is what you will be seeing, at the bottom here, you see this dollar sign. You click on it, and then you can click on that super sticker, and then you go to where it says about $50 thereabout or 100. Yes, you go to those spaces, and then you just click on it, and then away you go. So it's quite a straightforward process. There's no complexity to it, but we want to say that are starting to pick up. Yes, investment by state. In the fourth quarter of 2023, Lagos State solidified its position as Nigeria's premier investment hub, attracting a substantial $771 million in capital importation, which accounted for 65 points. Now, I need you to pay attention to this. I need you to pay attention to this. Of the capital inflow in Q4 2023 that came into the totality of Nigeria, Lagos State, the ones that came into Lagos State accounts for 65.38%. So pause for a moment. We have 36 states in Nigeria plus the FCT, but Lagos alone. So essentially, Lagos is the beacon that draws in money into the Nigerian firmament. So they said, what was the figure they said? They said they got about 1 point something billion dollars in capital inflow from that particular catchment space. But 771 of that 1 point something billion dollars actually goes to Lagos State. So do you see, remove Lagos and Nigeria collapses. That's just essentially what it is, in spite of whatever it is that the Malams have looted. So there it is. In the fourth quarter of 20, let's click on that. In the fourth quarter of 2023, Lagos State solidified its position as Nigeria's premier investment hub, attracting a substantial $771.68 million in capital importation, which accounted for 65.38% of the nation's total capital inflow. Following in significance was Abuja, which drew 34.07% of the overall capital inflow. So between Abuja and Lagos, that is entirely where all of the capital inflow came to. River State also featured in the investment map, albeit with a modest sum of $6 million, making 0.55% of the total capital imported into Nigeria. So there it is. This makes for quite interesting reading. Makes for quite interesting reading. This is the one that I was telling you about earlier on. Army intercepts 5 trucks of cement along Nigeria-Cameroon border in Adamawa State. So it's a terrible country. That country. Army authorities in Adamawa have intercepted 5 trucks of cement along the Nigeria-Cameroon border. This was disclosed by whatever his name is, the spokesman of the governor of Adamawa State, Umaru Fintiri, during a joint press briefing by the state government and the police. According to him, after interception, the trucks were handed over to the police, and investigations are ongoing to ascertain the legality of the movement along the Nigeria-Cameroon border. The spokesperson said no stone will be left unturned in finding out the truck no stone will be unturned in finding out the trucks are intercepted. That makes no sense. This development is part of efforts by Adamawa State government under the governor of whatever his name is, to fight against economic saboteurs aimed at reducing the hardship the people are going through. So that's just it's just a myriad of problems within the Nigerian state. A myriad of problems within the Nigerian state. But this now next headline is just as predictable gets. You all know what they are like over there. Once they've drunk their you all know what they're like over there. Once they have drunk their sapele water. What am I talking about? It is this. Confusion rocks. It's not on the screen. Yes, confusion rocks Edo APC as two candidates emerge as governorship candidates. So only in Edo State, you go hear more and all of that kind of behavior. 2 aspirants emerged as the Edo State All Progressive Congress governorship candidates after the party's primary polls conducted on Saturday in preparation for the September election. Imo Governor Hope Uzodinma, who chairs the party's committee for Edo, pronounced Dennis Idahosa the winner, scoring 4,483, whilst Gideon Ikini came second with 700 votes. Also, something Uzuamaka, the state returning officer, and now Senator Monday Okpagbolo, as the duly elected winner of the primary, scoring 12,145 votes, whilst Mr. Idahosa scored 5,536. Mr. Uzuamoka said the Imo governor's position as committee head was merely ceremonial and had no power to support or thwart the legitimacy of an elected candidate. But Mr. Uzodinma insists that his declaration of Mr. Idahosa as the victor was valid, even though the coalition center was attacked by thugs who scattered and destroyed the chairs and tables at the GRA venue, leading to election officials having to move to another venue. APC at the national level threw its weight behind Mr. Uzodinma, saying only Mr. Idahosa will be recognized as the party's flag bearer. So how to lose an election 101? This is just what they do in already. They are just going to lose that election, and I mean, the Labour Party is already threatening the mainstream in Edo State, and they are still back to the traditional ways of sending thugs to go and disrupt our party primaries, and then declaring by fiat as somebody that is not the will of the caucus that is meant to select or elect. We wish to state categorically that only the Governor Hope Uzodinma-led Edo State APC Governorship Primary Election Committee is duly authorized to undertake the final collation and announcement of results of the primary election in the state, said Felix Mokar, APC national spokesperson. We urge all party members, officials in the state, and the general public to disregard the said announcement of results by these unauthorized persons. He added, Osage Eze Iyamu, the APC candidate for the 2020 polls, withdrew his candidacy at the last minute, specifically on the election eve. 12 aspirants were cleared to participate in the primary. So there it is, breaking bottles on each other's head. So politics Edo State style. Political talks disrupt coalition of results at Edo State APC governorship primary. So that's probably one of the most predictable things out there. So that's one of the most predictable things out there. So this one now, Ogun Monarch suspended for abusing Naira notes. So there was a time that they were pushing this law aggressively, and then they seemed to pull away from it. Now they are back with it. It seems somewhat of a punitive law, because there was also some socialite in Lagos that was arrested, and I think she was actually sentenced for spraying Naira, for stepping on a Naira note. That's what they imagine that. Stepping Owambe Central Lagos State, they are saying they cannot spray money. Ogumana, yeah, let's go into it. The Olu of Owode in Obafemi / Owode local government area of Ogun State, Oba Kolawole Sowemimo, has been suspended for 2 months without pay. A viral video in early January showed the royal father decorating a popular Fuji musician, Wasiu Ayinde, with new note of 1,000 naira. The council moved against Sowemimo for publicly degrading Nigerian currency, an offense that contravenes the law of the CBN. However, during the Egba Traditional Council meeting chaired by Alake and prominent ruler of Egba land, Oba Adedotun Agbadebo, on Friday, Oba Sowemimo was suspended. The meeting in a joint resolution adopted the suspension of the monarch following the recommendation of his ethics committee, which declared that during the period of his suspension, he should not parade himself as a traditional ruler. It was further gathered that the resolution emphasized that Sowemimo should not be invited or seen at any government or public function as a traditional ruler, and for 3 months should not receive any payment. The chairman of a 3-member, so this goes deeper than him just spraying money at Fuji Reggae. So they've been eyeing him up to set him up. So he has offended beyond he has offended beyond they are just using this as a portal because this seems somewhat excessive. He did not kill anybody, he did not rob anybody. Right, the chairman of the 3-member ethics committee of the Egba Traditional Council, Oba Saka Mate Milola, who read the report of the committee, said the committee came to its decision after examining the viral video in which Sowemimo breached the ethics of a Yoruba traditional institution by defacing the Nigerian currency. So they set the precedence or the precedence for this with this guy now. So they now have to follow through. And you know how much the Yoruba Obas, how much they lost out after Owambe. So the next one now from that council that goes as praying the Naira note, he now has to be falling it's the same fate as this guy. The committee chairman, who is the Olowu of Owu, or Olowu of Owu, said findings revealed that the embattled traditional ruler was seen holding strewn Naira as a bead and hanging it on to the neck of a musician in public. So how is that quite a crime? The chairman added that a lot of public condemnation of the act inundated the council with derisive comments on the traditional institution, stressing that the said Oba's action is in contravention of the Central Bank Act. The suspended monarch confirmed the development on Saturday, stating he was suspended due to the way he spent money on a musician. They said the suspension was due to the way I spent money on one musician. And when I was asked if I had anything to say, I stood up and apologized for whatever I had done wrong. And the suspension, which was earlier announced to be for 3 months without salary, was reduced to 2. I totally accept the verdict of the council because it is the person that we love that we chastise. So I am good with the decision. Reacting to the video in a statement signed and directed to the monarch, Director General NOA Lanre Issa Onilu said the display was an abuse of the national currency that attracts imprisonment, fine, or both. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. Go and try that in the north. Let's see how they let's see how they accept it. Let me take you to this one. Nigeria ready to be seat of African Central Bank. So this is an idea whose time has long come, and the time is now. There should really be a centralized African bank, and it can only there are only 2 spaces that it can be, either in Ethiopia or in Nigeria, because traditionally Africa goes to Ethiopia, but I think Nigeria being the financial hub of President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria is ready to host the African Central Bank in line with the vision of the Abuja Treaty. He said this at the 37th ordinary session of the Assembly Heads of State and Government of the African Union in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on Saturday. The president said his administration would engage the African Union Commission in collaboration with member states to ensure that the bank takes off as scheduled in 2028. So that will be in his second term. With the North, Tinubu said that Africa's success in addressing its challenges hinges on the firmness of its resolution built on a foundation of deep-rooted solidarity if it is to avoid perpetuating existing problems and creating new ones. As a continent and as individual nations, we face strong headwinds and difficult hurdles threatening to complicate our mission to bring qualitative democratic governance and economic development to our people. Many of these obstacles, so it goes on and on. I actually have a clip of his speech. We'll see if we can listen to that or not. We'll see if we can. Okay, let me bring you 2 more. Let me bring you 1 more and then a short little clip, and then we'll come into the room, see who is there. To this one now, Africa's booming business opportunities. So what are they? So I'm just going to give you the headline ones. As of 2024, as 2024 unravels, Africa stands on the brink of an economic renaissance, not renaissance, but renaissance. As 2024 unravels, Africa stands on the brink of an economic renaissance, promising unparalleled opportunity for savvy entrepreneurs and investors worldwide. With a dynamic blend of technology, innovation, youthful demographics, and policy reforms, the continent is poised to redefine its role in the global market. So renewable energy takes center stage. So renewable energy, agri-tech, sowing the seed of innovation, fintech, bridging the financial divide, e-commerce, the digital market booms, healthcare and health tech, a vision of universal access, education and edutech, unlocking potential, infrastructure and tourism, building the future, manufacturing and tech innovation, the new frontier, the road ahead. So I think I like the headline. So I'll probably do a standalone video on this. You know those videos I used to do in the past. So let me bookmark this article. Actually, I think I might well want to read that as my leisure. So now I'll bring you this one as the final piece. It's just a 1 minute plus clip. So the Alaba market has now been moved. Not the Alaba market, though. I think the Alaba market is going to be moved anytime soon anyway. So that should give the obedience something else to crow over. But in this instance, the computer village market. So it says breaking: Lagos State government to relocate computer village from Ikeja to Katangora in Abule Egba. So when I first saw Katangora, I wondered if it was somewhere in Adamawa, but it's in Abule Egba. So now let's hear why all this is taking place. So let's listen to this.
We are trying to reorganize all our markets. I'll give you an example. So in Ikeja, we have the computer village. You know, the computer village is being relocated. So we're relocating them to Katangwa. You are something. So it's not just the computer village alone. There are other activities that will happen in the Katangwa market. You know, in the next coming weeks, you will see government efforts on Katangwa. So we're moving those people who seem to be on the road in Ikeja, also obstructing traffic, into a proper market, big enough with all the services, including creche for their children, even schools, playgrounds, mosques, churches, and some accommodation and hotel facilities. There are some storage rooms, warehouses, you know, so we're trying to do things in a proper way. So we are working on all of these things to make sure that we regenerate, we redevelop, we renovate, we conserve, we conserve, you know, anything that we need to do in terms of the terminologies that we have in urban development will be put to play in Lagos in a way that you are going to have a greater Lagos rising.
All right, so there it is. I think they are trying to clear out that Ikeja space. Don't be surprised if they relocate the don't be surprised if they relocate the airport as well. So don't be surprised. Plenty of room in the studio, by the way. If you want to come and join, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. You'll have the window of the K-Guide music to do that. So I'll play the K-Guides, and then hopefully by the time I come back, the room has populated. But first, the K-Guide.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us today, Bishop, always a delight in Bishop's company. Tony Africa in the house. Good to see you, Tony. Ajale Coco is here. Good to have you, Ajale Coco. And Charlie Boy is here. Yeah, good to have you, Charlie Boy. So that's the assemble so far. So plenty of room still. Anybody else to hop on? Hop on. Let's try and start with Bishop. If the connection is not good, then we may go to Ajale Coco. But Bishop, let's start from you, Bishop. Yes, yeah, we can hear you. I think it's always the Bluetooth, isn't it? But let's go with it. Let's go with it. Let me start you off from the space. Then this push to have the African Central Bank situated in Nigeria. So I kind of think of another place that best fits. We have the biggest economy, the most entrepreneurial of people, and the most active business space. So certainly it should be in Nigeria. But I'm even surprised that there is not an African central bank already, Bishop.
Well, let me start by saying good evening, everyone. Please bear with me. I'm emotional as usual. I'm emotional as usual. Well, it's not going to be handed over to Nigeria on a platter of gold, especially considering the number of Nigerians that are presently actively engaged in the global act of the market in Nigeria. So other people who want to give Nigeria a run for it, do we deserve it? Yes, so does other people. Is it really long economy? Of course, we should have had it like years ago. But you remember every attempt to bring a stronger African Union from when Africa countries metamorphosed from Organizations of African Unity to AU, and quite a number of things that has happened. Some of them self-inflicted, some of them orchestrated by the powers that be, because the united and the functional Africa is kind of a threat to the world in the recess of the world. So on the ground, there have always been scheming as why Africa should not really be what it should be. But if we are able to pull this through, and we're able to get the majority of the other African countries to support Nigeria, and we are able to pacify as many aggrieved and angry Nigerians, perpetually so too. We deserve it, but I'm sure it's not going to come on a platter of gold. Now, what do we want to achieve by that? We've been struggling with the African Act, whatever, AFTA, what do you call it? The opportunity to be able to trade within Africa. Even the movement within Africa is easier for you to secure, as an African, to secure visa and business expedition in other European countries than you will inside of Africa, from one African country to another. Yeah, I understand the fear and the phobia of, infiltration. But truth is this: yes, it's a welcome development. It is long overdue, and we need to work for it, because it's never going to be handed over to Nigeria on a platter of gold or silver as the case may be. When it comes to discussing the merits and the demerits, what are the functions? What are the things we are going to be laying on the table? What do we really want to achieve with that? Then it's a completely different thing. But it is very necessary and it's a welcome development. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Bishop. It is disturbing but not surprising, because this is what we know this space for. Confusion rocks Edo APC as two candidates emerge as governorship candidates. So this is just typical of that Edo State sort of type of politics. What are you making of the goings on then in Edo State?
Well, they never really managed Edo well after Oshiomhole, both at the party level and at the state level. And that's the fact. And it's very contentious now. So I really don't think APC must win Edo State. Whoever is going to bring good governance, I don't know those two gentlemen. I only know in Hausa. Now, when I first heard in Hausa, I thought it was in Hausa West in Hausa, who was the former House of Rep member, also Honorable West. I know that one. I've had an opportunity of being once or twice before. So I don't. At this one, I think I'm only. So whoever is going to come, I know they try to streamline. The party itself tries to streamline the number of contestants, because I know our good friend was also going to throw his hand into the ring before. What's his name? The one that used to speak for Babangida before. What's his name now?
Not Captain Husa, who is dead already. Not Captain Husa.
No.
I know the guy you're talking about, but I can't recall his name either. But carry on.
Okay,
Oyegu. You're talking about Oyegu?
No. I remember his name.
Oyegu. What? As an enemy? Who? Are you talking about Chairman? Are you talking
No, he's
about
talking about former Babangida, but let's not get hung up on the name. If you can't
I know. Former Babangida with him. Former Babangida what?
Spokesperson. Afegua. All right. So that's the name. Let's carry on.
Not Afegua.
All right. I just abandoned the name. Carry on. Yeah.
Not Afegua. Anyhow, so I was thinking he was going to. I don't know how the team play out. So, but the important thing is not that APC must not win. If they cannot put their, I will even pray. If they don't have a good candidate, don't let them put their house in order, so that a better candidate will win. So let's see how it plays. That the party is saying that they gave somebody the mandate. Somebody else is announcing who actually has the power to conduct and to submit. Who is the actual returning officer? To conduct, to survive that exercise. So I don't know where the conflict is coming from. But I think let's just wait and see how it plays out. Whichever they present, if it's not a good candidate, they not win. It's not just about party, it's about bringing party to the people. So it's better for the people if the infighting will make them to push.
Bishop, do you not think this infighting? Do you not think it opens because you have to consider Edo State now a three-way fight. It's no longer PDP versus APC. It's PDP, APC, and Labour Party. And Labour has a very strong foothold in Edo State. So if they are already messing around, or put of them are going there to act like a clown, does that not give even a stronger window to the Labour Party candidate to at least to surpass APC?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's going to work out in the best interest of the people, I think the candidate is completely irrelevant. Look, the battle for votes is getting tougher. That was a conversation we were having a few days ago. Yeah. That election is improving, and that's why it's getting very tough. Before, some people will just go and sit and fold their hands and be drinking their kunu or whatever they want to drink, because they believe they have a strategy in place. And people will go and fight out and fight. And at the end of the day, we'll just come and collect it. It's not as it used to be. We are not there yet, but honestly speaking, there's been a lot of change. So the fight is going to get more intense in the coming cycle of elections. But what
Bishop, can I interject, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you. One man, I just want to quickly correct your position there. It's not a three-way fight. It's still a two-way fight. It will become a three-way. It will still be a two-way fight later, but then it could be one of the big political party will lose relevance. It depends on how APC manage the reconciliation process. If they mismanage it, then I think Labour Party will benefit from it. But as it stands now, I think it's still APC and PDP fight.
No, on the contrary, my brother Akim, Olumide Akpata is a very reputable guy. That's the guy to beat with Ighodalo of this thing.
Sorry, is the former MBA chairman, is it not the Labour Party candidate?
He's going to win. Yeah, Olumide Akpata is a very powerful guy. They're already afraid of the guy.
It's not the candidate, even if it's the candidate.
I know, but it's one of the contestants. It's a contestant, and he's the most powerful guy
No, don't do that. Let Akim go, and then you come after him, but not over each other.
So one man, the guy does look. Labour Party as it stands now, people need to understand that what happened at the presidential election is not going to happen at this state governorship election. But
Labour Party has a strong foothold in Edo State.
No. One man, this is where you guys are getting it. Where you guys getting it wrong. The foothold that they had were people who were APC supporters and PDP supporters who didn't want to support either Tinubu or Atiku, who went on Obi's side during the election to support Peter Obi in that presidential election. So after that presidential election, there were state House of Assembly elections. What happened? Labour Party won only one seat or so in the state House of Assembly election. So those guys have returned back to their various political parties. The election is now local. So everybody has gone back to base. So the thing is, it now depends on how APC manage the breakout of their governorship primaries. If they don't manage it right, because I understand that there are a lot of these guys that are not happy with how Oshomole handled the primaries and the emergence of Dennis Dausa as the APC governorship candidate. This idea that there were two parallel primaries.
Who is a bigger name, Dennis Dausa or Ize Yamu? Because I was expecting Ize Yamu, but he even pulled out, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, Idausa is a cockroach compared to Israel. Is a giant when it comes to Edo politics.
So why did he pull out?
Yeah, but because Oshomole was not ready to give him the ticket. Oshomole, don't forget that all of these things is coming from the National Working Committee. So it doesn't matter as long as Oshomole is there. He is the leader of the party, and whatever he says goes. So he has chosen Dennis Idausa for a while now, and those guys were trying to battle it out with him. But these results are not like, it's not like they hold the primaries and the primaries they really count the result. They wrote the result and they just came to announce the result. So these guys are not happy. Izeyamu, not just Izeyamu, you have someone like Clem Agba as well, who was a former minister for budget and budget planning during the Buhari. But in my opinion, they had better candidates than the person that they ended up choosing. APC were like
who is PDP presenting?
I think PDP are going. They're definitely. I think it's 100% going to be Aswa Ighodalo.
Ighodalo is it the deputy to? So they are going to bypass the deputy to.
Yeah, of course. Shaibu is not there, man. It's going to be Aswa Ighodalo, and the problem with APC right now is that they've chosen a candidate from Edo South. Obaseki is from Edo South. I don't think it's going to bode well for them, because people are going to play sentiment and people are going to say, look, fairness, equity, all of those things are going to come into play when that time comes. And I don't know how Oshomole is managing this. I think, in my opinion, I think he's got it all wrong again. When they just have this stubborn head to do whatever that pleases them, I don't know how he ended up with and Edo South.
And they are saying the Olumide something from Labour Party. He's not a contender.
personal look, him as a person is a very good candidate, but the party, Labour Party, trust me, one man, they are not.
Is he a popular name in Edo, that guy?
Yeah, very popular family. The Akpata family are very popular family.
All right. It's in September, isn't it?
Yeah, it's September election. It's September election. But I think look, Dennis Idausa is a House of Rep member. He's won election twice or so in his constituent, but it's not a figure. It's not a statewide figure. You put that kind of person in a divided political party that is not an incumbent party at the moment. It's not like they are not in the governor's office at the moment where you can say, okay, you take those kind of risks. The guy don't have that personality for you to go and get. If you get somebody like a Clemagba or a Aniza Yamu, one of those two guys could have give you like that heavy weight that you needed. But I don't know if Oshomole is looking for some puppet, somebody where he can just remote control and say.
Well, he tried that the last time and it backfired on him now.
But our people, do they ever learn? They never learn. Do they ever learn? Dennis Idausa is 40-something years old. Look, for age-wise, yes, but for me, I think he is one of the worst candidates those guys could have presented. Trust me.
Can I come in now?
All right, but come in, Tony, and then Bishop will ramp it up after you. Yeah, come in.
Yeah, there was another guy, one Mr. Folabi also. The problem we are having is that this man who migrated, see this Adamu Aliyu, aka Oshomole, he just started to cause big trouble in Edo State. So that is why we are saying that the Yoruba people are the most civilized people in Nigeria space. You know that there's big problem, that people are saying that, okay, the mother of Igodalo is from Ibadan, and the other one is from, even Ambrosali's mother is also from Ondo State. But they don't, look at the way the Jebus, the Egbas, the Oyos, they just kind of like unite together. Our people don't unite, they don't unite. So the problem is that this Olumide, Akpata is a very nice guy. I'm rooting for him or Afolabi because this body came from the minority place of the Esako local government. Because I want to tell you now, in the 3 senatorial district, we have the Ishans and the Bini, who are the same people. Then we have Akoko Edo, who are Yoruba, 100%. And then they went and put them together in the same senatorial zone with all these Hausas, all these Harunans, Buba, Baradimas. Like the Adamu Aliyu, like who is known as a Shomole. That's why the complication is there. People of Akoko Edo and all one local government like Sobe. Have you heard of Sobe? Woman Sobe.
No.
Okay, but Bishop, we know that Bishop. Sobe people also they are 100% Yorubas. Then in all one local government you also have some Yorubas. If you go to Benin City, you have Yorubas. So Yoruba speaking tribes. You go to Usen. Around the Ovia local government before, Okada, you have Yoruba there. So the problem is that
who is your candidate here?
My candidate? No, I don't have a candidate. I don't need any election because the country is not ready for an election. You have no state prosecutors to look after the campaign donations and the organizing election, no national census. So, it's just the survival of the fittest. You know what I'm saying? Just survival of the fittest. But I don't want equity, like Ajani Kobi used to say. We want to hear some Yoruba names, some Ijo names. We have Ijos in Edo State. We have Yorubas in Edo State. We have the Owans and the Sobe people. Let them come and be a governor. Not only the Benin people there, who are the Ishans and the Benin City. These are the same set of people.
One man, let me come in. Can I interject?
Yeah, come in. Yes.
Yeah, what Oshomole just did, sorry, I would have used a very bad word to describe Oshomole, but I would say he's the son of a dog. You understand? He just caused a commotion in Edo State right now. That part uneducated, uncircumcised human beings that said he can do undo, but at the end of the day, he will run to the north and hide. When he produce a northern candidate, if so, you want to dictate a candidate for Edo State. Why almost every time you want to cause problem, you bring Edo South? When they were campaigning for Tinubu, they said no, power cannot go to the north again. But he's coming back to Edo State to do the same thing. Amaseki is leaving power and he's taking the power back to Edo South. And there's a social system in Edo State. Sorry, Sorry, I'm taking your time, but if you don't want me to take your time,
No, you spoke. You started your mind. You shared your views. I just want to, before I get out of the
yes, land it quickly, War Peace, and then we get back to Bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, if you do this now, he will run back to the north and hide. Say go to win. At the end of the day, the south will start having problems. So they pass the session, they'll go take it to a traditional house. And they will not be mad with Oshimele that is doing all this nonsense. Why did they produce Clemagba? Anyway, I'll use my floor for Bishop. When he gets to my turn, I will talk.
All right, back to you, Bishop.
Okay, now we've expanded on this, but let's be very sincere and very frank ourselves. Politics is about winning. What is best chances of APC winning Edo election this time around is Edo South? That's the fact. Because Edo South is the largest, and a candidate from there already is halfway. Oshiomhole is from Edo North. Shuaibu is from Edo North.
I think you're not getting out of network, Bishop.
Yes, let me make him.
No, guy, just settle down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bishop, I think we lost you.
Of going back to Oshiomhole, I really can find where you have it. On Eze Yamu, I was praying Eze Yamu will not come out, or if he comes out, they will not pick him. For 2 consecutive elections, they supported Eze Yamu. The day they announced election and after he lost the election, he withdraws into his shell. You never see him participating in party activity, no matter how national or remote it looks. He only waits on the next election to come and throw his hand. That is not how. That's the same thing many people were blaming Atiku for. You cannot just turn yourself to a perennial contender. Now, the idea of it is the turn of the south, it is none of the west, it is none of the east. Look, those are internal arrangements of parties. This does not reduce. That's what PDP were telling us when Atiku needed to run. That look, hey, it is not our party that is there. Our party has only. So this present government is PDP. I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't support any of the candidates. But to demonize Oshiomhole for strategically laying the cards on the table and see what gives them I'm not saying the best chance, a better chance that will give them a shot at the Dennis Osadebe house is presenting a Southern because it will slot it between Apata. I don't think you see, like you were saying, it's a three-way. I agree with when he said that it's not going to be a three-way thing, really. Honestly speaking, I think at the moment, Olumide Apata is a little bit overrated. And people expect so much. I don't think he will be able to push off. But it all depends on how the other something plays out. If Oshiomhole can hold the north, and deliver it, just that fraction is whatever this man in the south is going to present that will give them a good fighting chance. So for me, it's about politics, and for politicians, it's about winning. It's not about considering and you now present a weak candidate, and at the end of the day, you just go there to show, to just pass the election.
Bishop. Sorry. I know. Sorry, before you land. Even though Oshiomhole South, even though Central and North produce 100% and South produce 50%, South will win. Oshiomhole is inconsequential. Like you know the Edo State election, we control 68% of Edo State, the South. Go and check it.
That's what I know now. That's what I just said.
Sorry.
Let him go. Okay.
No, I don't want to chip it this. I don't want to chip it this, Wama, please.
Chip it in and then round it up, Bishop, and then we move on.
Our king says that all Edo people are his children, that he wants this to go to the central. And you know that we always go with our king. You know, so we go with this
Tony,
direction.
don't be saying things that you don't know. When did you hear that again, Tony? Why are you saying things that you
It's a
don't know?
it's a speculation going.
Yeah, then
Around. And let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. Hold on.
Tony, you
Who
cannot
produce
do
the best?
that.
No. The political gladiators of of Edo State have been concentrated on the Edo Central.
Tony,
On the Edo
if you
Central.
look, you
Chief,
cannot.
hold on. Chief Nahoro, hold on. Chief
What you just
Nahoro,
did just now,
Abdul Sali, Tony
you
Aneni,
can't do that.
Tommy Kimi.
All right.
You know what I say? Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Yes.
Tony,
Yeah.
you see, Edo, we can draw another Kogi from Edo. You know, it looks like Edo South carries more than about 60% of the total, you know,
all the tribes are there.
No, Tony, it's all right. Let Bishop just round it up. I want to move on from
there. In size and consequence, after Edo South is Edo North. Edo Central is except that everybody can call, but will there ever be that agreement? And that was exactly what played out in Kogi. Edo Central is like the Kogi West. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like the Kogi West where, you know, I'm not talking about ethnic, in size and the relevance when it comes to election. But for me, if that time comes, and everybody can look at who is the better candidate that comes with something, because in fairness, no state in Nigeria have gotten their fair share of good governance. Not people I do. You know, yeah, some people move the needle, you can see some things, foundation, but when other people come and they don't build on it, and nobody can build a state in 8 years, talk less of 4 years. So for me, yes, if APC wants to have a good chance, the best bet is to present a southern candidate from Edo South and complement you with whatever is going to come from the north with Oshomole's influence. I think it will be a little bit very, what's the right word now? To say that Oshomole is inconsequential in Edo politics.
It's an agribatelo.
I don't agree with you. Well, whatever you want to call it.
One man, sorry. This is our state. It's not what you just brush away when you want to talk about in your platform. If you don't want to talk about your platform, don't bring it up. Because sometimes when you're talking about Osun State, we'll stay here for hours.
But so we can't spend.
We can't do it for us. We can't say it. Let's talk about we are all equal in this platform. We cannot be just talking about. We're talking about Lagos politics here today. We'll not live here for 1 hour. We can
talk about it if you want to talk about it, but
okay. Anyway, if you get to my turn,
when it gets to your turn,
nobody say you cannot talk about it. I don't think you have to. I just said let me land my thoughts. If you want to contribute, we can have a conversation on it. That's what I think. I know Edo clearly not very well. I know Edo clearly enough. I did some projects there. I was frequent in Edo, so I know. And I know some of their workings, a little bit of their politics. So basically, somebody was representing of fact a few days ago. Unfortunately, I put it in that when he was talking about the commission of APC, and then Oshomole left Labour Party to go and join APC. That was not factually correct because it was ACN that Oshomole ran. Oshomole never ran on Labour Party platform then, and there were the permutations. So basically, if we have the fact, let's lay them out there. My thinking is that their candidate from Edo South is their best bet. The reason why they did not go with Eze Yamu is because Eze Yamu, after anytime he loses an election, he just withdraws into his shell. He doesn't support other people from contesting. When another governorship, he's done it twice. When another governorship is around the corner, anybody that gives it to him, people will just say, customer that is come again as usual. So for me, if I had to do Oshomole, I will support him. But I cannot support one candidate 3 times in a row. And after every time he loses, he just withdraws back. He doesn't support others. That's not how politics is played. You sweat it out for other people. Now run your back, rub my back, make I rub your own. Let me laugh.
Hold on. Let me quickly correct something. The first time Izeyamu contested, it was under the PDP, not APC.
What are you talking about?
So Izeyamu has contested.
How many times has he contested now?
2 times he contested from the 2 previous governorship election. The first time he was in PDP, and he lost to Obaseki when Obaseki was in APC. Don't forget, the last election, both of them switched party. Izeyamu went to APC from PDP. That was when they disqualified Obaseki in the screening, in the APC screening, and made Izeyamu their candidate. Then Obaseki then have to decamp to PDP and then take the governorship the ticket of the PDP, and then defeat Izeyamu to retain his governorship seat. That was what happened. So the first time Izeyamu contested, it was not under the APC, it was under PDP.
I mean, well, I don't know whether that PDP has contested only twice, and now maybe I can't wrap my head, but irrespective of that, I mean, that was the same thing that this guy did, your state, Adebayo or whatever. That, every time, so you don't just participate, you just allow the people to, you lose your crowd by so doing. So for me, I don't think there's any big deal in not supporting it. And I'm sure they must have put their cards on the table with their permutations to come up with a new and different candidate. I don't know others. I did not reach their resume. I did not really bother myself about it. I just wish that we could get the best candidate, irrespective of the party, that's going to move the people and move the state forward, no matter how small.
All right. Hold on. Thank you, Bishop. So, Bishop, I'm going to pause you for a moment. I think War Peace and Progressive Anthony wants to speak on that Edo politics. So we'll take their sound.
When it gets to your turn, don't come to your when it comes to your turn, I don't talk about it now.
In form of interjection, so that you can be able to get some knowledge, from the discussion. Bishop, please. Okay. So what happened is that it was Oshomole that rubbished Izeyamu. Izeyamu is a big force in Edo politics today. And yesterday, he did the needful by withdrawing his candidacy, and then declared for this guy, Monday, Mr. Monday Ukpewolo. So, and then all the social media supporters of Izeyamu, they have already switched over to that guy. And they say that guy is stickily rich. And then he has done some good things, they said, because Izeyamu is the biggest political gladiator in Edo State right now. But it was Oshomole that rubbished him. Somebody who came from the north, that the Filishabu family brought, the grandfather of Filishabu that brought him to, it's not a Benin man. The Benin people, they are there in Edo North, but they are just 50%. The rest are Hausa. You can see their names. Adamu Aliu. The mother of Oshomole's name is Kudirat. Then the brother's name is Seidu. These are not Benin people. The Benin people, they end in Uromi. And all those are there before Auchi. Auchi is like Ilorin. They have an mayor. So that's why we don't want them to come and be dictated to us what we have to do in Edo State, sir. Thank you.
All right, Brian. Did you want to come in, War Peace, and then we'll go back to Bishop?
Yeah. What just happened is that, of course, in some point I agree with Bishop that Izeyamu play this kind of politics when he is campaigning. He just come out campaign. If he loses, whatever happens, he'll go back and withdraw to his share. He does not oppose the government. He does not support the government. He does not criticize the government. You don't hear from him anymore. But one good thing about that man is like Buhari gay supporters, 12 million supporters. Anytime he comes out, he come out with a force. Yeah, he's from one of the big families, but that's not the problem. He's very greedy and he's very crafty. That's why Oshomole is scared of him. Izeyamu is not in a level with Oshomole when it comes to politics. He's in a level with Tony Aneni. He's one of the oldest out there. But his greed, that is downside. Now, let's put that aside. We have a regional system. There's a thing we say in Benin, what you don't want somebody to do to you, don't do it to others. Regardless if the Edo South, the Central and South have some scuffles. You don't politicize it. You rotate it. We have to be fair here. We know APC wants to win an election. One APC wants to come back to power. But Edo election is very different from other elections. First of all, people underestimate Edo election. Lagos is just a little bit on vote higher than Edo. Edo have almost 2 million votes ready. 1% voted all the time. So it's a state to reckon with. Not even Port Harcourt. Go and check our past 2 election cycles. We produced almost 800,000 votes, both sides, to 1 million. So it's a big state when it comes to election. Almost everybody is politically, whoever have their awareness.
Aware, yes.
voters awareness. Everybody's voting in those states. We good news about this thing. Now, Oshomole cannot dictate who's going to be the next governor in Edo State, regardless. Forget they want to come to power. If people who decide in Edo State, except Oshomole want to cause world war, and who expenses? It will not happen in the north. It will build the expenses of the south. The power is supposed to go to central. Then let the delegate in APC play it out. If they decide to give it to somebody from the south, it will be a fair game that there will be no misfeelings. You don't just come a day before election and announce and say they are giving order that the outside must be the governor. Who does that? A business aspirant. Who does that?
Is Tony Kabaka still a figure in Edo politics?
Yeah.
We're not,
Yes.
where is
He's
he?
nobody anyway.
Yeah.
He's supporting
He's not
Afolabi. Is with Afolabi.
Hold on, Tony. It's nobody that tout. There's something Bishop don't understand. If APC will lose in Edo State, not because the Shanigas Oshomole is doing, it's because Benin people have vowed that Tony Kabaka will never come back to Ring Road. When Oshomole was a governor, people saw her in Ring Road. You can't even pass through Ring Road. Just like, how would I say it, a popular place in he knows Benin. You can't even pass. Lecturers were leaving job to be working with Agberus. It was that's bad. When Obaseki came, Obaseki cleaned that place up, sanitized that place. So people are very happy for that. If APC have to come back to power, they should have played it in a clean way that people will say, okay, people have changed. But Oshomole would never learn. This is the same thing Oshomole did during Izeyamu too. Izeyamu first contestant, this guy said, Akin said, Izeyamu first contested in PDP when it was PDP. He actually won that race against Obaseki. But Oshomole ringed it because Oshomole thought he can do undo. He forced Obaseki on us. He ran that election. People died. It was hell. It was war. Then the other way around, when they met in the second round, two of them switched party. Oshomole did the same thing again. Imposed Israel more again. And said, no, we cannot do this. And he lost hopefully. Not that he just lost. He lost his political career. Oshomole was nobody. See, he took his brother's ticket to become a senator. Oshomole was a boss. Why would they zone a ticket to his brother? Why didn't they zone it to him? Bishop, if you are listening, he couldn't even produce a councillor in APC. He was removed totally from APC. Okay.
Bishop doesn't know the Edo politics. Only
hold on. Let me tell him a little bit. Let me break it down to you. When they zoned the ticket to his brother that did not go to the House of Assembly, that they locked out, to compensate his brother and some other kind of people, they zoned tickets to those people. Oshomole took his brother's ticket and said he wants to run on it, that he is the one that can defeat the guy that coming from the north. That was a pure lie. Oshomole's brother would have defeated that guy. But Oshomole was inconsequential that there's nobody had to run on his younger brother's ticket to become a senator he is now. If he's the first, why he's the one supposed to be sending tickets to people, not he taking his brother's ticket. And he has taken that ticket again. He has started again and jumping up and down. Oshomole is not the leader of APC in Benin. APC in Benin does not really have a leader. It's there supposed to be the face, but that one is greedy. He's either there or here. Yeah, the Tony Kabaka are not happy with him. The leaders are not happy. The guy is too hand-tight. He's too crafty and he doesn't release his hand, which I agree. But this election, Oshomole would have played it in a way, even though you have to play those central, you would have played it in a way that they will not see the hand and that they can harmonize. And at the end of the day, the people will go to the poll with these things and vote PDP, even though you don't want to persecute before. You don't just politicize tribal issues. Central people are human beings too. They have not ruled that state.
Yeah, but one piece. What you need to factor into all of this is that the PDP as well, it's a factious party as well. They cannot be
I know
side of it. Those ones are not that. Look, they're over their dead body. They're never going to support an Obaseki candidate. They rather stay away from it. And this APC problem they have now, the only thing that will save all of them is if the APC, if APC can get their act together, they have a good chance. Like if everybody in APC come together, because that PDP is going to be a very big fight. But if APC don't get their act together, I will not rule Labour Party out. That's the truth. If APC do not get their act together, because those guys that would leave, that would not that they will leave APC, what they will just do is walk on the ground for Labour Party, and you saw how deadly it was at the presidential election. All those guys who did not want to support both Tinubu and Atiku, who went and worked for Labour Party, you saw the result. And all of those guys, look, we know them, and they are still on the ground there. Some of them, a lot of them have gone back to their political base, PDP and APC. If it happens again, Labour Party might win the election.
But not there with sorry.
We must
sorry,
move
woman.
on.
Just the
We
last
spent
tip.
1 hour on
No,
this.
not the last tip. Akim, you know, Eze Yamu is a very big political force in Edo State, my friend. So, he has collapsed all his supporters now to this guy, Mr. Monday. And that Mr. Monday is a very powerful guy. You know, Tinubu, they said Tinubu love him. You know, everybody love this guy. So, you know, so Eze Yamu collapsing his structure to this guy, my friend. Just go. I know your name is Akim. Probably you are coming from Auchi. That's why you are trying to fight for Oshomole. Oshomole is, it's not an Edo man.
Are you on alcohol or something? When did you hear me speak?
I'm smoking cigarette.
It's on something stronger than alcohol. It's on
the
guy is
Okay. You know the conversation that I've had now. Where did I stand for Oshomole?
Let's move to the next topic.
All right. Take us to this space. Federal government summons manufacturers over rising cost of cement. So, it's actually Dave Umahi that is leading that space, and he has gone to check from the factory all the way to the loading trailers. He's checked the price, and he's telling us that from the factory, ex-factory, there's too wide a gap between the ex-factory price of cement and the price at the market. And it's alarming that the price should be falling because the government is moving towards cement as a main hub for road construction and all of these things. So what are you then making of this stance now that the government is taking against the price of cement?
Okay, number one, I don't think it's the function or responsibility of Dave Dubai to do that. There's a ministry in charge of trade, and there are other agencies of government and parastatals that should be able to look into that. Manufacturing Association of Nigeria and others, chambers of commerce, what have you. So I don't think it is in this place. That's number one. Number two, there's a lot of groundwork that needs to be done. What is going on in our country is two things from my layman point of view. Price gouging, number one. Some people are just taking advantage of the volatile situation. And number two, we are experiencing a lot of hemorrhaging. We believe things are really expensive in Nigeria, which I agree. But our neighbors see a cat in that. A lot of things that we think is really expensive, people are coming to buy it and they are taking them out through the land borders. I'm not even talking of the one that they are freighting through shipping, through air lifting now, because a lot of food is going. So they are taking advantage of that. Can you actually stop people from selling their market for exports? It's not under restriction. I don't think so. I think we need to work hard on increasing our production and making our currency to be stable, so that somebody will not just come with $100 from outside, and the $100 will do the magic of $200,000. Because of the current situation we are in. Yes, I say there probably would not be an easy way. So, they will calling that meeting, and we force them to reduce the price. The price has not actually gone up from the factory. That's one thing. So how many traders are you going to be monitoring? How many transporters? When people leave the product, instead of taking it to their warehouse, they have people that are ready. They don't even load them. Immediately they get load after you have paid. There are people that are ready to double your money and give you your cash. It used to happen in the day of petrol or fertilizer. When you get your ATL, which we call authority to load, after you have made your payment through the bank, some people will just approach you at the entrance. Don't worry about your trailer. They just give you cash. They give you your markup. Let's assume that you are buying one trailer to 600 bags at the rate of 3,000, and that is 1.8 million or something. And your markup is supposed to be after you transport, you load, wahala from your hand. Just tell it, just give me your paper. And of course, you will sell. Because you, that is the agent of the person, you are making your own 200,000-300,000 cash. You don't want to care what the man is going to do. That was what they were doing in the days of fertilizer. So, how do you correct
Bishop,
such that?
one more story that I'm interjecting a lot. You know, normally this is how I participate in your show most of the time before nature calls. So I'm very sorry, sorry about that. But Bishop, what I wanted to say is this, right? Look, those them Dangote and Boa and Lafarge, they have a hand in this. Okay, let's not just lie to ourselves. They have a hand in this. Why can't anybody who sells cement, anybody who has a shop that sells cement, why can't they just go to the depot and buy cement themselves?
You want me to answer you? Do you want me to answer that?
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Why can't they just go to to the depot and buy the cement themselves? If I have a shop where I sell cement, look, let me use Edo as an example. In Edo State, we have 2 cement plants. One in Okbila by Dangote, one in Biniboa, right? So why do we have to buy cement 15,000 naira a bag of cement? 15,000 a bag of cement. A month ago, it was 5,600.
Okay, now you ask the question, and let me answer. Number one, there is no manufacturer that has the capability or capacity to attend to every distributor. There are major, we call them mega distributors. That's number one. And those mega distributors, Coca-Cola does the same thing. Nigerian Brewery does, Guinness does the same thing. There are categories of distributors, you know, from one layer to the other. So there is not even Dangote. I know Dangote major warehouse is in Port Harcourt, where he used to operate from somewhere around Transamadi. What's the name of this street? Now, so it's not everybody. But when it gets to that place, there are people that have the capacity to buy like thousands of bags, maybe 5 trailers, 6 trailers, which Dangote helped deliver to their warehouse. So if you are the one that is buying 300, 600, then some customers can only buy part of that 600. When that trailer leaves, he give you 100, he give another 300, he give another 250, then they can sell some. So it is different layer. Dangote does not have control over the small. Maybe he has only 2 major distributors in each of the states. And those distributors now take care of other smaller distributors. That is how marketing works. There is no marketer in Nigeria that has the capacity to serve every distributor, both the ones that buy 1 trailer and sell it for 1 month, and the ones that buy 20 trailer and sell it in 3 days. They are not the same thing, but all of them have their price regime. That at the end of the day,
Bishop, Dangote used to do this. Dangote used to supply direct to all retail, everybody that sells cement. I know because I know this for a fact because I know a man, an Igbo man who used to sell cement in my area, right? This man ordered direct from factory and they will come and deliver a trailer of cement to the shop.
He's not ordering from factory, but you will believe it. Let me tell you, he was not ordering from factory. Okay. For argument's sake, let's just leave it. Let me say you are right. But listen, he was not ordering from factory. What Dangote tried to do then was to buy a lot of trailers. Just like something that Nigerian Brewery did, where they bought all those their space wagon because they wanted to reach there. But there were distributors that were in charge of those trailers. It was because of the accidents and the way they were stealing their products, you know, and the way they were saying, a lot of other smaller people were saying that transport was killing their business, that they were spending more at the risk. Dangote invested in a lot of trailers to help move. It was just when they were branded that Dangote trailer, but it was under a special arrangement. Dangote funded it under some contractors because it is too much for one person to chew. But if we are whatever they are going to apply,
Are you there? Have we lost you? All right. I think we lost him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Bring it on, Bishop.
Yeah, I mean, it was the question I'm responding to. So basically, when Dangote tried it, of course, a lot of people still abused it because it's going to be too much. Dangote has plants, then he has major depot. People now move from that depot. He tried to make it easy, but people will know what is going on today. I don't know if it has reached 15,000. If it has, just like one man said in his opening, why suddenly cement is not the yardstick of measuring poverty? I thought we said people were so poor they were not building. That Nigerians are no longer building. There's supposed to be a glut in that market. Immediately it crosses 6,000 or 7,000. People should not be buying. Because hey, you don't build in a hurry. I thought there will be a glut now that nobody will be buying cement. But lo and behold, they are producing more and people are buying it. That has defied logic. Every reasonable logic. Because if it is not carry, that people must buy. Cement is not a must buy. If I have a project and I have planned my project and the price and that gone like over how many 100%, I will suspend it for now. It's not like I can finish the house tomorrow and I'm moving it. You understand what I'm saying? So,
but the cement is cheaper. The cement is cheaper in the foreign countries, neighboring countries of Africa, of West Africa. What the hell are you talking about? That's why the government should come into it.
Hold on now. Don't tell me what the hell I'm talking about. Cement is not cheaper in West African countries. Because if it's cheaper, why would somebody come and be buying expensive there and export and go and sell it cheaper? How are we reasoning it?
And you seem to have abandoned the people. You seem to have abandoned the people. You are enjoying your USA. Thank you.
Bishop, no, it's Tony. He says Tony was talking. Sorry, Bishop, you are right. For the Akin, those trucks you see, it's not owned by Dangote. If Dangote truck buy somebody today, if you go there, you will find that it's just only Dangote sticker is there. It's not the owner of the truck.
Branded.
It's just branded, yeah. Because let me
Hold on. This headline is for Tony. It says army intercepts 5 trucks of cement along Nigeria-Cameroon border. So that is to tell you then that cement is not cheaper in neighboring countries if they are smoggling cement out of Nigeria into neighboring countries.
Okay, I'll quickly touch this.
No. For Tony. So, woman, that is exactly what I was talking about. This people now, Dangote is now taking care of his kings. The kinsmen in the neighboring countries. I'm forgetting us.
No. Okay. All right. Thank
you.
Okay,
please let me respond. One thing I would say, yes, most of the Dangote cement, that is the system you want to use on is controller system, is dealers. It's like 3 or 4 dealers buy all his cement he has. They produce every year. They just will sell to distributors. That's that. But again, why can't the Dangote and Lafayette release the price of cement to everybody just like Coca-Cola do? Everybody does it. And Indomie, they all have a fixed price per pack, but they sell cheaper to the dealers. If you say your cement is Dangote cement is 7.5 as today as TV, then everybody knows it's 7.5. They're supply to dealers.
That's a good idea. Hold on, Bishop. That's a good idea, actually, Tony. If they were publishing,
it's what is talking.
Yeah, what pace? Yes, it doesn't matter. But if they were publishing how much the cement was meant to be ex factory, then it will be very difficult. Then people can then argue the markup. So let them publish it.
One man, please permit me to just interject. Let me answer one piece, really. I beg you. And we'll have more. One piece, let me give you a scenario, a clear scenario of what I was trying to say. Many years ago, there was a guy that used to, in Ibadan, there is a coke village inside Ibadan Poli. There's a guy that was running it. I don't know how many people, if there's anybody here that knows Lolade Akitelo. Unfortunately, we lost him of blessed memory. Now, he had a coke business, a coke village business. And Coca-Cola used to bring truck of Coca-Cola to sell to him. And they used to distribute anybody. I don't know if they still do that. Those are open-sided Coca-Cola truck then. But Lolade Taylor had a pact with Coca-Cola. And the pact is anytime he sells more than 350, they give him a discount of 10%. So, and they used to bring Coca-Cola to Ibadan Poli once in a week or thereabouts. I had interest in Ibadan Poli because I was managing the Poli Consult farm. that many years ago. Now, so what happened is this. Lolade will sell, if he sells like 200 and he remains to sell 200 or 250, he will now sell below the Coca-Cola price to all those women. He will just remove 5. Coca-Cola per crate then was 135 naira. 135 naira per crate. Lolade will now remove 5 naira that all those women will not mind to go and carry wheelbarrow and carry on their head just to buy from him at 130 so that he can make up his own 400 or 500 crates so that he can get his 10%. And the question is, why? How come Lolade was selling below Coca-Cola price? Many people don't understand. But because of the benefit of what he was getting, because that 10% alone, now that is some of the dynamics of market and marketing. People apply it, even in this something. Coca-Cola cannot stop it. They don't have control over that. They cannot stop it. He has met the threshold and the requirement. Therefore, they cannot stop its major distributors. If what they are applying is not undercutting, if it's not cheating. So people devise different means, you know.
Bishop,
the only problem is that
Bishop, this is what I'm saying, right? If I have a shop and I want, say, 3,000, 4,000 bags of cement, I should ring Dangote and send my own truck there to collect it. Why can't anybody just do that? Look, I pay for my goods, send my drivers there, pick it up and bring it back. Why does this look? This middleman of it, this is the same thing that is going on in all this dollar and everything, rent seeking everywhere. Somebody go and get cement from the factory and then they call a meeting and say, okay, we're going to sell it for 12,000 naira. And that is it. You can't do, look, they'll ring first the price and you cannot do nothing about it. So if you create a system whereby anybody can have access to that factory and get their cement, yeah, you go and ring fence your own price. If I go and get it from the factory, I can sell it at my own price. What is the problem with that?
All right, Bishop, respond to that, and then after that, we move the conversation on to Akim. Bishop, to you. Bishop, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, woman.
Bishop. Are you there, Bishop?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I want to be sure you are hearing me.
Yeah, we can hear you now. So respond to what Akim said, and then after that, we go on to Akim.
Like I said, I don't know if there are people. I believe that there is a threshold that you want to buy, you can go to Dangote. The only problem is I don't know whether you will get it immediately or you have to wait for some time. But I'm sure if he sells and there are people and they know they can get it, they will go there and get it. So let me just, I don't know how that space works now. I don't. So I will not want to give an answer that the only ones I've spoken about are the things I've experienced before. And I at least a little bit of experience I've had. But on this one, because I was there in that space many years ago. That distribution or something. So, but I don't know how it works now because everything seems to have gotten out of hand. So, I will not be able to provide answer to that your question. If Dangote, somebody wants to buy 3,000 bags, because there is always a threshold. If you are buying social amount, they will attend to you. Not everybody that wants to buy 1 trailer load, 2 trailer loads. No. And the one people that come regularly, it's not you that will just buy 1 trailer load today and go and wait for another 6 months or 10 trailer load today, you wait for 6 months. No. It's just like off takers. So let me just accept that. I don't have an answer to that. We can move to the next thing.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. So let's go on from you, Bishop.
No. Yeah, there's one topic, please. These only 2 topics we have today because of the suggestion.
Yeah, we have been 1 hour into it. So let's mix up the voices.
Okay, let me say this before I go. I know, it's just my thoughts. So permit me, give me 2 minutes to place my thoughts. The sacrifices people are making in Nigeria, whether necessary or not, is irrelevant. But if Tinubu is bold enough to inflict pain, because it was the right thing to do, the necessary thing to do, not the right thing, to inflict pain by removing subsidy of fuel, removing the arbitrage on dollar exchange. But he's still going ahead to continue the stupid subsidy on pilgrimage. Whether it is Mecca or Jerusalem, it is the most senseless, irresponsible, insensitive, cruel, I don't know the right adjective to use to describe it. And it is, I don't know, I really don't know. Because I try to be sure that it's not true. But it's becoming a reality that government is coming again to intervene, something we should have stopped years ago, like many years ago. Stop the sponsoring of people. Stop subsidizing people to go to pilgrimage, to go to Mecca, to go to Jerusalem, which is supposed to be. So if Tinubu, with all the pain he has inflicted in the removal of subsidy, only for him to be subsidizing going to one Mecca or one stupid Jerusalem, then I don't have what to describe it. And it's a shame. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So Akim, you're up next. So Akim, where do you want to come into it? Should I bring you into it from this spot? Because for all of the bad news that we're hearing in Nigeria, the green shoots of recovery, it continues to spring and blossom. Investors show confidence in Nigeria as foreign capital rises by 66.27% in Q4 2023. So Q4 2023, of course, the last 3 months of 2023, firmly within the Tinubu administration, but the eye-popping amount 66.27%. That's quite a leap, and a lot of that money coming from the UK. So what are you then making then of this now renewed invest? And they are attributing it to investor confidence in how the economy is being managed. So what are you then making then of this green shoot of a bounce back that continues to blossom?
Yeah, but what do you expect? Capitalist people bringing their money into a country that is moving in that capitalist direction, regardless of the effect on the ordinary citizens. Look, I don't have issue with the policy direction, to be honest with you. But government have to be careful not to cater too much to this business, so-called quote-unquote investors. Okay, so government should always understand that their primary responsibility is to the people. So if there are policies that that yes, it's going to be beneficiary business-wise, but on the other hand, if it's going to be harsh on the people, then you have to look for a way to mitigate some of the pain. One man, look, monetary policy, financial policy. Let's be honest with ourselves. But I think we are heading in the right direction in the way Cardoso is doing things. I don't have issues with it. I think, in my opinion, this direction need everybody to come together, and I think the state governors are performing abysmally when it comes to this. If they look, they have been a disaster, all of them. I would probably say maybe excluding Lagos State to a certain extent. What do I mean?
Do you know that? Sorry, Akim. Do you know that a huge chunk of that inbound investment it goes to Lagos? Lagos State and Abuja gets 90-something% of that inward inflow of investment, and the next one next to him got 0.55%.
Of course, that is that. Look, that one is understanding that Lagos State is going to get huge because Lagos has nearly everything. In terms of insecurity, it is very low in Lagos. In terms of infrastructure, they have better infrastructure than any other state in the country. Transportation system is better. Look, so they have. It's a place where you want to live. You understand? So that is understanding. But what I'm trying to explain to you, one man. At times like this, when you go to the state level,
Akim, let me ask one man this. Which state is next to Lagos State and Abuja?
I think it was. Let me see. It was. I'll just find it for you. Lagos. Yes, it says.
Rivers.
It was Rivers.
Rivers.
Yeah, yeah, Rivers State. So Lagos State got 66.38%, which was $997 million. Abuja got 34.07%, which was $370 million. And then River State is the next. It got $6 million, which is 0.55%. So essentially, all of that 1 billion plus that came into Nigeria essentially went to Lagos and a little bit to Abuja.
Okay, Akim, you can continue. I just want to know.
Thank you very much. So what I'm trying to say is this: when all this policy was rolled out, right? So the federal government started disbursing money. This is where the Tinubu people said, I don't know what is wrong with them. You somehow, how you trust all these governors? I don't understand why is they behaving the way after how many years you still think these people are going to do right? When they disbursed 5 billion naira to those state governors, what they need to have done, at least go to this, like if it's Innocent or one of those local manufacturers, just order maybe 50 or extra 100 buses, put it out there. Okay, transportation, the cost of transportation goes down through government buses. That is frequent. So I know that in Edo State, the governor is doing free buses, but it's one bus every 5 hours. So that is basically useless. So you might not even get it in a week. You understand? So in a situation like that, you want to see huge investment in that sector, and it doesn't cost them that much. Get the buses in, subsidize it, let people get cheap transportation instead of, look, one man right now, if you live in Nigeria, transport could take 30 to 40,000 naira off your hand every month easily, just easily. So imagine if government had come in at state level to bring that cost down to maybe like 5,000-10,000 a month. Do you not understand how much savings goes into the people's pocket just by transportation alone? On top of that, if they put some level of subsidy in the healthcare, just okay, if you go to the hospital, the government will pay you, will reduce your bill by a certain amount. So these are the area where the state governors needs to come in to support the federal government to make these policies work. But it's just like everybody just folds their hand. We are not at the mercies of those sharks. Transportation, cement seller, tomatoes, everybody is just taking advantage of the system now. Look, I've had enough this idea that no. I understand that cement is not what you're going to use to judge the level or whatever you call it in the economy. But at the end of the day, one man, it is not an opportunity for them to take advantage of the citizen. The government cannot allow that. Doesn't make sense. If you are increasing prices at what 200% within a month, when we are being told that this product is made in Nigeria, right? How did you justify such increase? For me, it doesn't make sense. So the way I see it, whether the investment come in, that they don't come in, but government need to make sure that they are not trying to solve one problem, then creating another problem. Trying to woo in businesses, trying to bring in investors, then the citizens are going hungry, the citizens are struggling, the citizens are suffering due to those policies. Government must look for a way to balance things. Those money are going to come in, they're going to make it headline figures, fine. But what about the hunger? So those things must be addressed as well. So I'm surprised that this government, they are not even looking at it holistically. They're talking about releasing grains. Buhari released grains, tire. Buhari released grains. We did not see chichi. When are these people going to let you release grain? Those people will just hide it. Who is going to release the grains? Is it not the government officials? So you not trust those people to be releasing grains, right? They'll just keep it for themselves, rebag it and sell it in the public. This is what they do. How these people who run this country don't even know these things, I don't understand. What do we have to do as a people? It doesn't make sense, one man. Okay, how many times has Tinubu ordered them to release grains? Have you seen the effect in anywhere? Have you seen the effect of the grain anywhere?
Do they really have the grain?
Yes, that's the question. And it's a temporary measure, even. But do they even have the grains?
Do they really have the grain in the reserve as they are telling us? Who monitors the releases of the grain? Who monitors it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Angelico. They just say release grain, release grain, release grain. We're not seeing anything. What are the grains that they are releasing? They are releasing sand. Are they releasing sand to people and they're calling it the grain? What kind of what are the grains?
Now,
Buhari did the same thing.
Akim, this in our country, eh?
Buhari did the same thing. Release grain, release grain, release grain. We did not see any grain.
Grain passes through.
I don't understand.
So
wow. When how come
there should be a monitoring system for those sort of policies.
Oh yes. And if you have effect, immediately they releases it, you should see the price come down.
Of course.
You don't see it, but rather the price is going up, keep going up.
And when they said they are releasing grains, are they releasing it to be given to the people free, or to be taken to the market to be sold at a discounted price?
We don't know.
Well, they are releasing the grains to the areas, on the in the air.
Nobody asks questions. They just tell you they release. The president have ordered to release 102,000 this thing of
bags of rice. And tomorrow morning, the rice price will shoot from 40,000 to 80,000.
Where are they? Where are the grains? Where are they? Like this is crazy, one man. I can't lie to you. This is
we would like Bishop to respond to that, because you always say that we ain't there yet. We are going to get there soon. Make it tell us now.
One man. You see for me, when government like this come in, I look at foundations, how they are trying to lay foundations. I don't really look at the way the effect of the policies right now. I look at what you are doing, and
so somebody was just asking about. Do you remember when Buhari took that photo opportunity with the rice pyramid, and they told us it was a million?
Sand. Now they just packed there.
There was no rice in those bags. There was no rice in those bags.
So where's all that rice that Buhari took pictures with?
There was not a single grain of rice. If there was rice in
are you saying it's a little bit like the Nigerian Airways that Sarika gave us? Abracadabra.
Those people, they see us finish.
One man is too depressing.
And we're laughing. All those single photos, that's costing us at least $500,000. If they are showing you, they're claiming a million bags of rice, then they will invoice at least a minimum of $500 million to the country. That guy that went and painted Ethiopian Airlines and just took photo ops, that's all those scams, those are billions and billions of dollars that they're just using to purloin.
Yeah, they're still they're working. They make the Minister of Aviation. Then now you have a airline company, according to what they are saying. Now is riding on private jet. Look, this is what our people. This is what I always say. Our people, our leaders, the elite. This is what they've turned us into.
Tomorrow they'll come them. See this national order, a grand commander of the Order Republic.
It's almost like we don't matter anyway. They just do whatever they want to do. That's the truth. It's almost like, look, we don't matter. Look at what is going on in Edo State now. It's almost like we don't matter. They can do whatever they want to do and they get away with it. It's stupid. It doesn't make sense, one man. Like how do you do, look? They will do it so brazenly. When this government come in, what I'm expecting the people that call themselves progressive, progressive. What they should have done in the first place, take the NIN number, BVN number, ask people to register, say, look, we're going to create a welfare system. If you're not working, you are not in employment, you are an elderly person, you are a disabled person, you are of certain age in school, okay, government is going to pay you a certain amount of money. They create a website. Just how difficult are these things, for goodness sake?
It's not how difficult. How affordable are they? You're asking for a social welfare package.
It is the one they've done already, one man. They've given every governor 5 billion already, one man. How much are they going to pay people? Is it everybody they're going to give money to? Why are you giving governor 5 billion? Why not pay this money to people? They're giving every governor 36 times 5. including Abuja, 37 times 5. Calculate it. We're not talking about other reckless money that they are spending. If you conduct a proper system, put a proper system in place, make it compulsory that if you hire a staff, you must register them with their NIN number so that you know those people who are in employment and those who are out of employment. Those who are out of employment, they can apply for this social welfare payment, and then you pay them until they get a job. How hard is that? Why do you have to do this? What this better head did to try to take money from one to go and pay people? Look at Oshibajo the other day. The old professor take money to the market and was sharing cash to people. You think these people are that learned enough to understand how to create a system, but they don't want to do it. How difficult is it? Look, you can put it in place, set it up, and then monitor it. What is that, one man? If you lose your job here, you don't have to go anywhere. You go online and then you apply, and then whatever support you need, then you get it.
Akin, what of when they say the president has given marching order to the chief of army staff to go and clear terrorists out of so place, and what we are going to see after that is that it's a situation where the terrorists, or what is it, they will go to more villages and sack people out of their village and occupy more land. Marching order. You don't see the effect of marching order.
Which marching order? Which marching order?
Do you know how many times that Buhari gave marching order? And Tinubu has been giving marching orders. We don't see the effect. The same thing with strategic grain reserve. Oh, the president has ordered the release of grain from strategic grain reserve. Which country did that say?
If you see serious person, you don't know serious person. Do you think those people are serious? Do they look like serious people to you? Right? Imagine they go and clear reserve. Somebody that is waiting for you to bring $5 billion for him to go and to claim that he want to buy weapons. Where are the weapons? Where are they? Every time the government is voting money into the army, sending money to the army, the insecurity is not going. We are the country that are using soldiers to fight insecurity inside our own country, and yet we've not been able to defeat the insecurity. Right? What is so difficult? Look, one man, these things. If I'm hearing why can't you just build a monitoring center, buy drones or whatever you want to put in the sky, and then just monitor those danger areas from the sky 24/7. You have people in the monitoring center. They have a radio system where they can reach those the men on ground, and then you just monitor the airspace. Monitor everywhere that you know that things are very challenging, right? Monitor people's movement, even if something happens.
Akin, let me interject. There's this nonsense they always do in Nigeria. Mostly when it started, I don't know when it started. Maybe it's from Jonathan time, I don't know, or maybe it's Buhari time. Before in Nigeria, if Nigeria procure or buy anything, acquire anything, they only announce it when the things is available for us to see. They'll display it. I remember that time Bangladesh bought some jet when General came to fly one for us that time. Phantom, I think something Phantom. But these days, during Buhari time, you hear that we are allocated money to buy weapons, but the weapons you will not see. We don't even know how you say they will release $1 billion to buy weapons. Okay, maybe they said they'll buy 20 planes. And they will see 2 planes, but we assume it's 20. Did we see the 20? No. Edo State here, just like he just launched surveillance camera all over the state. When he was building it, we didn't hear it. When he was starting it, he didn't launch it. He launched it when it's finished. It's called RSA Center. Named after the former IG.
Command Center. I was saying it here that somebody was laughing at me. Somebody was laughing at me. Right now, I said
Control Command.
Every entrance point into a
entry point in Benin has a camera. That's how government operate. That you have respect and you trust them. Come and show the finishing work. Not come and ask them how to start this work. Okay, you want to start the work. When will the work finish? Finish your work and show the people.
It's just stupid, man. They're talking about investment.
One man, one man. What about this? The Edo State emergency call number 112 and 765. Is it working?
How would
Tony,
I know? I'm not from Edo State now.
Tony, you cannot call it from abroad. If you are in Benin, call it.
And the police will appear to help you, or the ambulance.
It's not. This is how it works, right? So it's a call center. So they have a monitoring cameras across the city, right? So when you call them, you will tell them what is going on. So what they normally do initially, because every community now have a vigilante that is registered to the government, so they will first of all contact the vigilante to go and assess the situation. But in some cases whereby it is a more dangerous situation, they will straight away contact the police to go there, or contact.
You say police again. The police that is coming from the north. Abi, okay, that is clear. Okay,
Did you want the answer to your question, or you want to be tried?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for furnishing me this information.
That's all it does. But just say some random something.
The issue thing, but how can someone invest in your country when terrorists are killing people in mosques and churches? No one's gonna invest in your country.
Which are terrorists not killing people in America?
No. Mama, we have to stop doing that. I'm sorry, we have to stop doing that.
No. Which country are terrorists not killing people?
No, we have to stop the water battles. We have to stop doing it in Nigeria. Enough with that.
No. What do you mean? What about? Where are you picking up these terminologies from?
I have a problem with the old generation of Nigeria. I have a problem.
Yes.
Let your boy speak now.
No. Have a problem with the old generation, but speak to the facts.
Terrorists is not killing people everywhere in Nigeria now. We just talking about Lagos. We just talked about Lagos just now. They are not everywhere in Nigeria that terrorists are killing people. Come on, man. Let's not just be generalizing like that. There are still states in Nigeria where you go and you're not
one man. Let my boy speak. Chaso, speak. Let us hear you. Waiting.
One man, please can I go to the Edo State?
Yes, I know that's where you want to be. Give us a concise and a coherent understanding of what is going on in Edo State, because it seems as though the politics in Edo State is stuck in a time warp. Everybody seems to be evolving, but apart from that space, I saw clips. Actually, you see this headline on the screen. I saw clips of it. It was just too violent for me to bring. When they're now sending talks to beat up politicians, gathering to do primaries, and then you have somebody like Hope Uzodinma, a man of his backdrop, being the lead person for that election, and typical of him, he announces one random name, the returning officer announces a different name, different set of figures, typical Edo politics. We only need Tony Kabaka to complete the list.
Tony Kabaka is irrelevant. Leave Tony Kabaka aside. He's nothing to do with this. One man. So I think this is all Adam Oshomole's handwork. So he is the one that look. Okay, let me just make it clear. There are not two candidates. It's just one. Dennis Idahosa is the APC candidate in Edo State. The idea that there were two candidates, that's not true. Ganduje has come out to congratulate Dennis Idahosa. The National Working Committee released a statement to say they don't recognize the other result. They only recognize the Hope Uzodinma result. So let's stick to that. That is where we are right now. Okay. So having said that, Dennis Idahosa is a member of the House of Representatives from Ovia. Is it Ovia North or so local government? He defeated the Benedion daughter, who used to represent that constituency. But the problem is that the guy does not have that reach. He's not a big politician. Okay, put that one aside. We understand that Oshomole is banking on the fact that he will get the result from Edo North, which nobody doubts that definitely Oshomole will get the result from Edo.
Well, is Edo not the largest pool in Edo? Usually, anybody that wins Edo North usually becomes the governor in Edo State.
No. Edo South is the main ground for the result. Look, you can lose both Central and North and still win the governorship election. The margin Obaseki had in his re-election he could have lost both Edo Central and Edo North, and he would have still won the election just from the result he got from Edo South alone. So Edo South constitutes about 60% of the vote on its own. So that is where maybe that is what Oshomole is thinking, that if he gets somebody from the South, then get a deputy from the North, that would be a good coalition. But the problem is that you see the people from Edo South, especially Benin people, like, they can be sentimental about political issues. Sometimes this whole plan could backfire against Oshomole. They could turn around tomorrow and say, okay, look, we want equity, we want to support equity, we want to be fair, so we want to support an Edo Central person. That could be a problem. So Oshomole doesn't have that leverage in Edo South. Yes, you cannot fight Oshomole in Edo North. It's going to beat you blue, black, blue, whichever way. There's no way. No, look at the OB movement and everything. They were not able to penetrate Edo North. The number of vote APC got for Tinubu in Edo State, overwhelming majority of those votes came from Oshomole. So nobody is going to take that away from Oshomole. He is super strong in his region. Okay, he will get his numbers, but that number is not enough to surmount what is going to come out of the South. But he is taking that gamble now. But he better pray that the Edo people, the Benin people, does not revolt against. If the society is there, Yamu and the Imasuen, what's this? The lawyers called again. I can't remember his name. If Erida Agbon, if all of them start revolting against him, all these people start revolting against him, he's going to have a big problem in his hand. All of these people, they are from Edo South. And many of them did not like the way he conducted these primaries. Okay, so if you look at it now, when Isayamo stepped down, he went to support somebody from Edo Central. When this other guy again stepped down, the one that stepped down late this morning, that one also, I think it was Lucky Maswa or one of them, or that one also went to support somebody from Edo Central. So you can see that they are already fighting against Oshomole's candidate. And if he doesn't handle it well, not only that they will lose the election, they might even come third if he's not careful. The only reason why I will not say APC will come third in that election is because of that vote that Oshomole is going to bring from Edo North. If not, he will be looking at a defeat right now.
I don't think Oshomole will get that bulk vote from the North, because Agba, this person, is going to court. So Agba is a strong force at the North that will fight against him too. What Oshomole just did was really wrong. I understand APC wants to win.
It's wrong, but let's be honest. Nobody can know both Agba. Look, that guy beat Philip Shaibu black. He beat Philip Shaibu blue black. Philip Shaibu is stronger than Agba in the North.
Hold on. See what they would have done, and what I think they were supposed to do, that when they open the ticket, everybody goes to the field. Then the South and the Central, they will negotiate their way. If they negotiate their way on the field, that okay, the Central said, okay, we are stepping down for the reason that we want to win, want APC to come back to power. Everybody will understand, and they will pick a candidate that will represent them. But you don't just come a day before the election and impose a candidate on APC when it's not indirect primaries. It's not indirect primaries, it's open primaries. That's what's getting everybody angry. As you said, when I was watching Zayamo stepping down, who is going to support? Whoever Zayamo support is likely going to be the super force. And he went to the Central. That's supposed to be a signal to Oshomole. Zayamo control Orion one, Bobaka to Oredo by large extent. Now you have a divided house. Then, on the expense of we the South to be taking the fall, then here in the North we had his head. People don't even know the nonsense this guy just caused right now.
Those people need to be look. You know, this guy Aswa Igodalo is gathering force. He's gathering serious force. You know, they need to be careful. You know, they need to be careful. PDP might win this election. I'm telling you now. That man, look, he's trying to detach.
It's not a might. As you say, you know, Edo people revolt already started. Since I know my group people revolt already started last night. Obaseki just beat them to the floor again before going to the war. He just beat them. Obaseki is always ahead of them. I'm very hungry. I wanted people to beat Obaseki in his chess game, but now the Obaseki just let the game so easy. Edo people decide. You cannot really decide for Edo people. People will now move to have party with Aswe.
That's what I'm saying. So, the guy is already making. It's one person that is campaigning rigorously. Is visiting people. Is going different corner. Is talking to people. Is going different places. So the guy is even trying to detach himself away from Obaseki in a way, trying to say, look, no, I'm a man of my own. Look, if it's money, the guy is stinkingly rich. He has the money, so you cannot even talk about that. But for me, to be honest with you, what I wanted to see in that race, one man, I wanted to see Aswa Igodalo, Clement Agba, and Olumide Akpata represent the 3 tickets. So whichever one of those 3 wins, I know for sure that we are getting a good government. Whichever one of those 3 wins, I know for sure that we're going to get a good government. Okay. But look, they went all the way to Dennis. Brother, when Dennis in our Dennis I we.
Yeah, got it as a platform. What is it going
to do? No, you have to talk it. You have to say it. Say to the people to understand.
Can I ask you guys one question?
Yeah, Larry. Yeah.
Can you please talk to the capacity of those guys? I know it's politics and all those things, right? Can you talk to their capacity so that you kind of like orientate?
Sorry, if we are talking to capacity, I would say the Labour Party guy who was the ex-chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association. He comes with the strongest pedigree.
Man, no. He even come with the lowest among the
3. Not from Ibadan.
He come with the least. Look,
Olumide Akpata is the least among them.
No, look, among the 3 that I called just now, Aswa Igodalo, Clem Agba, and Olumide Akpata. But if you go and look at the credential, Akpata is the least among those 3. Aswa, look, go and look at Aswa record.
The owner of the first, the strongest firm, law firm in Nigeria, as at now, number 1.
Go and look at Clemagba's record as well.
So another question I want to ask, because when we talk about capacity, what yardsticks are you using to measure to be able to know someone is capable?
Okay, from antecedents.
Yes, what's that? That's still too abstract now. That's still too vague. So
Nigeria Brewery chairman, one bank chairman, one this, one that, many things. Woman, this is what Igodalo. He's a powerful guy, and then he's just bouncing around. Some the other day went to Akoko Edo and all this one local government. Those people, they are even hosted to Oshomole. In the northern part of of Edo State, those people have not been, their area have not been developed. Okay, and that's where they are hosting our Okula cement factory. But if you go to Akoko Edo, nothing is there at all. Remember that street that somebody was taking like a woman? Remember that video you played here once upon a time? That is in that area there. They are not doing anything for that area, and it's a very beautiful landscape,
So one man. So you see, all of these things. I think Oshomole for me is angered a lot of people. I don't know why. Maybe he's just looking for somebody that he can easily control. He did that with Obaseki last time, and that backfired. He backfired so bad on him. And what Oshomole does not understand about, especially the Benin people of Edo State. Benin people are very stubborn. Like, no matter how calm or gentle they are, when it comes to certain issue, they will push back seriously. No matter how you think that person is young, even if Dennis become governor tomorrow, the Oshomole, does he think he's going to control Dennis? Dennis is going to push back. It's going to revolt against him.
The Benin are very fair. They are very fair people. They said they are not going to vote for him already. They have, the speculation will be going around
it's not even being fair. It's not being fair. Look, the guy is not qualified.
That's what I'm saying.
To govern the state. Let's be honest with ourselves.
The antecedents, Okomu oil palm, is also run by Aswa Igodalo from the King's College, King's College.
Tony, hold on. How are you going to elect this guy to be a governor of the state? It's been a House of Rep member, 2-term House of Rep member.
Oshomole once described him as a criminal. Remember that he was involved in corruption. Remember?
Look, I don't want to.
Yes, Tony, it's okay. Tony, it's okay. Let's make let me clear.
I hear that you were saying in Benin that we don't have to be exposing, washing our dirty linen. We need to wash it here. Let's wash it.
All right. Let me ask you
one man,
one
let me
more
talk.
question.
No. I can't talk to my dad like that. No, let me talk. It's rude. Let me talk. Larry, let me answer your question. Benin politics is very different from Nigerian politics. Family root matters a lot in Benin politics. Those people, they just called. Asa is from a big family. Akmata is from a big family. Clemagba is from a big, is a prince. It matters a lot. By the time you bring somebody unknown, it becomes a problem. Imagine you want the obas, the kings in the county or central or in or south to be standing up for one known person. It matters. When you say capacity, it comes from the family roots. Why do you think Isaiah Yamu is always pulling crowd in Edo State whenever there's election? Think about it. I use the floor to you.
How do you even think with all the problems
let me ask you one more question and then we move on from Edo politics. Who do you think is going to win? Akim?
In honesty, one man, I cannot put my hand on it right now, to be honest with you. It depends on how they all manage. Look, Labour Party is going to be there. Like it's going to be like a open door, right? And it has to be an open door. If they try to have this closed-minded to say no, that means we just have to pack them one side and write them off completely. But if they have like an open door and just wait, let these people shoot themselves. Sorry, me using that word. Let these people just deal with themselves and then embrace those people who are disenfranchised from these other parties. Then they have a big, because the fight, one man, let's be honest, is going to be in the south. And the only reason why APC will have a chance is that if these three parties then split the vote in the south, then that gives APC victory, because Oshomole, trust me, is going to be a one way in the north. It's going to be one way in the north. There's no battle there. But in the south, if APC and PDP does not organize themselves, then Labour Party might take a huge chunk of their vote. Then it becomes a split vote in the south. That can give APC advantage, because PDP will clear the central. That's for sure, but the number is not that much. So it's not like if PDP cleared the central, APC cleared the north, APC still has an advantage.
Do you think Peter Obi is going to be a factor in?
No. One man, just drop those ones. Forget all those things. That one is not in. Just put Peter Obi one side. That's not going to work. Labour
because
Party,
I'm expecting him to come and campaign for the Labour Party candidate.
We're talking about local politics now. Forget all those things. We're talking about proper local politics. So there are a lot of things that are involved in it. Okay, there are a lot of things that are involved. People, personal interests are involved in these things now. A lot of people's personal interests are involved now. So everybody will know everybody are looking at where to pitch their tent in a way that it will work in their favor. So forget all this, their obedience. That one doesn't work. Look at the status of assembly election. Where was the obedience? How many votes did they get in that one? So let's put that one aside. So the problem is if the fight is going to be in Edo South, and if APC is not careful, if PDP manage to, because don't forget, PDP is a party that is well rooted in Edo State. They have very big political figures in Edo State. So if Oshomole with this stupidity that he just did now, if he backfire on him, then the PDP is going to win the election. That is how I see it.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Let's go from you. I was going to go to Ajale Koko, but I think he's dropped momentarily. So let's go to Larry then, who is with us. Let's go to Larry. So Larry, I'm not sure where you want to come into the conversation. I'm not quite sure how much of it you have heard. But let me take you to a space that I know you monitor. Investors show confidence in Nigeria as foreign capital rises by 66.27% in Q4 2023. So the green shoots of recovery, as I said.
Actually, I think it's good, and I think for people outside, I think it's good to invest in Nigeria now. The only thing that I'm just looking at is how is the CBN going to handle repatriation of whatever some of those people make, because that's one of the key things that is stopping some of those people from coming in. And if they're able to handle that very well, I see some of those people coming in, because it's cheaper for them to invest in Nigeria now, looking at what the exchange rate is really doing. So they bring in small money to invest in Nigeria. But at the same time, another thing I'm actually expecting, it's, we all shout of foreign investment, foreign investment, foreign investment every day. But how are we really doing with the local investors, people that are actually currently in the system? Are we really helping them? Because I know this government has actually been going out, looking all out for foreign investments. Are they really fair? Because one thing is for you to ask outsider to come invest in your house. Are you really fair to the people that are currently in your house? So those are things that I think they need to really look at, because those other guys will come. And one thing that we still always look at is, no matter how much a foreign investor loves you, they can't love you more than their money. So they should definitely have that at the back of their mind. So those are things. So it's still a lot of things, right? But as far as I'm concerned, until I see some of this money coming in, right? Because this government, what I've seen is, they run some of these media things a lot. For me, commitment, all this commitment and all those things are not really investment for me until I see that money really going in. You can see that you see several leaders, they go out and tell you, oh, somebody has we've got commitment from some people who've signed some MOU and all those things. But hopefully, let's see when that money actually comes in and see how it's going to really help. I really don't want to talk more on some of these promises, because it's gone beyond promises now. It's a lot of promises.
No, I think these are actual already inflowed investment. It says that during the period observed, the bulk of Nigeria's capital importation was significantly influenced by investment from the UK. So UK actually led that space, and UK, they don't part with money easily, as you know. This led to the chart with a contribution of $267 million, representing 24.55% share of the total inflow. So it's actual real money coming into the economy, but more importantly, it indicates investor confidence in how the country is being governed.
But another thing is, we need to really know, because you see, all those things are just things that they just bring out. I want to see which sector, right, is that money really coming into. So probably we can look at that sector and see if there is one or two things that is substantial that we're really seeing, right? So that's, if I really don't get, probably UK is coming in. Which sector are we really seeing that driving? Is it in agriculture? Is it in somewhere within the real sector of the economy? Or probably is it within the Nigerian Stock Exchange?
I think it's within the financial services sort of. The bulk of the inflow actually goes to Lagos. Lagos and Abuja gets the most of it, and then they get 99 points, whatever. They get almost all of it. Lagos mainly, and Abuja somewhat.
And when you want to look at, you see, one thing is for you to see investment coming in, and at the same time you want to see the effect of that investments on the economy. So most times, right, if you're really investing in a country and you really want that investment to really help the standard of living of the people, I always want to see that investment going into the real sector of the economy, right, rather than the financial sector. But still, it's still good, right, if they're really bringing that money in, because if they have that money in, and that money is still going to go through the system, and it's going to really help probably people that need access to finances to kind of like have that thing going through the value chain. So, but it's good. It's good, and hopefully we see how that would definitely find itself into the real sector of the economy and make people get access to more money to be able to like move that economy. That's what I'm really interested in.
All right. Let me take you to this space, Larry. So it's quite alarming, not alarming, but it's curious that cement seems to now be the metric of measuring the Nigerian economy. Previously, traditionally, we measured the Nigerian economy by the price of Gari. That's how you know where Nigeria is. But now, the people are alarming up and down around the price of cement. So the government now calling that space to order, being led by Dave Umahi. And so Dave Umahi has looked into that space, and it is telling us that there's a huge chasm between the ex-factory price, which is to say the price of production from the factory all the way into the trailers that leaves the factory, and the retail price at the market. So it's an astronomical chasm. So what are you making of this cement narrative? What do you think is going on there? Is it profiteering? Is it price gouging?
You see, for me, that particular sector, I think there is a lot of things that are not really clear to a lot of people. And if you look at it, if you look at the whole thing that actually make up the cost, you can see it yourself and look at it at like, do you really think the actual price of cement now in Nigeria is actually supposed to be the normal true cost of true price that it's supposed to be? So, but what you see in most cases, because you see this other guy coming out and saying, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to reduce mine," and Dangote is not reducing, and all those things. So, I think probably if it gets to that point where we have more players in that sector, because if you look at that sector, look at years to years, right? That sector there's this kind of like oligarchy within that sector, where if they see a new runner coming into that sector, they do everything to send that person out. They use the government machinery and everything. If you look at most of the fights that they have, like the fight they have in Edo, when they were having issue with Ibeto and some of those things. So for me, I think that's exactly where I need the federal government to stand firm, because which I'm not really seeing with this Tinubu government. It's very, very, I'm not really seeing them standing firm, right, on really ensuring that some of those things. Sometimes when you think about probably, having an Obasanjo in Tinubu, right, and remember those days when Obasanjo was having issue with Adenuga, right? He stood firm, and Adenuga had to like find his way out of the country. At this point, I think it's gotten to that point where the government needs to, sit down with these guys. It's not a matter of oh, what can you guys do for us? It's a matter of, okay, now let's sit down. This is a problem, because if you look at in as much as we love food, right? At the same time, shelter is also very key. There are still a lot of people that do not really have access to shelter. There is housing deficit in Nigeria. So people, one way or the other, right? Everybody wants to get one or two things. When you see a lot of people talking about cement, it's not really the big guys. But if you look at those people that are kind of like, okay, if I could actually do a 2-bedroom, right? Probably somewhere remote, do a 2-bedroom, I could actually live there with my family. And it's going to really save me from renting at a very exorbitant price in Lagos. You see a lot of people leaving Lagos to go to somewhere like even Ifor, somewhere, in Ogun State, at least. And if you look at what they build, it's kind of like something very small, at least, that they could actually, have access to. So, and those things are really getting out of the reach of most of those people now. And it comes to those big guys, right? Because these big guys kind of like determine that sector, because there's nothing you want to build in Nigeria. And look at the kind of houses that we build in Nigeria, majorly, right? Everything boils down around using cement. There's nothing you want to build in Nigeria that you won't use cement, So probably there are several things that they need to do. Look at probably there are other options, right, where they could actually have less dependence on using cement to build. That could actually help. And at the same time, I know probably some of those guys kind of like just tell you, oh, we are factoring transportation and some of those things in it. And at the same time, too, the border is too porous, right? So I want to really see how much are they really selling cement, kind of like outside Nigeria, probably in Niger, Chad, Mali, and all those places. So is there a kind of like sabotage from that side too? So it's a whole lot of things. Probably I think the government needs to now sit down and take some decisions, talk to some of those guys, ask them cogent questions if there is a way the government can actually help them, right? There are instances that you help people not because you are just helping them. You are helping them to subsidize what gets to that common people on the streets that need some of those things to really get that 2-bedroom and probably that 1 room, right, that they could actually build for themselves and have a living. So that's what I see. So I'm looking at, let's see what's going to come out of this meeting, because for me, if you ask me, I can tell you I don't really know why cement is that expensive in Nigeria, because obviously most of the things they use in kind of like producing cement, most of them are actually from, it's not like we're really importing that much, right? Where we kind of like say, oh, because dollar and everything, but we could still get some of those things in Nigeria, and those people have license. And if you are they even the license they have, where they get some of those things from, are they really paying the right thing, right? They're not really paying the right thing. It's just more like something's cheap and they just get it. And at the end of the day, the multiplier effect of whatever they do on their side affects the economy. So the government needs to be decisive. Talk to them, not more like you're advising them. Talk to them, be decisive, and look into the whole full cost of whatever it takes, and let's look at where the bottleneck is and let's tackle it once and for all.
All right, brilliant.
Very nice guy, Wama. This guy Larry is a nice guy, because that is just to protect the poor masses, in the interest of the poor masses, Mr. Larry, like the way you are contributing is very good. Only that in the other case, he was afraid to tell Wama exactly the truth about when you are talking about investors, because I don't know who is coming to invest in a dark country where there's no power, no security, no nothing, so I don't know, but I want to.
Mr. Akin, you see,
Tony, that's Tony.
Okay, Mr. Tony, sorry. You see,
Yes,
you don't understand some of these investors. You see, investors like places. Some of these investors, you see, they like places where there are issues, and that's just it. Because places where there are issues, that's where they exploit. They kind of like exploit a lot.
I know, to help develop the area, but that's not the issue. That's not the issue here.
Yeah.
Because there's no power.
Hold on. You talk. They're not there to help you develop.
They are not there to help you.
They're there to help themselves to your resources.
So that's why I was more like, I want to see the sector they are really coming in to invest into. You see a lot of investors, they have a lot of money, right? And they see that this is a country where a lot of things, because you have a president that is telling you that, oh, I can do everything, break up bottlenecks to ensure that you are good, right?
Yeah, but why is the government not inviting us? Why is not, why not, why is the government, every government not to say, okay, Nigerians abroad, please come back home.
No, you are still.
No, they don't want you to come back home. Why would they want you to come back home? Do you know how much the diaspora remittances? Do you know how much they contribute to the Nigerian economy?
You are very right,
they want you to stay where you are.
You are very right. You are very right, Wama, because all the governors candidates and I say that, like you say, Yamu said that I will come and pick you from the airport if you are leaving diaspora. And then this Aswe Godalo will say that those remittances you are sending, I will invest them where, it's just like Banana Republic. If I say bush animal forest now, they say no, black wood.
Forget the bush animal for a moment. But you have to stay on board with what is going on. The investors are not coming to help you build your country. They're there to make a profit. If they are able to help you build your country in the course of them making a profit, then that's well and good. But they're not charity people. They are businessmen.
I get you, sir. I get you. It's a pity.
What's the pity?
No, it's too depressive, man. Because but why are we going backward? Because back in the day, everything was so nice. Oh. I don't know.
When was
no, things were okay, Wama. You didn't grow up in Nigeria.
I grew up in Nigeria. I grew up in Nigeria. What is utopia?
Coming to school is not, and then maybe from there, Papa will come carry you go to school. Then when you are on vacation, they come and me at the go vacation. I will take tuke from Ijebu or from Ibadan to Lagos, go with my family, so you not do those cantina, not be like say that you can carry you. So what do you know about the country?
These people have been saying investing in Nigeria for how many years? And just too like shit. What's going on here?
How do you know Nigeria is like shit?
I've been to Nigeria. Nigeria has not.
No. When have you been to Nigeria? Sorry, tell me when you've been to Nigeria.
I've been to Nigeria a few years ago.
What do you don't be silly? You told no. Hold on. You've only been to Nigeria once in your life. That was what you told me the last time.
Yes.
And that was several years ago.
Yes.
You only know of Nigeria through the fact that they tell you that you're Igbo or you're from Nigeria. You have no concept of Nigeria, do you?
Yeah, but I have family back home between the cities.
You have family back home. Look at this guy.
No, Mr. Larry, are you still there? Mr. Larry, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
I mean, how do you feel, sir? So how do you feel? How do you feel in stomach? Like we can't even just refine our oil, and then make use of all those byproducts, like all those
sorry, what do you mean we can't refine our oil? We cannot.
We cannot. One man, no, but I mean, at least there were factories for students on vacation. They can go and do some work.
What are you saying now? You said we can't refine our
we cannot,
oil.
We cannot now. Okay, why should they? A major oil exporting country.
Hold on 1 second now. You know where the frustration always is. You said that we can't refine our oil, and I said, why are you saying we can't refine our oil? And then you were saying there were factories. So what you are saying has no correlation with
petroleum engineers are dead. My uncle now he just died. Pius, he was a petroleum engineer.
You said, guy, my God, you said we can't refine. Can you just hold on? You said we can't refine our oil, and I'm asking you why you are saying we can't refine our oil. So I'm not asking you about your uncle. God rest his soul. I'm not asking you about factories. So just stay with what you said. Stay there and have that conversation. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I mean, it's just like stomach aching when a major oil exporting country talking about subsidy. I mean, can we just suppose our situation with Saudi Arabia, Qatar,
Dubai? Oil is not subsidized in Saudi Arabia.
No, but at least, but it's available. Look at their streets. Look at the condition of the people.
My God, no. Stay with what. Look, this is where don't go on a tangent. Just you are an engineer now, so you must be able to focus. Stay with what you are saying. You said I'm asking you: is oil subsidized in Saudi Arabia?
Somehow, but it's not. It's not be announced. I mean, like building a road, building a bridge, be announced.
My God.
One man, you already know my mind.
No. It's all subsidized in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, every country they could do that, but they don't have to announce it. They have to make sure that the people are comfortable.
No, yes, so it's all subsidized. If you don't know, say I don't know. It's all subsidized.
I don't know. You have to tell me, but they are not suffering. We're not seeing.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Oil is heavily subsidized in Saudi Arabia.
But if that's the case,
but we have more educated people, more petroleum engineers that is Saudi Arabians.
Back to you, Larry. If you can't hold a conversation, then I can't speak with you.
All right,
back to you, Larry.
Yeah. Okay. You would Nigeria ready to say?
Yeah. Let me take you to this space. I would love to be able to talk to Tony, but it just goes on such a skitty tangent that you can't keep up with. Then bang. It's like ping pong,
No, all things be equal, my Oga woman. All things be equal. We are just rubbing our minds over our current situation. That's what I was trying to discuss with the Larry.
No, but we are not, are we? You are just making random statements that does not.
All things be equal.
All things be equal. All things are never equal. You said we cannot refine our oil. We have one of the top 3 biggest oil refineries on this planet. We have Port Harcourt refinery that is getting the second batch of our petroleum crude. So I'm not quite sure why you would say that when that is categorically counterfactual.
Okay. Why is oil so expensive? When you know that, when you know that it is the major product the major product of our, of our people, the poor people, they needed to grant their, atarodo in the market, generator, because we have no light, no nothing. One man, Nigeria situation is too depressive for me, please.
Yeah, no, but that's a different narrative, though. So don't say things like we can't refine our oil when we patently can, and we are.
Look at the price of gas now, the gas cylinders now to refill.
Yeah,
have you heard it? It's about 18,000.
Yeah, but that's a different topic, isn't it?
Yeah, everything. Different thing. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me, the opportunity to express myself a bit. Okay. Thank you, sir.
You see, I understand because I know you are passionate about Nigeria, and obviously, if you look at everybody that is actually outside Nigeria, even people in Nigeria, everybody wants Nigeria to work. But it's so unfortunate that, in as much as we want Nigeria to work, but Nigeria is a lot of miles far from where we really want it to be. But we are just being positive, and hopefully Nigeria gets to where we really want it to be.
It's just a blanket condemnation of everything that are always. We can unpick and unbundle. There are bad areas that we can discuss. There are areas that we have failed that we can discuss. There are areas that we're making efforts to bounce back that we can acknowledge. And there are areas, especially in that corruption and waste, that we seem to have just, it's an abandonment of excess that we can discuss. But you can't just lump all it all at once and just use some scatter catch-all phrase and then throw it in the bin. I mean, it's a madness, But
it's just that because nothing seems to be working out of 100 items. The police is not working. The police are guarding the BB people, the rich people, celebrities, for example. Then people can't even go to their farms. Everything is just Dabaru one man. So where do you want us to start from?
36 years.
Or we should go and wake up a war from his grave to come and redirect us. That's it.
All right. I wouldn't say everything is not working. Come in, Joel. I will say things are not working optimally, but you cannot say things are not working. You have a police force that does some sort of a job. They're not working optimally, yes.
You get to the airport, the police or the custom, they try to buy you. You go to the DC, camera is waiting for you on the road.
Hold on. When have you ever been to the airport and the custom tried to buy you?
They will collect your money now. If you not get the money now, you go to a hotel, the police say they will come and buy you at night, take your money. Then you go to your village, you cannot, you build a mansion, you cannot sleep inside. You go and sleep in the hotel.
Do you know that when you go to that airport in Nairobi, in JFK, in Heathrow, and then you show your green passport and they give you a hard time, do you know that what you are doing now is central to the reasons why that happened? Why you just make all these... Anyway, let's hear from you, Joel.
I was cracking up.
No. We all know things are bad now, but it's also really. If you, as soon as you hit the Nigerian air space, so the armed robbers
make I hear Zita today. Zita come here
into the plane and rob you. And I mean, it's just too wild. But Joel, it doesn't get wilder with you. It's a full moon. It's a full moon, isn't it?
Okay. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville, one more show. Well, one more. I think I understood where Tony is coming from, but it's just that the delivery was a little bit off. But I think I get where he's coming from. It's just the situation in Nigeria. And what is the amount that came into Lagos?
It was 771 million.
Okay. All right. I was listening to the trade minister yesterday or so. And she was saying that $30 billion investment came into Nigeria.
No,
the reason why I'm saying,
sorry, Joe. I think she was talking more of commitment.
She was talking more.
Yeah.
No. Did you listen to her? She said that it is right here. Like
No.
It is.
No.
Did you listen to her?
Yeah, I did. You can check again. $30
Okay.
billion.
Okay.
$30 billion. It's more of
$30
commitment.
billion. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, okay, if that is commitment, and we've already gotten about maybe say 1 point something billion. Okay. Um, the issue there is that most of these funds are not even centralized. You mentioned Abuja, and you mentioned Lagos, and maybe Port Harcourt. Now, that is, let me just say, give or take. Lagos about 20 million. Abuja, maybe let's be just nice, 10 million. That is 30. And Port Harcourt, let's say 5 million, or just another 10 million, 40 million. That's just exaggerating the population within these three states. We have a population of over 200 million. So it's just like a drop in an ocean. But it's a step, it's a good step in the right direction. If actually these investments are coming into the country, and we tend to understand which sector these monies are going into. Because I, for one, agree with what Larry was saying about protecting our local industry. This investment coming in, are they coming in because they have foreign finances? So they have access to foreign finance. That's what I was trying to say. And for the local ones, they don't. So they won't be able to compete. So in what sector are they coming into? And if they are coming into whatever sector, how far will they get to other parts of Nigeria?
Yeah, but the bigger question, Joel, is that if the investors are coming to Lagos and Abuja, what are other states? Because the responsibility of the state governors is to make sure that the Rufai did a lot of it in Kaduna, by the way, when a lot of foreign investments were coming into that space. It's the responsibility of the state governors to make their states attractive to attract those investments. So what are they not doing that Lagos and Abuja is doing?
Okay, one man, you and I know that Abuja sells nothing but power. Hello, anyone hearing me?
No, we can hear you, but Abuja sells more than power, by the way. You know that Abuja is the first purpose-built African capital city. Is one of the most. I saw some Eastern European actually do a documentary on Abuja. It's one of the most one of the planned built cities that has really worked. You know, Abuja is an iconic space in the global firmament, so it stands on its own as an attraction outside of the fact that there's power there.
Yeah. So Abuja, I still maintain what I'm saying. Abuja only sells power. Nobody comes into Abuja to say, oh, they are coming to take, they are producing. What is Abuja producing? Abuja is not producing anything.
Mr.
Right?
Joe, can I say something?
Go ahead.
You see the problem we have in Nigeria, and particularly most of the states, and why they are not really seeing investments, is you see every state actually have their own core competence. And what you see in most cases is, I don't know if they are not really looking into that. Most of the states are not really looking into developing their core competence and make it attractive for people to really come in, right? Everybody wants to do the same thing. And doing the same thing in most cases leads to them not doing anything. Take, for instance, now, if you pick each of the states, right, there are some states that are predominantly more of, have one or two core competence when it comes to agriculture. And if the state can develop that particular sector, you see a lot of people that would definitely want to come in. Take, for instance, now, if you look at some states in the East, right, when it comes to, palm oil and some of all those things, they have it in abundance. And, And what you see in most cases is everybody wants to be like Lagos, and they in most cases leave those their core competence, and they are not really selling that their core competence to people outside, make it more attractive. Because an average investor, put yourself in the shoe of that investor, right? Why do you want to go into a place, invest in that place, ensure that you want to make money from that place? And obviously, probably that person is giving you what others are not really giving you. That's why you're taking that money into that place. But investors are not, they don't have an obligation, right, towards putting their money somewhere else. Everybody just wants, the number one thing that investor is looking at is profits. Can I go into this place, make some money, right? I have all the opportunity to get what I can actually get in other places. That's where you see investors going into. Take, for instance, now look at the Nigerian oil sector. You see a lot of people coming into that place then because they knew that what they could do in Nigeria, they can't do it in Saudi Arabia, neither can they do it in Dubai, right? And investors, right? Every investor is selfish, right? You want to go to somewhere because you're selfish, and profitability and selfishness are friends. So now that's when one man was kind of like talking about the governors. That's when you now start asking them, you know what you have. Take, for instance, come to the US, for instance. Every state in the US can be like New York. There are some states that, take for instance, Tennessee, Kentucky, and some of those places. They know that their core competence is agriculture, and they invest heavily in those places. And a lot of people that are really interested in those sectors, they go into those sectors. And that's exactly what I was saying. When investments are coming in, I want to know where the investments are really going into. If you're telling me you are investing in the financial sector, right? I really, it's good if it's like the US, right? If you put a lot of money in the financial sector in the US, probably New York is taking a whole chunk of it. But if you look at what is happening in Nigeria, money is really going into that sector. And if you talk about finance, it's just like you're talking about London in the UK. If you're talking about financial sector, majorly it's actually Lagos, right?
Yeah.
So I think what the governors need to do is to now look at those real sector. What exactly can they really improve on that will make people want to come in? Because take for instance now, cassava, for instance, cassava is actually huge, right? If a state has core competence in cassava, all you need to do is to get to those investors. Can you really help us in processing this thing? You are really going to make a lot of money in helping us processing this thing, right? And you actually have other markets, even outside Nigeria, that you can sell to, right? You can sell to markets in Republic of Benin, in Mali, and some other places. So investors are interested in those things. But if you look at what is happening in most of the states in Nigeria, they know their core competence. A lot of them, right, they neglect those sides. They try to copy. It's more of copy and paste that most of the states are actually doing.
It's really bad. It's really bad administration of a state, isn't it? Because what they should be doing, as you said, they have core. There's no state that Nigeria is such a land of blessing. There's not a state that cannot wrap around something. And what they should have identified, everybody knows where their strengths are. Then they build infrastructure around where their strongest thing is, and then that attracts the investment. The infrastructure's good road network, security for that particular geospace, that is the golden fleece of that, the golden goose of their economy. So build infrastructures around it. That attracts investment, and then that cascades to the rest of the state. There's no magic trick. That's what Lagos State did.
Okay, one man. This is the issue. There's a reason. It's not like I'm knocking on Lagos State for getting any. No, Lagos State, by its position, by its location, right, has already had that favor. So it will always have or always get the biggest investment. Anytime, any day, as long as it pertains to Nigeria. That is not the issue. The issue there is this. I did not want to talk about the state governors. You didn't hear me talk about the state governors. I was just only telling you that Abuja, right, produces nothing but power. If you take away power from Abuja, there's nothing you're going to get in Abuja. whether it's a planned city or not, unless the governor now want to make the place like a tourist center. But tourist center is still people that are still going to patronize the place. So it's because of that power that's in Abuja that is getting those things over there. Now, what sector did they get into? Now, if we are talking about states, what the states can do, Mama has told you that we have one of the most useless sets of state governors, and the people being the leaders in that are what they call them are the governors from the southeast. I mean, except for Alex Oti. Every other one there is just perambulating, doing nonsense. Look, let me tell you, Obasanjo came down, talking about what Larry was talking about. Obasanjo came down to Anambra State when Soludo was doing, I think, 1 year, whatever, Kineko, right? And Obasanjo was telling him, he was talking to the congregation, telling them he wants to build train in the skyline. Obasanjo was telling him, look, invest in fishery, invest in agriculture. But, he was telling him about his core competence. But Soludo was listening and was talking about building skyline, not even putting. So that's why I was saying, like, being a professor doesn't make you a great leader. The governors are not doing their job. One man, if you drive down from Lagos State and you're driving down, you take that Lagos State, Benin, Asaba, Onisha, you go. The place you're going to stop is Assumpta Cathedral in Owerri. Just 10 minutes, 12 minutes from there, you have the Uguta Lake. I have told you this story here before. When we used to watch so much movies, so my dad would usually take us to go eat fish. So there's a place they call Ugwegwe, because Uguta is like below sea level. So when you get to that top, you can see Uguta just on a view. It's like one of those pictures you see in Oyo State where you can stand on a rock and you can see, like, the roof of the cities, right? That is the kind of topography that you find there. Then, of course, you have the lake. One man, that lake has been there. They cannot develop it. At 13, I told my dad, I said, can they make this Miami? Because those days we used to watch movies. I said, but this place can be Miami. At 13. Thankfully, sometime, I think it was Ohakim that came in. They now started projecting Uguta Wonderland. I was so happy, right? Uguta Wonderland, what happened? Nothing happened. Okorocha came in, the same thing, nothing happened. But in terms of like a place like Imo State, I have read the people there. The people are very well educated. In fact, I would tell you that they're the most educated in the Southeast when it comes to numbers. But the thing there is that their core, they are not like people that always like, they are not people that, go all out to go get stuff like you will see in Anambra, right? They are very calm people, educated, they just do their thing. So what would you provide for people like that? Agriculture and tourism. They have one of the best cooks, roadside cooks. Things that bring people down there. Of course, they have the women. They also have education. They also have universities. But they are governors. They cannot think. So I am not talking about all these governors. I am not blaming this particular issue. I'm not blaming it on Tinubu. I'm only trying to say that Lagos State got what they got because they have the infrastructure. Abuja got what they got because of power. And every other state governor, right? Whatever thing there. If you look at even River State. River State, yeah, the Africa area, goes into the water, but they have a lot of cultures in there, in River State, that they can invest in. But you see that oil thing, when you just get that oil money, we have people that are thinking about the next election. We don't have leaders that are thinking about the next generation. One might, there's another thing you want me to talk. Let's talk about it. Let's talk, please.
Larry actually had the floor. I thought you were just interjecting.
Sorry.
Yes,
Galari, I didn't know it was there.
No,
I'm taking my time then. I'm taking my time. Sorry.
no,
I'm
no,
taking my time, one man. Because I will soon be leaving too. I will soon be leaving. So I'm taking my, I thought I was just talking. Sorry, please.
All right, brilliant. Look out for tomorrow. I think we might be having a session with Can Do. I'll see what I can arrange with him.
Yes. Yeah, one man. I will also send you. Something. You know, there's something. There's one that I use though, right? There's one that I use. So I will send you something. Then tomorrow, if you can do is doing tomorrow, I will tune in. But I think that would be for learners. So probably tomorrow I'll ask him if
that
he
would
can.
be for that would be for learners because we want to guide people through the whole process. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not on that. We have to create like a category for it, right? For some of us that are already much into it. I cannot be doing. Yeah, that's what That's why I said I was going to get his email after all, because I would like to. I know there are people that want to learn that level. I encourage people to do it. Even on my own side, there is this other one I subscribe to. So they send me games every day. You understand me? So it's about 300 a month. And if you don't want to, if you were interested, I can just screen grab and send to you every morning.
Do that. Do that because we're trying to create something around that space. So what format it takes is still what we're trying to work out. Because Kandu sends daily postings as well, and as you know, his daily postings there. It's almost like sending money into your wallet. Really, what he's doing.
I know.
So
I know. The one I used to, right? The one I used to, in fact, it's been so good. My schooling, everything I paid for it all front, and all that. It's been so good.
All from trading.
yeah, all from.
What platform do you use? Do you use Robinhood? Is it Robinhood or
I use Robinhood. I use Robinhood.
Robinhood.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So yes, but yeah. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. We're going to be setting up an account on either Webull or Robinhood. So we'll talk people through that process, and then having set up the account, we're going to be placing a trade so that we walk people through placing a trade, and then we do that. That's like a beginner starter kit, and then subsequent sessions, then monitoring those trades, reading the market, picking your stocks, when to come in, when to all of the So all of the more complex movements in that market space.
No, I will do it. I will do it. I will tune in tomorrow if I'm free. I have some exams to take. Hopefully, what time do you want to do it?
I'm still agreeing it with Can Do. Then I'll let you know. All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Joe. So let's go back to you then, Larry. Nigeria ready to be seat of Africa Central Bank. So Tinubu at the OAU summit, and these are some of the outtakes then that is bringing back home. I thought, it's only when I saw this headline that I realized that we don't actually have a uniform central sort of financial structure for the African space. So do you think is belated the idea of an African central bank? And can you think of a better economy to host it than Nigeria, Larry?
You see, in terms of better economy to host it. So for you to have this African central bank, there's a lot of things that needs to play into it. A lot of politics needs to go into it. Because if you look at most of the Francophone countries, right, most of their money is actually domiciled in France, right? So, but it's a good thing if they could all come together. I know at the point Gaddafi was proposing something like this, right? Kind of like everybody coming in together and keeping the base of our assets in Africa, but Yeah, it's good. Tinubu is just only trying to like market Nigeria to every other African countries, but everybody know what's happening in Nigeria. So I just see this as more of a normal marketing strategy. You know, it should just come in and focus more on Nigeria economy. It's good, it's a good thing. Market Nigeria, we are ready. We are ready to help every other person host whatever assets they want to keep. But it's good for the media. This is just something just as good for the media, not really.
Larry, I've always had the idea that Nigeria should have some sub-autonomous financial space. There's a parcel of land in Lagos called Snake Island. I've
Yeah.
always thought that they should surrender that space to some sort of international financing that is not overly regulated by the Nigerian space, is sort of like a semi-autonomous
Yeah.
financial space
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
all of these illicit African lootings, rather than they can come and host their stolen money there and no questions asked.
Yeah, it's actually, but I think we have this free trade zone, right, in Lagos. That side that Dangote actually built his refinery, those places are kind of like more free trade zone. But like I said, it's good, but at the same time, everybody in Africa knows. You see, the thing with this, for you to have an African central bank, and now for every other African countries to be able to like come in to bring in their asset and everything into that central bank, there's a lot of things that goes into it that they are really looking at. They are looking at the stability of your country. They are looking at the political stability. They are looking at the economy, how you're actually really doing it. And the way it's actually is now, right? They are looking at how strong, the whole, the whole GDP and everything you actually have is. Then they can actually say, okay, fine, I can keep my assets in this place. This is just more like, you see a couple of friends, right? And everybody know the capacity of every other person, right? And for you to be able to like take your own things and take it to that other person to keep for you, even though it's a combined thing, you want to be sure that everything is kind of like safe in those places. But there's going to be a lot of pushback, even if we try to do this, right? It's just as simple as well saying we want to have a single currency, and but there's going to be a lot of pushback because there's going to be some pushback even from the Western countries, right? Because for those other African countries to be able to like said, yeah, this is a combined thing, right? It's going to mean that a lot of them are going to be divesting in some of those other places that they kept their money. And Africa has always been that bright, right? That every other people kind of like want to get a lot of things out of Africa, keep it into some of those places in Switzerland, in France, and all those places. Those are the main money that some of those countries kind of like use and play around with. So, but like I said, it's good for the media, but I think it should focus more on how can we really build a Nigerian economy, that is solid, that is less volatile, that could withstand shock, right? Because as if you look at it now, Nigerian economy cannot withstand shock. So until they're able to build a strong institution, build a strong economy that can withstand shock, if there's any problem today, right? Take for instance now, like when we had pandemic or anything that is going to shift the whole global economy. If it happens in Nigeria now, it's going to be catastrophe. So they need to work on how to really have that. If you work on that, your neighbors, everybody will trust you to be able to like, be that house where they can actually keep their assets.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one more space. Let me take you to this space. Nothing to do with politics, but it struck me somewhat, and I thought I'd bring it to the platform. Ogun monarch suspended for abusing naira note. I'm not quite sure if you heard the readout, but
No.
Actually, let me speak through it.
Woman, I
Yeah.
know everything, right?
All right.
I know everything.
So what do you think is in play here? Because I thought it was excessive. They suspended him for 3 months for reasons of spraying Fuji barista. Yes. So what's your reading of the goings on there? Because I feel there's politics in play here.
Yeah. Obviously, there is actually politics in play there. They just want to everything is just for the media. They want to
What in
Yeah. Sort of. But look at the whole thing, right? The traditional institution, the traditional institution lately, if you look at it, it's not like how it used to be. I remember those days when we're still in Nigeria growing. If you see a monarch come to a party, you don't even see them outside doing some things to the extent of even eating. At that point, there's this saying that they say in Abeokuta then that when Alake goes to party, Alake doesn't even eat outside. He doesn't even take anything. You can't even see monarchs even taking anything. But what do you see now, right? You see some of these, those new monarchs, right? And most of those things, it's very, very.
Do you think a dangerous precedent is being set here? So, because if they are suspending him for spraying money at a party, and we all know that a lot of these obas, they are now Owambe merchants, then they cannot now suspend him for spraying money and then not do that to the next one.
No, I think this is just more of Ogun State's thing, all the monarchs in Ogun State.
Yeah, but they are all Owambe. They are all Owambe in Ogun State
That's what I'm saying now. You see, you can't preach what you don't have. You understand? You can't even preach what you don't have. And that actually tells you a lot of things that actually happened to that institution. If you put that institution down today, they don't even have the respect like they used to have it, right? That institution used to be there used to be that respect for that particular institution. But what do you have today, right? The likes of, you see a lot of things, and sometimes I ask myself, right? These people, probably most of them are related to how they really got to some of those thrones, right? Because you are a monarch, you are supposed to be respected. There are some things that you don't even do. And I know in those days, particularly people that are close to the royal family, right? Aside you being a monarch, there are some teachings, right? They need to let you know this is how they do in the palace. But some of those things are not really there again. So, and you see a lot of things, and you kind of ask yourself that what exactly is really happening to this institution? Look at a whole lot of them in Lagos. I think the whole thing actually started with the Lagos guys, right? The likes of Said Elegushi, the likes of, that their clique, right? The likes of this Oniba Ekon, right? And all of them coming out all house, and and you start asking yourself, this traditional institution, what exactly is really happening? And you see a lot of people that have not really joined the train before, right? Probably people in some other states now kind of joining the train. I'm not against monarch, right? Being happy, you're celebrating something, but there has to be some decorum, which you don't even see.
Do you think Oh, sorry, Bishop, did you want to come in? I thought I think Bishop wanted to come in. Bishop, did you want to come in?
Yeah, I wanted to add to that issue of Oba, because you were saying that they had it in mind before. That's not correct. What he did actually was so many things that come into play to use him as a scapegoat and as a deterrent. And why he's so appreciative of it is that they actually gave him a soft landing. Because there was an attempt to even prosecute him. Somebody was jailed recently.
Sorry, I think that attempt is still ongoing. Let me give you, it's just a paragraph. The paragraph at the bottom, it says, reacting to the video in a statement signed and directed to the monarch, Director General NOA Lanre Issa Onilu said the display was an abuse of the national currency that attracts imprisonment, fines, or both. So the punishment is gotten it from his own Oba Council, but the state is also paying attention. So it's not out of the woods yet.
No, I think it was warned. They warned
actually
him.
out. It's actually out of. Sorry, I say something.
No. I was actually saying what Oniru actually did. The last paragraph that one man actually read. It was more of a warning, right? They kind of like warned him.
What the council, traditional council, I think it's the second class or third class about. But what the traditional council actually did, the council was to give him a soft landing and shield him from former prosecution. And that's why he's full of praises and appreciation that, and to serve as a deterrent to others. Like you have also said, we don't see others as parties. Even, big events, you see their staff as a representative of the others. You actually see them. You see their staff that has something like a crown, and they will put them somewhere no matter how the person that is doing the celebration. So you hardly see others sitting and jollificating and pepper souping in public functions. So if this is an attempt to take us back to the days where others are reversed, but basically, what they have used for this Oba is two things. Number one, to use him as a scapegoat, to serve as a deterrent. And number two, to give him a soft landing from former prosecution. So it's not like they hate him or that somebody gang up against him.
Sorry, Bishop, I'm not sure if you have a screen in front of you, but we are watching what the Oba did. I'm not quite sure that there's anything that offends in what I'm looking at that should warrant this level of punishment.
They said, well, I can't focus on it, but I saw him hugging Wasiu, right? And spraying money on him, right?
No, he wrapped the money around his neck and then he gave him a bill, a wad of cash. How is the Naira being abused here?
Oba should not be found doing this anyhow. Oba should not be found doing this, really. Oba is an Oba. You can do things in secret and, in your court here, in your court. But basically, I don't think he is offended by what has happened. I mean, from what you read, I did not read it, but from what you read, he's really very appreciative. He has learned his lesson. So suspension is going to come and go, and he's not going to be prosecuted. So everybody's happy, and at the end of the day, now that they're subjecting him to the ridicule of having to go to court and prosecuting him and this and that. So I think it's just a sign that everybody should sit up, and nobody is above the law. So if they have explained it to him, I don't want to believe that it's because he has offended some people and they wanted to just deal with him all humiliating. I don't think that narrative is very correct.
All right, back to you, Larry. But Larry, for what I'm looking at here, is not the punishment does not fit the crime. I don't even see a crime. Yeah.
You see, the thing is this. You are looking at it from the perspective of probably a normal person can actually do this. But at the same time, you need to understand that some of all those people are institutions. And there are things that you can do as a normal citizen, right, that you can just get away with it. And some other people, right, probably people that are respected, right, in the society, when they do some of those things, there's a lot of people kind of like, shout. But what I see, even the Larry Oniru kind of like commenting, I think it was more of, most of all these guys do, particularly this government, and probably there was social media brouhaha after that thing, and they just came out and like, okay, fine, for people to know that we're really doing our job. But look at, and sometimes that's like somebody was saying yesterday that in Nigeria, right, we said there is a lot of issues and all those things, but every Saturday, right, you still see how they spend some of this money and everything. And you kind of like ask yourself, right, and these people, every Saturday, they spend new notes, right? Does it mean that the new notes are reserved for some of this, some of these parties? Because at the point, I know that at the point, people were kind of like clamoring that they couldn't even have access to some of this money, you know, the new notes and everything. And that shows you that the whole CBN and all those things, right? It shows you a whole lot of things, right? So for me, I think it's actually good because I think it was supposed to be for 3 months, and I think when they kind of like helped him reduce it to 2 months. So which I think is still good, but they just need to respect themselves and so
Can I
as
say
to really
something?
bring some of those respect back to the society. Yeah, you can, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone from Scotland.
Good morning, Ogbeni. Kilo Shele, 3 a.m. for you. I thought well, I'm impressed. Let's hear from you.
Omar. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. So let me speak a bit on this Naira mutilation. You see, first and foremost, for me, we can't pick and choose. We cannot be expecting to have a society where there will be rule of law, where there will be equality before the law, treating everyone as equal. And at the same time, we want to be exempting some people as probably special people before the eyes of the law. It doesn't work like that in a society that wants to excel, like we all crave to do. But before I go a bit further on that, let me appreciate this platform. I sent a link on this platform. Let me appreciate all panelists and everybody that do come here to contribute on this platform. I share a link of this platform to one of my big uncles, a professor, somewhere in the US. And he promised to be coming once in a while on the platform. He only joined the platform just 2 or 3 times. And one of the things he observed on that makes a striking difference between our platform here, one man platform, and other platforms that he has been attending is that we profile solutions to problems. We don't lament only about problems here. And I was happy when he made that distinguishing factor or mark. That said, so I want to say thumb up, and I want to say we should keep it up. We need to bring solution up. We need to offer solution for our society. We know our country is not where our country should be, but we many of us are outside the country. We've been able to contribute. We've been able to we could from anywhere contribute, to the development of our country. Solutions we suggest on these platforms, they listen to us. Don't think they don't listen to us.
Benny, when we used to say they listen to us, I used to think at the back of my mind that we're just patting ourselves on the back to make ourselves feel better. But there's been certain very, very narrow niche ideas that we've discussed here that has come out from people like Cardoso. It cannot just have happened upon it. I think they may well be listening to us, and I'm not even just trying to gas us up.
No, I agree with you. They do listen to us because if you observe some of the guys we've been able to bring here on this platform, which you won't expect them probably to have been listening to our platform before now, will tell you, oh, we've listened to you. We've heard this on your platform before and others. So if people like that could, someone like Boala, for instance, could, be telling you that, so you should know that it's people in the same bracket,
You know what struck me when we had Odinkalo here?
Yeah.
The way he was easily referencing the personalities on the phrase, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, I'll get to you in a moment. It wasn't hearing those names for the first time. Certainly not.
True,
Yes.
true.
Yes.
So they listen to us. We should keep it up. The striking difference between us and many other platforms is that we don't only lament about the problem. We dissect the problem. Everybody try to offer solution on what we think should be solution to society. That's how leaders think, and that is leadership in a demonstration. When you only come and lament, you're just with people with Indomie mentality. people only come like chickens. You just lament about problem. You don't bring solutions. You don't even think about solutions. You only lament, and then you go home. Then the next day you come back and you say you're running a platform. So let's all keep it up. But on this issue of naira mutilation,
yeah, you know why you've called it naira mutilation? We already know where you are going. I think you've condemned him already, but carry on.
So for me, it's an abuse of our currency. You know, when you pick naira or any currency in the world, it's a legal tender. All right. In law, they call it shows in action. So it's a legal tender that doesn't belong to you. What belongs to you in that legal tender you are holding is the value in it. So you can't just pick it and destroy it. In fact, at the point in time during Jonathan's time, the value inherent in that currency was even less than how much it took the federal government to print that currency. I remember during Jonathan's time, something like that played out. So to tell you that at the point in time, government even subsidized for the value for which you are holding that legal tender. So it doesn't belong to you, and it's always clearly written there. The legal tender, it belongs to government. You can't just mutilate it. And by the way, this Oba will not be the first person to be punished, particularly in less than 1 year, from 1 year to now. Federal government, CBN particularly, has been in a very active campaign against naira mutilation. And I remember sometimes, I think shortly before the election, there was a Chinese guy, Li or something like that. That was his name. He was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment or something like that by Justice Nicholas of the Federal High Court in Lagos because he mutilated naira. In fact, the man was arrested in the Murtala Mohammed Airport in Lagos, and they didn't allow him to fly out, and they took him to court, and he was jailed for 2 years for mutilating naira, contrary to Section 21(1) of Central Bank Nigerian Establishment Act. So it's a law in Nigeria. If we want Nigeria to progress, which we keep talking about here every day, I don't think we should make any exemption for this man. And I remember too, sorry, don't let me say this man, Moriade Kope, Kibata Kope Lese, but we won't, because of Bojoriade, then make an exception for him under the law. Sometimes this same year, 2024, there was this Nollywood star, Oluwadara Simi almost saying.
Yes, I was trying to remember her name. Yes, carry on. I remember that. They jailed her, didn't they?
They jailed the lady. They jailed her, I think, for maybe 1 year or something like that.
I think it was about 6 months.
Yeah. Oh, about 6 months. Yeah. And what was she doing? She was stepping on naira and dancing on it, which many of them do. So, and it was EFCC that picked her on that. And, was taken to the same court in Lagos State, and he was jailed. So why do we need to make exception for KBAC? We don't need to warn KBAC if we are punishing others. In fact, KBAC should lead. We should be the one to, the standard by which we should judge KBAC must be higher, because KBAC is occupying a respectable and a leadership position in a society who should be leading by example. One man, we keep saying this thing here, that our KBAC needs to, traditional rulers in Nigeria needs to sit up and understand their roles and responsibilities in society. We are getting to a sorry state in which KBAC, when Obashijo Ade Olubushe was around us, you won't see him standing up and no matter who you are. Tí bàbá bá tẹ̀ máa náwó fún ẹ, be on his seat and give you the bundle of kini. That's how KBAC should relate, but not you flanging around with women around you and they are just like any other socialite. No, you see what that KBAC was doing now in the video you're showing. That's what you should be expecting.
But we're seeing a lot of this at the. You're saying it's a lower tier or Oba. But we've seen Oluwo of Iwo. I saw him doing it with this same artist. And did you see that clip? I think Wasi was not especially impressed when he was trying to spray him on the head. And we've seen, and I think we've even seen the Oni, not spraying people, but we've seen him too out and about in social gatherings too. I saw the Oni entertaining real wives of Lagos and all of this sort of Instagram style. It's not edifying.
You see, one man, an example must be made. An example must be made and set a standard for others. You could recall during King Charles' coronation, I remember vividly, the Archbishop that coronated King Charles oversped. He was supposed to, I think he was running late to the church to coronate the king. And there was a space he got to that was supposed to be doing 20 kilometers per hour. And I think he did probably 2 or 3 above 20, above the normal speed. They allowed him to finish that coronation. Archbishop, they allowed him to finish that, and they charged him to court. And he was found liable. That's Archbishop that coronated and was going to coronate a king. And he was overspeeding because he was running late to coronate a king. That is where system work. So we shouldn't make any exception in our system too. We should pick whoever has run foul of the law and let them get their punishment. We can mitigate, if you plead. In law they will tell you that there is no ignorance of law is not an excuse, but it's a mitigating factor. It's a mitigating factor. Like you can say, okay, this is Oriade ò gbọ́dọ̀ sun ẹ̀wọ̀n, okay, ẹ jẹ́ ká fi bàbá sí ẹ̀gbẹ́ kan ní police station kan jókòó síbẹ̀, even if it's DSS compound, jẹ́ kí bàbá jókòó sí DSS compound, so that tomorrow another Oriade is not even as popular as this man, as this Oba, or any other one. Will be more careful. That's my take.
Yeah, Ogbeni, can I ask you a question?
Yes, I also have a question, but but my question is just a silly little one. So Larry, just permit me. When you guys quote section XYZ, have you committed those sections to memory, or do you look at the relevant statutes relating to whatever matter you are contending with? Because I know lawyers try to intimidate with according to section, subsection. It cannot be the case that you've committed the whole constitution to memory. Already, it's going to look at his legal books to see how to answer that.
No, why not? I've been trained to, keep quiet when the other person is talking.
Before you answer, do pastors commit the entire Bible into their head? Where the big reference?
All right. No, I heard you. That sounds like a touche, but I still hold to that space that they cannot have committed the Constitution to memory.
No,
but
I think it's Bishop now. It's Bishop that answered. So Bishop has given a good answer to that. And you see, legal training takes a lot of years of dedicated reading and studying. You're not, if you go to any law school to start law degree today, I can tell you that before you can come out as a lawyer, it's going to take you another 5, 6, 7 years. So if within 5, 6, 7 years, you have some basic books or laws or statutes that you have to read. If you are reading the same thing for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, you know what it means now. So you must have mastered it. And meanwhile, if you are also in practice, when you see many lawyers that don't quote all these things probably verbatimly or quickly, they are ones that are probably not practicing. If you are practicing with all things, there are tools of your profession. Just like a pastor who is quoting Bible, that's what they quote every day. They must keep quoting. So when they quote, people feel like, why has it committed this thing to his memory? So it's the tool of profession. But my own here is this: if this Oba has done something wrong, let not excuse Oba. We could say, okay, let's mitigate punishment for Oba because Oriade will go swim. Or nobody not change Oba, to Oriade ti Eba ti swim. Let's change the Oba.
Torí Adébá sẹ̀wọ̀n sẹ̀wọ̀n kò lè jókòó sí throne mọ́ now.
Throne, that is the issue.
Yes, you can't come from the prison and sit on the throne.
And
It's
sit on
possible
the
that
throne.
no.
So that's the issue. So that's why everybody has to be very careful. Like Yoruba will say that something you are not ready to taste. So that is it. You know.
All right. I think Larry wanted to put something to you.
Yeah. It's just it's just it's not really a big question like that. So I want to ask, this is not just for Benny. This culture of spraying money, is it safe for us to say this is just peculiar to Nigeria? You know, because this is not just it's not just the Yorubas, right? If you go to the Igbo side and every small wedding, you see a lot of people, right? You see it on social media, a lot of money on the ground, they just spray it, and you know, and you kind of like think that probably there's a lot of, and this is, I'm talking from the perspective of some other African countries, because I used to have a friend, a Cameroonian friend, that was telling me this and was like, is it that there is a lot of money in Nigeria? Because I think he was watching a YouTube video. One guy, I think a guy was actually doing a wedding somewhere in the east, and it was a lot of money on the floor. There was a lot of money. I was like, yeah, is it that there's a lot of money in Nigeria that people just kind of like, you know, spend it, throw it, and this. And I started looking at it, right? I think it's kind of like a culture that, you know, this culture in us that we believe that.
I think that culture emanated from the Yoruba space. I may be wrong, but I think it emanated from the Yoruba space. It was co-opted by the Southeasterners, a little bit of the South as well. But I don't think the Northerners have adopted it. Yeah.
But woman, I thought I didn't know Yobo spend money. I thought the Igbo culture. I didn't know Yobo spend money until I saw the video.
Yeah. I think it's more, man. I think it's more. You see, our own, right? The Yorubas don't really do it like the Igbos, because I think that's, to me, I think at the point that's what they used to measure. You know how rich you are.
No. In the East, they will just unbundle the word and then they'll throw it in the air, and then
throw it in the air.
I think. Sorry for butting. I think it's like already cultural, even though it has evolved over time. Those that started, and that's why in Yoruba land they used to refer to musicians. In the early days, being a musician, they consider you as alaki, and so many prominent people turned against it. They don't want their children or want to be musicians because they consider you like a beggar kind of a thing. And it is from the fact that when you sing and praise people, they toss coin and what do you call it, at you, and you have a bowl that is collecting it. That is where it emanated from back in the days. You know, very early 19th century. We have records of that. So as a musician, you have a bowl, and in those days they were not standing up to sing. And most, if not all, of our musicians were sitting down to sing. And the ones that engage in chiwere, you open your window and you toss coins, and then when they come to your house with their bebe and secretary to wake you up for this early morning during Ramadan, and they wait, they throw coins, and gradually it started, but I think it's really come beyond us now because a lot of other culture have borrowed it. Can we
even Western cultures? Even Western cultures.
So a lot of cultures have really bought into it, even outside Africa, to the West, just like you rightly said. So when we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago, I said, look, is this something that we can suppress or that they're going to? Because I saw a function right here in according to God's own country that whites were spraying money. I was kind of taking about, I said no. So we have actually, exported this our culture that the whites have not taken it to it. They were spraying money, they were throwing dollars, wax of dollars. So I don't know if criminalizing it is actually going to stop it or just going to reduce and moderate it. Maybe we will have something that will be retrievable. It's not going to be money, but like a dummy money, so that after it, you now go back and take it for the real money. But I don't think we can stop it. I think it's not way beyond that. But it actually started from Yoruba land.
Yes, I suspect that it started from Yoruba land. And what you said last there, Bishop, I was just waiting for you to pause so I could say it. So that means then we are minds working. I think there should be some sort of dummy money. You know, in the way that you go to these parties and then you exchange your pound for dollars at the door so that you can do dollar spraying. A bit like that, you just exchange it for fake money. But yes. But
yeah, that dummy money. I know Wasiu actually tried it. You remember that period when they did this, during that when Emefiele brought that policy, where there was no naira, right? So I was watching one of Wasiu's party like that. They had to, all of them started doing that dummy money, and people just come in to spray that dummy money, and they do the transfer thereafter. But I have a question for Benny. And kind of like probably you can help us look at this from the legal perspective. I don't know if you've actually seen that bill that Ndume was trying to propose that has to do with wealth, right? Where the government kind of like look at your wealth, source of wealth. So do you think it's a bill that can actually help Nigeria?
Sorry.
You want to expand on it a little bit for the benefit?
So there's this bill that Ali Ndume was trying to propose.
Hold on, Bishop. Yeah,
I want to help it. I just want to help it.
Yeah. That's the bill. The unexplained. They called it unexplained wealth.
Well.
Okay. Yeah. In fact, you see this unexplained wealth act or bill that they're trying to propose. For me, I don't see politicians passing that law. Why? Because when it comes to people with most unexplained wealth in Nigeria, I think they are politicians. Apart from ritualists that you can't even really trace their money. Politicians are the next, if not the most, in that space. But I think it can help us, or it will help us. But I also think that politicians will find a way to use that law to intimidate their political opponents. Why am I saying this? Now, if you look at in the UK, for instance, they have what they call unexplained wealth order, UWO, and what does it do? So it requires a person who is politically exposed person. That's what they call them here. Or somebody that you are just reasonably, suspecting to be involved or, connected to someone that you think the kind of wealth the person has is disproportionate to his income. Then if you spot that person and you whistleblow the person, then government can come to ask the person to come and explain how. For instance, they know that all that you're collecting in a year, your annual is, let's say everything amounts to £60,000, and they realize that you purchase a property outrightly of about £1 million. You come and explain, where do you get £1 million to purchase the property? So for me, there's hardly anything. You see, the way I see Nigeria now, my perspective or understanding of Nigeria now is that we should stop transplanting laws anyhow. We just go to one place, pick one law, we transplant it, and just drop it in our area and say, oh, this is what they do in so country, and then we think it's going to work for our country. By now, our history should tell us one thing, that we have to localize whatever should be the solution to our problem. We have to domesticate it. We have to think about what is the peculiarity of our own society. So as far as I'm concerned, politicians will not pass it to, and even if they pass it to, they will start using it to probably intimidate each other, to go against each other. And by the way, look at this Naira spraying and co that we just talked about now. Like one man was right by saying that if not today, we see so many people doing this. The most popular one I remember Odumeje, or what do you call that guy? That
Liquid metal, liquid metal.
liquid metal. Liquid metal always spray money now. Even in his church, you see the entire altar filled with money, and they'll be dancing on it, bringing him to be dancing. Some will be sleeping on it. So has he been arrested? The answer is no. So our selective, prosecution of cases in Nigeria stinks a lot. And so it speaks to why people would even have the boldness to breach the law without thinking about the consequences. Because they see examples outside there, which you see everywhere on social media, they replay it every day, but nobody is asking questions. So for me, it's a good law on paper, inherently good, yes. Yes, can it help? Yes, it can help. But will it be properly enforced? I doubt it. I doubt it, because as long as, let me tell you, one of the issues many lawyers have identified, as long as you still merge the office of Attorney General and your Minister of Justice or Commissioner of Justice in one single man, it will be very hard for you not to pick and choose what crime to prosecute and what not to prosecute, and which law to enforce and which law not to enforce. And that is what we are still using in Nigeria. Your Attorney General of Federation today, now, 5 days ago, our Attorney General of Federation dropped charges against Omoyele Sowore, and he has the 100% discretion to do that, and he did it, and you can't question his discretion. That is it. So if tomorrow you see what Buhari did now by releasing those 2 governors that were sentenced, with all the effort made by Justice Joko to sentence those guys, they threatened her life, they were just after her life and everything, but she took up boldness to sentence them. But he took just one pen by Mr. President, because the constitution allowed him to do that rubbish, and then he just released them back to the society.
You see, that's why I have a problem with the Igbo rich people. Igbo rich people. Why you spending money? Why you spending money with? You need to must invest in your region. Don't spend money in the wedding. That's rubbish. Well, I don't know why they do that. That's how you develop your region.
You know what?
All right. Carry on, Dewale.
Yeah, I was just trying to there's a slight chance that Tinubu might pardon James Ibori. I mean, Ibori wasn't convicted in Nigeria, right? Okay, I think that. But I have a question for Benny. Other countries' currency, it's spread in Nigeria, in the parties and modulated and all that. And can people be prosecuted for modulating another country's currency in Nigeria? That's the way the dollars some location, and if that jurisdiction can be extended, I don't know.
No. If you look at that section 2021 of the CBN Act, it doesn't extend to the currency of other countries. It talks about our currency. It talks about the legal tenders in Nigeria. So yes, you could say dollars is a legal tender in Nigeria, but dollar does not gain his how do I put it now? Its validity as a currency pursuant to our CBN Act. Okay, dollars gain it so through our by virtue of exchanging it for the value of naira. That is how you can hold dollar and say this is the value of this dollar in Nigeria. So it's not protected in terms of this mutilation, but like I said, it could be extended to it. Depends on the argument you can canvass. You can extend to it to say, look, it's a legal tender for another country. The moment you exchange it, you can have it within the Nigerian space. Then you should. But I don't see any reason why we should be protecting dollar when we have not finished protecting naira. So
let me take you to that. Hold you that show space still. I know you paid attention to it when he was released.
Yeah.
So the first thing was that even though the Attorney General used to claim the discretion of his office, a lot of people read it to mean a presidential pardon. So now we know that a conviction has to have taken place before a presidential pardon can take place. So that's the legalities of it. But at least some form of a presidential largesse, a lot of people read into that. And then they are extrapolating and then projecting it eastward and saying that equal measure should be applied to Nnamdi Kanu. So are you seeing how that storyline, is it playing, have you noticed it playing out in that manner? And do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, but you see, sometimes it's ignorance, and I pardon many people who most times displayed all this ignorance. Clemency by the executive order, which you call prerogative of mercy, is different from nolle prosequi. And I think I've explained it here on this platform before about the power of the Attorney General to issue nolle prosequi. And I think that was when I was talking of same Kanu Nnamdi back then. I'm not Kanu's fans. I don't believe Kanu should be released. I think he should be prosecuted. But I believe that Kanu should be prosecuted on time. On time. I don't think they should waste time on Kanu's prosecution, except they don't have anything against him. But if I find myself as the Attorney General or the prosecutor to draft Kanu's charge today, I know counts that will charge, that will pick Kanu. There's not, I don't see anything barbara in what they are doing against this guy. Committed so many offenses against. I mean, Kanu, we've discussed Kanu on several occasions. So the power that the Attorney General has exercised here is what they call nolle prosequi. What does it do? It's the power that resides within the bosom of the Attorney General to discontinue a criminal charge against any suspect in the court. But the moment that suspect is jailed, then the Attorney General cannot exercise such power again, because that once the court has a say on whether the person is guilty or not, and then probably penalize the person, then you have the executive, which is president or governor, whichever case it may be. So now exercise clemency, which is prerogative of mercy. Now on the Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think comparing the Nnamdi Kanu case with Omoyele Sowore case, as far as I'm concerned, is what Fashola call unfair comparison. And we commit that a lot in Nigeria. We just pick something and then we start comparing just to validate our narrative or our thinking. What was Sowore? Everybody knew that Sowore treason charges or which they just discontinue were just trump up against Sowore. Why would you say Sowore treason for what? Sowore is a journalist. And for me, I believe that he's been sponsored by some external bodies. I still believe till now that he's getting grants from somewhere. He will continue denying that. But that's my personal belief. I believe there are external forces that are sponsoring Sowore because he's one of those who practically chased Jonathan away from government. In fact, blackmailed that government and ensured that government left. So, yeah.
The term in a singular context by saying revolution alone, do you think it's enough to convict someone? Because revolution it can be termed in so many ways. Now, calling arms against the government in a revolutionary way, I think that is what can be, can be condemned for. But he never called for arms against the government. He only called for revolution. And I think that's where the government was struggling to actually prosecute it to the fullest, because his own kind of revolution wasn't of calling Nigerians, to take arms against the government, but to take power away from.
It describes it as a day of rage. That's what it describes. It's a call to violence now, a revolution.
No.
It's a forceful eviction of a certain authority.
Well, I mean, maybe your brother can shed light more into it because calling for revolution, a political revolution, does not necessarily mean that it's calling for harm or, like you said, a violent way of taking power away from, the constitutional authority. But I think that's where government was having issues for the Attorney General to have deemed it necessary to withdraw the case. What do you think of that?
So, let me tell you what I think. I'll still take you back to the law that defines what treason is. And then from there, we can all take it up and look at it, whether what you already did, you can rightly call it treason. You see, law is just a common sense. Section 37 of the Criminal Code Act talks about treason. And how does it define treason? I'll paraphrase it because I don't have it with me here, so I can't tell you verbatimly. He said, if any person within Nigeria, whether you're national or you are foreigner or wherever you are, any person, either within and even outside Nigeria, once you levy war, it uses the word war. You can go and download this section 7, wherever you get it. Criminal Code. It said war. When you levy war against the state, and then that what you are levying must have a purpose. So it goes further to say, so if what you are doing is what you are using that thing to achieve is you are trying to intimidate the president or governor of that state, okay, by fighting them to intimidate them and then overpower them, okay, you are guilty of treason, and then you should be liable to punishment by death, okay, penalty. And then when you look at the section 2, it talks about conspiracy. Conspiracy simply means that all these things we mentioned in 1, if you get yourself involved in it by any means, whether you were there when they were discussing it and you didn't whistle blow on time, or whether after they have carried it out, you were the one who helped them probably to cover up, or all sorts of that ways conspiracy can occur. As long as in that chain of events you find a role to play there, then you are also guilty and your punishment is death. That is the definition of treason. So when I pick it, I put one or two things together. What exactly was Sowore talking about? Has Sowore been protesting? Yes, Sowore has been protesting. Is it today Sowore has been protesting? So to now name his protest as a day of rage, is that what now changed the character of his protest? Sowore has been protesting in the street armless. You won't see him with gun or anybody. You will see him with his boys, these guys. They are always in the street. So if you tag Sowore as probably enemy of the state or somebody who has committed treason under section 37, so how do you tag all these top oil guys in UK that will block the entire A1 road express and will not allow anybody to move around? So what do you explain? How do you explain the role they are playing? So Sowore, as far as I'm concerned, deserve to be released, okay, because he didn't offend section 37 of the Criminal Code Act, under which they charged him. But if you flip it,
what do you think Fagbemi failed for him to have withdrawn the case?
You said?
On what ground did you think Fagbemi withdrew the case to discontinue the trial?
So for me, I believe Fagbemi has seen the proof of evidence. He has checked it, but because don't forget, it was this Kebi guy that filed the charge and everything in court. So I believe he has seen the proof of evidence.
Abubakar Malami.
Malami. So he didn't want to ridicule himself in court, because you don't expect somebody like Fagbemi, who is a fervent litigation lawyer, criminal trial, to go to court and be doing all those patchy things, and eventually the court will still lambast you. The man will still come back for malicious prosecution, which is a tort, which he will surely get compensation against the federal government of Nigeria. So if I find myself...
But before you go further, do you think he can be retried for the same reason, for the same charges?
Oh yes, that's that. So yes, the fact that you enter non-prosecuted doesn't mean, and that's why I said it's not clear.
Is that not double jeopardy?
No. He has not.
No.
Gone through the full trial, full rigors of trial. If you had gone through rigors of trial, that's where clemency comes in, and you can't retry him again. It's as good as nothing happened. But this is not non-prosecuted. Anybody can still pick him up and say we are trying you on that. But I don't see that happen under this government again for now. Probably after this government, whoever government comes.
Ogbeni, before you round up that space, do you think, this is just me in my own crazy thinking, do you think because it's Yoruba of Yoruba, so you know what, let's just take the fire of this case, let's just extinguish it once and for all, we don't have to prosecute him, he's our brother, let's move on?
I don't think so. Far, you see, I don't think so. I know many people, particularly the pro Kanu, and I've seen them now trying to add Ez Asaki also into it, as if they love the man. See, I know the pro Kanu guys and co want to peddle that narrative, and I've been seeing it rearing his head a bit now, coming out. But the point is this: you cannot compare. You can't even put Shore case and these guys in the same bracket. It's not. It offends every reason of common sense to put them in the same bracket. It's not. They are not on the same scale. So there is no reason to put them in the same bracket.
You know, Ben, one good lesson that I've learned is that once you are declared the enemy of the state, the government will fight you with everything that they have in arsenal, to the point that they will turn you into Edouard, a true proper. Look at Shuwore. Shuwore hasn't had any opportunity to even see family for the past how many years now. He's been residing in.
But he remains unbroken, though. They didn't break him. They didn't break his. Yeah.
But how would you? What would a man say? I mean, politically, he's entitled to say that as is unbroken. But when you are denied to even have access to your own family, your own children for years, almost a decade, right? So when you are denied such opportunity,
please, that be your
Adewale.
Yeah, you can't say he was denied. His family were never stopped from coming to Nigeria. That he cannot travel now because that.
No, I understand. I mean, they can come in, but the thing is that they have not been living together. He has not been, seeing his children on a daily basis. His life was put on hold, because of political reasons. So there's no way one house, something will be missing. All right. Even I believe the person that would have the front are the children, because children that would not be seeing their father on a daily basis, right? So no matter, it's still going to be broken. Of course, we'll come back and say, look, I'm broken, I'm multi-task, but we all know that sometimes when you deny a man, his own family, one way or the other, he hits where it hurts. Go on, Ogweni, go on.
Okay. So, that's my point. I don't know what's the next topic to talk about.
All right. Let me take you to this. Are you following the Edo State politics or not?
No, I don't. I don't. That's for world peace now.
Yeah, that's for world peace. Let me take you to okay. Nigeria is agitating quite aggressively to be the preferred country for the African Central Bank. So do you have any thoughts on that space? And are you even surprised that we don't already have an African Central Bank? But Tinubu at the AU meeting are pushing aggressively that narrative, because that's already in discussion and is pushing for Nigeria to be the venue.
Well, as long as we are not spending our money to build any central bank, if I don't know, I'm not an economist, but that is how the average Nigerian in me now think that we should concentrate our efforts now on our people. Let's get our people empowered. Let's kick hunger out from our society. Let's kick unemployment away from our society. Let us empower our people. We need it now. See, and I've said it on this platform, but we're in a state of war in terms of food insecurity, in terms of insecurity as per life, as per property. Nobody is really safe in all these things. And I'm not placing the blame on Tinubu. That's what make me different from probably the general zombie approach of some people, which the only news they need from Nigeria is that let it die, let everything finish because one candidate did not win. No, I'm not placing it on Tinubu. The critical approach I'm giving it is more from Fashola perspective, meaning that now that you are in government, now that you have the
how deep into that book have you gone? You are quoting Fashola's perspective now. How deep?
That book, one man.
You finished it. How many pages?
I finished that book. That book is about 100
okay.
Around 199 pages or so.
Okay. All right.
Very, very small book.
Did you get the hard copy already?
Yeah, I got it from Amazon. Just I think 12 pounds.
Oh, Amazon. And they deliver it.
Yes, they deliver
the one
it.
I was trying to buy it on Amazon. They were telling me that what do you call it? This Kindle electronic.
Oh.
I don't want electronic.
That means we're exhausted.
But that works better for you now, Bishop, because you drive a lot. Is that not the oh, that's not the audio version? Yeah, of course. No, okay.
No, it's not audio. I want the real book. I want the real book in my hand.
We're the first to buy, so we're exhausted. So, Mama, when you look at it, we need to kick out hunger from our land. People are really hungry. I told you when I went to Nigeria in November, December, I went to a place they call Amala Place in Abuja, where we used to go and buy things, before I left Nigeria. And then I was surprised that just 2 wraps of Amala and some Morishirishi and all this Okunfe and Co that we used to eat. Back then, I had to pay about 21,000 naira. That's more like a glorified mama.
That's for how many people?
For me alone, not that many people, only me.
You use 21,000 to eat.
I'm telling
you. Ogbeni, you refuse to tell us what you used to step it down.
Yes.
So that will also give us the insight.
Yes.
It's as bad as that too. I don't know how I can gauge Nigeria. See, I started wondering how.
Sorry, Ogbeni. I sent somebody 150,000 naira. He didn't actually request for it. And I was a little bit disappointed, but that he wasn't really that thankful for it. Does that mean that it doesn't translate anymore? Because I thought it was a decent amount, but it wasn't. I wasn't expecting him to be doubling over the phone. But
for wait, how much is your 150? How much?
Yes,
is 1,000? It's not money. I'm telling you, it's not money. I stayed in hotel. When I traveled because I was in Enugu. I was in Abuja, Enugu, then Ekiti. When I was in Enugu, I stayed in hotel, and then I had to eat just chips and egg, or what did I even? Just something light. I pay 14,000 naira. I'm telling you, 14,000 naira. So things are not too rosy, and I wonder. I know Nigerians are there are many underemployed people who are not earning what they should be earning. Those ones are not even my focus. My focus is the unemployed. I wonder how they are surviving. Woman, I just wonder how they are surviving. The unemployed. I wonder how our girls are.
Yes, I was going to say, wonder more about the unemployed girl who is around about 18 to 21.
Girls. Then I now also wonder about children of unemployed single mothers. That's like unemployed mama. Then the young girl who now happen to be daughter unemployed. You can imagine the kind of orientation those people will be sharing now, and the kind of life they will be living, and the kind of freedom they will be giving those girls that you can't even really. So, for me, all these
you know, when I've been speculating to the lives that will be not lost in terms of being dead, but lost in terms of any possible future prospect, just off the back of what the country is going through at the moment. So we're talking about the people that are at the lower rungs of society, and we're talking about females. So imagine a girl 18, 19, 20, 21, in circumstances that the country places her in, and she has gone to do things that she shouldn't really be doing to try and sort of ease life for herself. So when the economy, and she'll go through this for another 3, 4 years, whatever, when the economy bounces back and things get better, that girl is lost. You know, she's lost. She's lost to that economy. She can't now go back to some, she's seen too much and experience too. It's just, you know, there's so many things that you just, that there's so many underbellies to what is going on in the country. Just lives being hemorrhaged slowly. So sorry, is anyone there?
Yeah.
Let me show you this. Apologies. Let me show you this. This is the narrative. I saw this earlier. It's just what you said, Ogbeni. It's the narrative of this lady. It says a trader rally round widow who fainted due to hunger while selling pure water. So this is the narrative of a woman. It says in a viral video, the woman and her child said they had not eaten for 4 days. She said she tried to come out to hawk pure water to gather some money to buy food before she fell due to tiredness and exhaustion. She had her child strapped on her back when she fell. And that is the country that we live in. That's our country.
It's so terrible, woman. And I can tell you, yes, sir.
You know, I know. Sorry, I'm gonna be maybe just take maybe a minute. I know we attribute some of our economic woes to government inability or failure to actually articulate, a stricter economic policies. But as a subject of that country, as a citizen, I think our economic woes is not just tied to the government. Majority of our people are not economically, educated. A lot of factors contributed to even to our lifestyle alone contributed to what a lot of Nigerians are going through. And I give you an example. We like to show off. That's our lifestyle. We like to let people know that, look, we've arrived. Now, a lot of these uneducated people that have no skills, actually, having more than 2, 3 children. However, they were living in a one-room apartment. I'm not saying that people should not have children, but not until this early millennium, we started having government through the Ministry of Health. I think Lagos State was one of the champion of that, educating people, the indigent, coming to the hospital about the purpose and the benefit of child spacing, and which they call if it was some BB, whereby we have this common say that Allah not told you however, Allah not told you but that child will be drinking Ogi at a younger age, right? So a lot of all these factors contributed to some of the things that we even lack creativity when it comes to economic empowerment or economic self-sustained idea. Because how many graduates are willing now to put charcoal and oil and fry akara in front of their house to feed themselves? When we see this thing be posted on the social media, we hail it that, oh yeah, this person, but those are the things that people ordinarily should be thinking, okay, what can I do to make one, passive income on one way or the other? Yoruba will say, but in the face of this hardship, only we're still going to eat. But what are the Nigerians doing to actually, to sustain themselves in the face of this hardship? You see what I'm talking about? Yes, there's no money. There's no even, this inflation and all that. But a lot of people are genuinely lazy, or I don't know, maybe choose not to do it because of what people will say. In that kind of lifestyle, they will continue to live in impoverished condition. I'm just saying that not everything has to do with government. All right, even if government is paying you 100,000, 100,000 is nothing now. Is pay you 1 million, like NLC is Nigerian Labour Congress is advocating now. Even if they are paying you, I can bet you that 1 million will go down the drain every month because of what they're going to use their money on. I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that is why the statistic shows that the level of poverty in Nigeria, they take it to multidimensional, meaning that there are a lot of factors responsible for it, and there are a lot of perspective from which you can view the poverty, line or level in Nigeria. But I can also tell you that I don't think the majority of Nigerians who are even employed, and majority of Nigerians or many Nigerians that even live a very moderate life. Moderate life in the sense that they marry at the normal time you're supposed to marry, try to build family, and also don't forget. See, one of the things I've seen that strike a difference between you that are living in Nigeria, you're a resident of Nigerian citizen, and then probably the Western world is that your basic need, probably in the Western world, has been met already upon your birth. In Nigeria, you could probably fight for your basic need till you are very close to your grave. Basic need is still what you'll be fighting for. And you see those few ones that are rich among us, what they do now is because they know that the future is very uncertain, because they didn't even create a better future for anybody at all. No system, they didn't create any system for anybody. So they try as much as possible to amass for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 generations because they know that it is not certain. So unlike in the Western world where they know that, okay, give or take, you still have this level of certainty that you can say, okay, this is the level at which you know your probably coming generation will not fall under. You know that this is at least this is standard. They will at least meet, even if you eventuality happen and you are not around. This is what they can have. So for me, even an average Nigerian that is living the normal average life, you don't get married on time, probably at a 30, which is even for me is getting even half age already. And okay, they are still living in above and below poverty line these days, particularly in the past 2, 3, 4, 5 years now. It's not been easy for Nigeria. I'm not placing the thing on Tinubu. The reason why I'm not placing on Tinubu is this. Over time, WHO and all these bodies have been warning us over time that food, because of insecurity that we have been experiencing in Nigeria since 2007, they've been hammering it on to us that this particular insecurity is what is going to cost us. And they've projected. So everything we are seeing today, and that's why I believe in what Sanusi said, that this thing has been projected. The consequence of all these things will come. In the 2008, 9, 10, 11, I used to travel to Gombe. I used to practice in that houses of Gombe. So Bauchi, Yola, Maiduguri, Biu, Mubi, Ubaskira, Uba, all those areas were my places I used to travel to practice in those days. And let me give you an instance of Benny.
What were you doing in Biu? It's not Biu, it's Biu.
That's on all those Ubaskira, those were my places. Those are my places.
Those are my playgrounds too. Michigan, those are my playgrounds too.
Yeah. Baba, those are my
I would like to respond.
I would like to respond when you land your thoughts.
Okay. So so let me give you an instance of Benue. Now, all these houses I'm talking about in the 2007, 8, 9, all those time. If you're going along Benue, for instance, you see they put yam by the way, bushmeat, all these things, big plantain, particularly Benue houses. You won't enter Benue and you will not know that this is actually food basket of Nigeria. You have a cocoa, you have everything along the way, and they sell it at a very cheap price. And you see their small children roaming around. School time, you will see them. I used to drive all those areas, Nasarawa and all those areas. I used to fly those areas, and you see their children coming from school and peaceful life relatively. Fast forward to 2000 and that towards the end of Jonathan's time, 2013, 14. To that 15, 16 to like 18. Man, you go to those houses, the major thing you'll be seeing along that houses is refugee camp. IDP camp, I mean. That's the major thing you'll be seeing. You hardly see all those, because they used to have all these atibaba, they will have a lot of yams under. You just go and be picking your own and be paying, you price it. And I remember back then, WHO started warning us that there will be food insecurity. The consequence of this thing will not come immediately. The consequence of this thing will start coming to us 8, 10 years after. That's when we will start feeling the heat. And that is what we are feeling now. What we are really feeling now is not only even hike in price of food. What is causing that hike in price of food is the shortage in food supply. That is food insecurity. So the little you see farmers have, they want to maximize the price. So when they relate it solely to, it's the cost of petrol, because the cost of petrol has gone up, and that is why now you have food. No, that's not the only reason. One of the basic reasons is the consequence of what have been happening over years. Our farmers have been chased away from farm. They are now in IDP camp. They don't, even those ones that are in farm, no peace of mind. They can't even stay with their eyes closed in their area and all this abba any longer. They have to leave on time and come outside. So when Nigeria, when the old governor, some people were chasing the old governor around like rats, smoking him everywhere, and they were even boldly saying they will kill him, the governor of the state. How much more the poor citizen is just a farmer in the state? And now we are feeling the consequence. So what I'm saying here generally is this. I'm expecting my government of my home country, focus on putting food on people's table. And I've offered my own solution here before, which from my own little head, though, because I know I've never been a governor, so I don't know what they do at that level. But the little that my head can carry is this. Let the federal government subsidize food. Buy food and flood the market with food. Let people eat first. The rest will follow. But as long as people are hungry, there is nothing you can say. There's no policy you want to bring on.
Tinubu has discounted that idea, by the way.
Well, if they keep discounting
he said there's zero chance of importing food, and that's the only way of flooding the market.
For me, I don't think it's only about importing food, woman. I don't think so. Now, if you go to market and they say yam is XYZ naira, at the local government, at each local government level, in fact, first and foremost, boycott all these state governors. You've doubled the allocation, they are not doing anything. You are begging Kwara State governor to go and pay his people. You'll be giving them 2 billion each, right? And I could imagine my governor in Ekiti collecting 2 billion. If you spread 2 billion in Ekiti, we shouldn't be complaining. 2 billion? What's the population of Ekiti? I'm just giving an instance. What's the population of Bayelsa? As somebody who collect 2 billion and you can't feel the impact. So for me, boycott all those state governors, and I've said it before, go straight to the local governments. Go straight, deal with local governments. That is the closest tiers of government to the people. The 776 local government, go straight to them. That's the level at which I think Tinubu should be operating by now. But those state governors are not doing much. They are not even doing anything. So when you go down to that, if they said, okay, yam is XYZ, subsidize yam for people to buy. Stable food, not all food. Gari, belubo, wheat, yam. And after all, they call you the Agbadorians. Then do the needful. Let them know, yes, there'll be plenty of banana and all these things in the market. So when an average person get to the market and can buy this thing at a very affordable price, because government has subsidized it, fine. That's the way I see it. Whichever way they want to do the subsidy on food or anything, they should find a way to do subsidy on food. Because they are saying...
I agree with you. Nigerians should not be hungry. Yes. Whatever justification, whoever did whatever led to the circumstances, Nigerians should not be hungry. It's a big economy.
Why must they say the solution is to import? Import for what? Import for what? I keep asking it. Is it that we don't have land again? Staple food in Nigeria.
No, as a temporary fix until the agricultural cycle kicks in.
So my question now is that what do they mean by temporary fix? If you are planting corn, what's the maturity date of corn? If you are planting staple food, are foods that don't take too much time now. And these days they have improved seedlings. See, they have all the improved seedlings everywhere. Whether it is GMO or not, do improved seedling, let people eat. That's the way I see it. I don't see any. Tinubu.
When has Nigeria not starving now? Because I don't know how you guys get the facts. I mean, just seeing one or two videos, and you concluded that everybody is starving. You went to a hotel in Nigeria. You spent $14,000. How many people do you see in that hotel? He just one of who, like people that came back from overseas. We can't just conclude like every single thing we see on the internet is fact. Nigeria didn't start starving just now. People, even your 2007 that you spoke about, people are still starving then. People are complaining they're hungry. So we can't just have one or two clips and conclude that this is the fact. I mean, I'm not saying people are not starving. It's been like this. Even your first world country, people are starving as well. So we can't just use one little thing and conclude that this is the fact and this is how things are. I disagree with that point of view.
See, my point is very simple. See, my point is not that people have not been starving. Our point is that it has increased. And statistics have shown that it has increased.
From where's the statistics from?
People have not really been starving in Nigeria. Do you remember Umaru Diko? When they were saying there was poverty in the land, and he told us that he is yet to see a Nigerian picking food out of the dustbin. Nigerians have never really starved, not to the point of not actually literally being able to feed.
Wait, I thought you live in Lagos. Have you been to Street of Lagos? Did you see people always begging for food?
Because I see people begging for money, but then that's for a variety of reasons. It could be drug related, it could be whatever.
No, the people from the north, they're begging for drugs.
No, but that's a culture though. That begging, those beggars, is an emergency system now. Panning is a profession in the north.
And begging for the food is a profession.
It's a way of life in the north.
Okay.
But I've not been to the north though. But that's how I,
See, the truth of the matter is this, if you permit me. As we were talking, I mean, a few days ago, I was reading through somebody's timeline on the social media. It was telling us what people have been thinking about many years down the line. Let me start by saying that Yoruba used to say, everything that we are experiencing now is not just a happenstance. It's something that we're really long in coming, and we saw it coming. The question is, how prepared were we, or we were for those things? It's not like they just came suddenly. I said, there's this guy that sang one song. Apart from many of them sang. I mean, we know the gospel musicians, we know the juju musicians, the Fuji musicians. There was one particular boy in my area in Ibadan. They call him Bembe Aladisa. That did one song sometime. And you go over for me, the guitar, they did power, all stuff. And when Abdulkarim sang Nigeria, Jaga Jaga, everywhere, Kata Kata, that people sang that people were hungry, blah, 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 blah. Those were signs that other times were surely ahead, but we did not do anything about it. While I will agree that because of the social media and the media space and the rest, politics, a little bit of this hunger is exaggerated. I did say, and I've said it here several in the past couple of weeks, food is not scarce in Nigeria. They are expensive now due to so many factors. If you go to Daleko Market today and you want to buy 100,000 bags of rice, should we get it? Should we get it? I'm not talking of 1,000 bags. 100,000 bags of rice in Lagos, should we get it? In the market, not just in people's homes and the rest. Unfortunately, on this platform, we had a conversation where government was trying to use an approach of the social safety network or something, say they want to share 8,000 and governors kicked against it, that they have to come through there. Oh, of course, a lot of people supported. And I said that the government will not handle it well for the most vulnerable. At the end of the day, the governors hijacked that process and nothing, absolutely nothing has been heard about it till date. What did they do? The money that the government gave them to produce, to provide palliatives and the rest for the people, nothing. Now, there is a problem we have as a people. People who want to say, oh, I'm not blaming the people. It's just that sometimes we need to take responsibility. Our attitude, entitlement mentality is something else. Our entitlement mentality, somebody approached me, and I'm not going to divulge on that, to support someone that has no husband with 3 children. I was calling for school fees. I said, what does she do? She doesn't really have anything to do. So you are looking for school fees, you are begging to go and put your children in a private school. If you are not doing anything, and at least you go to school a little bit, why don't you put them in a public school and fill that gap? They were just children. Fill that gap that, supplement them with you teaching them some little bit of it. But because you want to belong to a class, you are begging money to put children in private school. I mean, so who exactly is the public school for? Sorry?
So, yeah, look, Mr. Bishop. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why you keep doing it. You always say that, okay, Tony, don't disrespect me. What you are doing is just too crazy. A bag of rice worth 7,000 some few months ago, or let's say a year ago. Now it's 100,000. Hold on. The fact that most of us in abroad, it's a signal that things are not okay. You can't travel from Ibadan to Lagos. You can't travel from Benin to Ekoma. You can't go into your bush. What the hell are you talking about? That people choose to do this, do that. Private school have been existing long time, but it is the duty of the government to furnish better schools, public schools. I mean, I don't know what is happening. Why you keep defending the system that is going on in Africa?
Tony,
and then
Tony, hold on. When you come here and tell me I'm crazy, or you use that word of
no, I didn't say you are crazy. I didn't say you are crazy. I said the system is crazy.
No,
that, if it costs 8,000, hold on.
Don't just say, I will not hold on. I had a call. You wanted to interject, you just came in rudely.
Yeah, because I have to come in like that because I don't know.
Sorry, hold on, Bishop. I think what is actually hold on, Bishop. I think what is actually saying is that he meant this system is crazy.
That was not what he said, but that
it's gone on to correct it. It's gone.
I didn't say it's crazy. I said that the system is crazy. I said it's crazy situation. That 8,000. Hold on, please, sir, Mr. Bishop.
I'm not holding on. When I finish, you can come in and say
Malam Bishop, please. Malam Bishop, let me just give me some 20 seconds.
Tony, I am not giving you 1 second.
Okay, anyway. Okay, start on the part of the people then. stand on the front of the pole, and then Mr. Oriola or whoever, you just walk there with all this. You know, Nigeria is a crazy place.
All right. Let Bishop land, Bishop Tony.
To please you or whosoever. I have my opinion, I'm expressing it. It is not a must that you must agree with me. We are having a public discourse. We cannot all see things from the same perspective.
All right, Bishop, hold on. Bishop, Tony comes with a particular flavor. I don't know if you know him, but you just have to put him within the context of who Tony is and how he presents. So leave Tony and just give us what you were intending to give us.
I wish to join you with Bishop and I don't know that other person that spoke before Bishop.
Tony.
Yeah.
That's
No, not Tony.
Oriola.
No. Well, let me just laugh. We have always admitted we have problems. Our problem did not just start today. Over the years, I used to coach Body Fox, who says we have left our pots unwashed, our soup now pours. Many years ago, when they sang Ilule Potowolode, when they sang Nigeria's Katakata, when Obe sang in 1982, when Barista started in 1990, about, when everybody say, oh, we should go back to the farm, Operation Filtration, we saw this coming. We did not prepare adequately for it. I live in the north. For anybody, yes, it has gotten worse. For everybody to come and tell me that poverty started 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and you don't know what you're talking about. Apart from the Almighty system, even before 10, we saw and we had an idea of what people were going through. So the question is, what is the way out? And I will always say, the way out is not going to be like a stroll in the park. There's no magic wand that anybody will wave that will make this hunger to go away, except we are very deliberate in attempting to tackle what has befallen us. And how do we go about that? Is the question. Now, the idea that rice was selling 7,000 or 5,000, if rice is selling for 2,000, the likes of Tony can go to the farm today, plant your rice, and begin to sell it for 500 naira. So that argument is the most pedestrian kind of argument anybody will want to come and bring forward today. That rice was selling for 2,000, rice was selling for 7,000. Go and start farming and sell your own at 1,000.
Can you provide the security?
You keep saying people cannot go from Lagos to Ibadan. If one attack happened in 1 week or 2 weeks, you may be how many hundreds of thousands of people go from Lagos to Ibadan every day on a daily basis? Because one incident happened, your life will want just to come and flood the roof of the mountain. Look, insecurity will continue to happen, whether we like it or not. The most advanced, especially the one that has population explosion like ours, we always have population and security issues because we have the outlaws amongst us. We have the returned, amongst us. So if we keep happening, because one incident or two incidents happen between Lagos and Ibadan, when averagely on a daily basis, over 100,000 people fly that road. That is very, very, very. So we have one or two incidents, and you come and say Lagos Ibadan is not free. Insecurity is driving. You give the impression that everybody in Ibadan nobody can go to Lagos because 1-2 incidents happened. How very I don't know. I don't want to use the words.
Let Ogbeni respond. Let Ogbeni respond.
It's not you that will tell me when to respond. It's not you. I'm sharing my view. Ogbeni has shared his view. He has his mind. Let me have my time and share my view.
I don't know what's happening because you seem to. I don't understand. You are trying to make some comparison.
This your blah 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 blah. It's very.
No, why the comparison? Why you say that because two incidents happen and blah 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 blah? My brother, please try to be on the side of the people.
What is your business if I compare
try to put your legs in other people's shoe. You know what I'm saying? Fit, just pretend once you are living in Nigeria.
All right, gentlemen. Let Ogwene come in if you have landed, Bishop. Yeah.
Thank you for having me again.
Yes.
To talk on this matter. Yeah, I agree. You see what Bishop is saying and what I think Oriola have said. They used to be my position until.
No, Tony, please, Tony. Tony's my name.
No, Oriola is yes.
No, Oriola, I support Tony. I'm on the side of Tony 100%.
Yeah.
But what Oriola, they try to push back, and Bishop try to push back. Although they agree with me to an extent that they agree with my point that it didn't start from today. Okay, except that Bishop believed that it started even far more than 10 years ago. Now, which is the area I disagree with. Really. Now, what they are talking about is I used to be my position, right? Until I went into statistics, and that's why I told Oriola that what statistics shows is what we should use. Don't just pick and choose facts like, oh, is it because you went to Lagos and you went to... No. Intellectuals don't just dismiss issues like that. Don't just dismiss people's claim like that. You didn't go to Nigeria to experience it. I did. It's my experience. And I knew how I left Nigeria when I left. And I knew how I met it when I went. And I'm still going next month again. So I'm not a diaspora person that just stayed in diaspora. I keep touch with the base, and I know what people are feeling. What Nigerians in diaspora are experiencing now in terms of people asking for money, you think it's because they are lazy? If you think so, then you need to have a rethink of how you gather your data and your analysis of data. You think Nigerians that have never asked you of money for the past 10 years, that are just asking you now, just grow lazy just yesterday? If that is your thinking, then you have to have a rethink about how you analyze people or humanity. If you go to statistics, it's very simple. Statistics shows this. I try to, there's a blog I'm writing presently, I try to look at it objectively. I'm not blaming this government. My own is that this government now is in place. I can't be blaming, I can't be telling the past government to come and do what this government must do. That's the reason why somebody like us, I took my hand-earned money, booked flight, and went home to go and vote. Just know that. When many stayed in diaspora and they were just doing their own talking on social media, I traveled home to go and vote Tinubu. So I have a valid expectation to expect him to do what is needful. And I will always call to say, this is what is needful, because I voted, I spent my millions of naira to go and vote you. So that's why when you see someone like us talking, I've gone to statistics. I'm not just throwing something in vacuum. No. And what is the statistics shown? Let me just run through the little one I've done. I look at some data from a global hunger index. You can pick it and this thing is when a world where we're in the IT age, information tech age, where many things are not kept in secret from us. If you go to global hunger, and I'm not talking of statistics that is just 10 years ago, I'm talking of statistics that are still coming out from the bakery of academia till we speak now. I know they will still publish this today as we are waking up now. More statistics will be coming out. And I'm not talking of statistics of people who are on ground and they are doing this, they are carrying out this research on a daily basis. They even know more than you know about your country. Global hunger index, go and show it. What's it saying? What's UNICEF saying? What's IMF saying? WFP? Go and check what they are saying. And why did you think Buhari, as at 2022, declared state of emergency of security? Go and check why he declared food emergency. Let me know. I don't want to lose my trail of thought. So, Buhari declared state of emergency. You think he was doing it by it's a fund? No. Because he saw what statistics
sorry, Bishop, let me mute you for a moment because of the background noise.
Because he saw what statistics was showing, one man. And that was what he declared. When, as of August last year, that Tinubu got there, Tinubu declared state of emergency again. Am I telling lies there? No, go and check is there. You think if Tinubu, as intelligent as Tinubu is, if he knows that all these things are just narrative outside there, don't mind them, Nigerians are not hungry, there's nothing, you think he would declare state of emergency on food, or you think it's political? No, they did all this. And there are so many reports on their state of emergency declaration and what they have done so far. As at August last year, when Tinubu made his own declaration, the projection or statistics show that 17 million people are estimated to be critically food insecure by middle of 2024. 70 million. And if you go to statistics, and those statistics shows that what are the factors that caused it? And that's the issue I said. I said, these are the consequences of issues that we've been battling with over time. If you go to these guys on, I can't be specific as to which one now, right? But I know that conflict in Northeast alone, conflict in that axis alone, those Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe, and that's why I tried to use that example. And somebody was using it against me that, oh, if you like, travel to BU. No, these are statistics. If you've not been to that axis before, just be quiet on these issues. Don't for the sake of argument, you just want to deride or undermine somebody with first-hand experience in a place. No. WFP statistics shows as at 2023 that 2.2 million people have left, are displaced in the Northeast region. And is projecting that by first quarter of this year, another 4.4 million food insecure will be in that axis, Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe. And he's saying 37 to 47% or something like that of farmers have completely abandoned their farms. Not to talk of the ones that will only go there once per week. Go and read all these things that are there. FAO also did his own. I'm not talking all these things in vacuum. And he said, I think about 12% or something like that, farmers have even been rendered to be vulnerable by now as a result of that war. And if you think that will not affect the food chain and the food insecurity in Nigeria, then you don't understand Nigeria. Where do you think the major staple foods are coming from? You think it's in southern Nigeria? The answer is a big no. That is where your food bank is. That is where the major food are coming from Nigeria. I overheard somebody saying, what is Abuja contributing? Do you know what they call Abuja yam? They are feeding you. Benue and Abuja is feeding you yam down south. Why do you think the southerners are complaining that Niger is not releasing their trailer to go out? Let Niger stop their trailer for just 1 month and you will see food scarcity in some places in the south. That is the reality of our country. So we should face the reality rather than passing it. We have a serious issue at hand. Don't let us explain it away and say, oh, there is no food insecurity in Nigeria. And by the way, when they said food security, please understand the definition. When they say food insecurity doesn't mean that, oh, food is so scarce like Somalia or you are in Venezuela. Or no, that's not what food security. There's no country where you won't have food issue. But what we are saying is, what's the statistics showing? Is it going southward or northward? We are saying this thing is increasing. And you can't deny it. Look, let's use a very simple example. I think Tony cited a very simple example the other time. As at 3 years ago, how much is a bag of rice? Just start from that. Leave all these people who have too many children. Is it today? People have children in Nigeria over years. But, okay, how much was the bag of rice back then? How much is the bag of rice now? And what is the income or salaries of people now? Has it increased in the same proportion with how much they sell food in the market? The answer is a big no. You can't explain that away. And if you can't explain that away, then it's very simple economics. Just calculate it. Will people be struggling to eat? Yes. So that's my issue. Look at those statistics I've told you about. They are reputable platform where you can draw statistics.
All right, can we go over that?
No,
Let's go
please,
over the
Oriola.
stats.
It's my turn because
No,
one man said
hold
hold
on.
on.
No, hold on. I think Bishop wanted to come in. Waiting for when it to land. Yeah.
If I'm still audible, number one, as a correction, I never said I was not addressing food security. I mean, that's a different thing. What I reacted to was that there is hunger in the land and that there is food crisis. They are two different things. The statistics you just quoted now, do you know, say 20.5 million American children go to bed hungry? 20.5 million, that's about 21 million children go to bed hungry.
Why are you using America here?
No, I'm just saying what I read.
Woman, please don't let him do this. Don't let him do this comparison, please, sir. Woman, we have no choice right now. Back in the days, hold on. Back in the days, you may choose to eat a bar or rice, but today there's no chance of eating a bar or rice or yam. They are not cutting of yam into pieces to sell.
Can you just be sensible
enough to get you are in America, I'm in Germany. Right on.
I don't care where you are. Can you just be sensible enough to let us have a conversation?
You are not having a conversation right now. You are out for confrontation. And if you want trouble, you get it on the double. I mean, look at the guys now.
Are you insane?
They talk now. They talk, but don't watch out. Watch your line.
Bishop, let me just say something. Just hold on 1 second. Let me just say something. Ogbeni will tell you this. Ajande Koko will tell you as well. Tony comes with a particular sort of flavor, and we digest him in the flavor that it comes in. So don't take too on board. Sometimes you have to understand Tony to get to know him. So you have to sift through. But sift through him, but don't react to him or because
telling me to watch my back. Really?
That's just Tony's language now. It's not.
Right.
It's not. That's just Tony.
Let me bear back to Ogbeni. So I was not addressing food security. I know the definition of food security, and like I did say, it's been long in coming. We were supposed to take some drastic decisions long ago, even before Buhari. Long before then, we did not take the necessary steps. And the chicken, yes, the insecurity has contributed. It escalated. The insecurity escalated and they exploded and threw us in the face. And we are seeing the consequences. So, has they affected food production? Yes. Has food become reduced? Yes. Has population increased? Yes. Has food become more expensive? Yes. Can we tell it? Yes. Is it going to come with some pay? Telling it to I support throwing our borders open to import food? Probably no. Should there be some short? Maybe if it's not going to destroy farmers, because the advocacy that let's throw our borders open. Our president in that there is no big profit in farming. It's not a big, like kind of a big magic, and that's why it must be treated very carefully. But this panic that there is hunger in the land, that people are starving, it's bringing panic. Rather than bring hope, it's bringing despair. These are hard, yes. And every one of us know, and we have been that far. Look, you can go to places in Lagos and Ibadan today and go and eat 10,000. But in the same Ibadan, you can still go to places and eat 1,000 naira. You can eat 2,000 naira, same Ibadan. I was in Abuja some years ago when my friend took me one place. I went and ate one nonsense food and they paid almost 8,000 for the two of us. I thought this is not the kind of food.
Bishop, Bishop, can you hear me?
Bishop, take me somewhere else. Look at It took me to opposite ECOWAS Secretariat before they demolished those places. One woman was there.
I don't think you can hear me.
I was not hearing you. Let me say something now.
All right. Yes, I think what Ogben is actually saying is data-led, and is quoting you. It is quoting you the big figures, not the micro of lived anecdotal experiences, but the macro of the expansiveness of a nationalistic and a global outlook. So this hold on, this headline on the screen right here is from UNICEF that they were anticipating food insecurity, a high risk of food insecurity by 2023, and I think that's playing out. And he's telling you that the trajectory of that warning to the Nigerian space, it has been cascading over the period of a decade and a half now, and all of those warnings that they have been sounding is coming to fruition. And on the anecdotal level, he gave you examples of driving through Benue, where you could just park and fill your boots, and now those places that you could park and fill your boots, they are now IDP camps, and this trajectory aligns with the big ticket warnings that has been coming internationally. So I think that's what he's speaking to. Yeah, it's not about Mama Lamala or it was.
No. He gave the example, and I just used my other example. He gave the example of where he went to eat and he ate 21,000, and where he went somewhere I don't know the 40,000 where that one came. The other is for food. I did not hear that aspect. So I'm responding to that you can go to where you eat 21,000, but I can go to where they will eat 2,100. It's food, and everybody gets it, but it depends on class. Now, let me tell you something about the data. Number one, I'm not saying I don't respect the data, but people compile those data. The same people that compile the data that said Nigeria will not exist beyond 2015, based on verified data they gave to us then. The only last question I will ask you is this. Is there a place in Nigeria today, woman, that if you have enough money, you will not buy food? Whatever quantity you want to buy. Is there a place that you will go to in Nigeria today, whether it is the north, east, south, or west, that every kind of food you want to buy, you will not see to buy?
Affordability.
I think I'm lost. Hello?
No, I said affordability.
It's not even affordability, it is scarcity. And that example that you get,
that's what I'm saying.
You asked the question. Yeah.
You are not answering my question.
Yeah, I was just about to.
Okay.
Yes, it's not. You know, even in the most scarce, if you have money, even in food scarcity, you will find food. So food scarcity is all about affordability. It's from the average. What do you mean? No. All right. That's how.
Can I speak?
So what I want to answer is this: that your answer is neither here nor there.
All right.
What I said simply is this: if you have money in Nigeria today, everywhere you are, there is a difference between availability and affordability. They are related, slightly related, but they are not the same. And taking them to be the same, that there is no food, there is hunger in the land, and there is food crisis, is where the line. If you have money in Nigeria today, I keep using Lagos. I just had that event, the wedding we were planning for in Nigeria today, now yesterday, in Nigeria. And so people went to market, they were doing all manner of shopping, blah, 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 blah. And that was still happened in Akure in just about less than 2 weeks away from now. So, yes, it is expensive. Maybe it is not as available as it used to be. God will not let us get to the crisis situation that people are talking about. God will help us.
All right, Oriola, come in.
Okay. So I would like us to actually go through the data together. And I will also, before we go together, or before we look at the data together, I want to say this. You have to understand, when it comes to data analysis, Data, there's always margin of error. That's number one. Number two, when you're dealing with a bigger population, there's something called they will write algorithm, meaning they will have a few sample and they will use mathematics to calculate the rest, which is the algorithm they created. So usually they have the statistician to do that for them. So that's number two. Now let's go over the data that you put up. The first one, when you look at the global hunger index, just look at the score from the year 2000.
Sorry, I'm finding my screen is so busy, but carry on.
So from year 2000s, there it was alarming. That's what it gave us. And if you look at the number from year 2000, was 39.9%. That's the rate for how poverty, how when it comes to hunger in Nigeria was high. It was that high. It was 39.9. It goes down to 31.1 in 2020 or 2008, 31.2.
What are we looking at? Global hunger index?
Yeah, the go right there, the global hunger index GHI score
Right.
up. Yeah, right there. If you put your cursor to that little dot from year 2000, it says 39.9.
Right.
Year 2000 and 2008, it said 31.2, meaning it goes down. You can see the trend. And when you compare 2015 to 2023, the margin is like 1. 2015 it went down to 27.8, and when you look at 2023, it was just 1. I don't even think it's close to 1. It's not close to 1. It's about 0.5 between them. It goes to 23.8. And when you look at the highlighted up there, it tells you exactly what that number means. So when you look at the 28.3, where the cost of the highlighted is, he's saying the hunger in Nigeria is serious. That's what we have there. And when you compare that to year 2000, he's saying it was alarming, meaning there was so much hunger in land compared to now. So when you're looking at the stats that you just gave me, it's proving my own point that even if we're looking at this, that we're not as hungry as we used to be, if we're looking at that. And when you go down to the indicator telling you how many children's they're being wasted, no food, just like you said in IDP camps. Just look at that value, like you compare it. When you look at children that are getting wasted, like they have no life, like probably they can't eat like normal. He's very, I mean, he's low compared to year 2000. The trend is going down. From year 2000, it was about 13.1. This year is like 6.5. And when you look at children that's under malnourished, okay, so we under nourishment, we understand that maybe they're not eating enough food. That one goes up. But to my point, to the stack that you're showing me, we are actually doing better compared to previous years. I'm not saying people are not hungry, but the data that you're telling me to look at prove my point.
What is reality on ground, my brother? What is reality on
I'm
ground?
speaking
I'm going
to
to go from
The reality on the ground is the data now, or is it not the data?
Yeah, can he reconcile the current reality of ground versus what is just preaching about?
The reality on the ground is the data.
No, but we want to see the physical reality, woman. That's what we have to look at.
The reality is the data. The data are not abstract figures; they are based on the physical realities. Yeah.
Yeah, but but what is happening? Look at the crash of our people. They have never. It has never been so bad. Let us face the reality.
No. Hold on. That's not what the data says.
Yeah, data is saying otherwise. The data is saying otherwise. It's far from reality.
Woman, that is what data is saying. Let me explain that data. You see, we should be very cautious when we are interpreting data. I don't know where that's.
No, go ahead. We're listening. Let's listen to your own analysis, the interpretation of the
I
data.
don't know how you analyze your data.
No, let's hear your interpretation.
Now, this is my interpretation of that data. as a year 2000, Nigeria is coming out from military dictatorship. There were hunger.
Man, you're shifting the table.
I'm not. You see, you don't put things in context. That's the issue I have with your data. Now, if you compare 2015 and 2023, your curve is going up back. That's what we are talking about here. Now, we are coming out from military here. Obasanjo dropped that thing down, right? We dropped, there was hunger. Yes, everybody knew. 1998, 1999, we're all in Nigeria. We're using sawdust and all this thing everywhere around to cook. It was a tough time for Nigeria.
No, the data has nothing to do with 2099.
No,
It started from year
let him finish now,
2000.
so that we can
No,
get the.
wait. It
That year
started from year
2000 is
2000.
where that year 2000 is where they crop this data from. It doesn't mean that they don't have data from that 1999. And if you look at where this data is coming from, you know that it's uptrend and coming down trend. It's very simple if you understand data analysis. So uptrend from 2000. From that 2000, put it in the context. We were battling with a lot of issues, right? And from there, we started dropping it down, right? So Obasanjo drop it down, but everything after much of military, we're dropping things down. We're dropping things down 2008. As at that 2008, 2007-2008, crisis started. And that is why if you go to what that WFP is telling you, as at this 2008, UNICEF, World Bank have started warning us that look, this hunger thing you're dropping down, there is a danger ahead because all these crises will affect you eventually, but that you won't find the consequence as at now. So you won't see the consequence. And when you are reading data, you think those underlying factors is what will affect it, the consequence. Okay, 2008 to 2015, you are dropping it down. But then what happened from your 2015 to 2028? If you put cursor there, woman,
let me say something.
you see 27.8 as at that your point in 2015. Is it going downward? No. As at 2023, you have 28.3. It's going upward. And WHO is still warning you that, like, you think it's Uhuru now, you're happy with it, with your data. But they are telling you that this thing is going uptrend because they know the underpinnings that is informing this trend. And they are telling you the trend is going upward. And you want us to say, oh, no, as at 2000, after all, it was like this. Now, oh, we have tried. When they are telling you that something is going up.
Ogbeni,
So that's my reading.
please, let me just put this one there. Oh, yeah, Ogbeni, if I'm allowed. Nigeria don't have data. Anything about Nigeria data is garbage in, garbage out. There is no space for data. Nigeria Bureau Statistics is worse than anything. They are the one killing the country. Because the methodology to really get data is not in place. As far as big as that country. We should stop deceiving ourselves. It's just from point of view that people are talking. Everybody know that we have problem. So they must put figure for us. So that's just what I want to say. Nigeria don't have...
You know, like a highly digitalized society. You know, Nigeria harvests a lot of data. You cannot do anything without your footprint being associated. You can't open an account. You can't get a phone. You can't rent a house without your data being harvested.
For this type of stuff, they don't usually use like everybody. They just use a sample size.
We know that's how data is created.
Almost.
There is no statistic.
Right. So
wait. One man, wait.
If you look at it that way, then you understand.
Let me learn this point for you.
Hold on.
The entire farming system is local, and it remain like that. That is to say, you produce direct to market, almost 90%, and the government will not tell you we produce also volume of food. Where did you scale those food? Do you have electricity to bring food processing plant and industry? No. You did not scale the food. No industry.
no
What do you mean?
preservation,
What
no
do you mean? No
preservation
industry?
facility to. I mean,
let me quickly join in.
Yeah, coming up when
Wait,
coming up when.
can I respond
No,
to
no.
you? I'd like to
Let
respond.
Oriola come first, and then you pick it up from what you said, Ogwen.
All
Yeah.
right. So, here's the thing. I'm not sure. Like I just like you said you're a lawyer. So I don't know if when it comes to like mathematics or engineering, when it comes to data, I'm not
a
sure how
lawyer.
familiar
I'm
you are
a
with
researcher.
and
Not just a lawyer.
anything that
I'm
has
a
to do.
researcher. I do research every day. That's what I
Okay, so anything that has to do with that's still between 0 to 1, you can't really factor that in because there will always be a margin of error. So basically, from 2015 to 2018, there's only 0.5 change, and when you're looking at that change, you can't really is a factor, but you can't really like make it a big deal that the fact that there's only zero point 0.5 changes between these 5 years now, is it 5 or 7 years, or 7 or 8 years, I mean, then you take that as they've been saying this. They can always speculate, but it doesn't mean that speculation is just to make you aware, but that does not 100% mean this is what would happen. So your claim, to be honest with you, there's no fact to anything that you said tonight. There's no fact to it because looking at the data, everything's still false because they give us an indicator. Between 2015 and 2023, under the indicator, it still fall into the same category, which is serious. It's still the same thing. So, the way you analyze your data, I don't believe that's the way to go by analyzing data by scaring people. Looking at this fact data that they present to us, I don't see anything that says Nigeria is in trouble. So that's what I would say with that data.
One man. You see,
I mean,
Oriola talks like
let me say something. Please, 1 minute.
Okay.
So, I don't know what Oriola is arguing here. So, the way that Ogbeni analyze it to you, or rather interpret that data to you, particularly the curve, as you see the curve going back up, so you don't understand what that means. What does that tell you? Something coming straight down, and now it's going back up. What does that tell you? And in addition to that, the how do I describe it? The practical situation, the video we are watching, the people in Nigeria from different states across the country protesting for hunger. I mean, crying that hunger is killing them. Protesting. I mean, the protest they carry out against the president when he visited Lagos, that is the base, is political base, which is Lagos, traditional base. People protested by saying hunger is killing us. So, what are you talking about? I don't get it.
All the videos that you've seen, add them all together. They're not 1% of Nigerian population. You haven't seen Nigerian population is about 300 million. You have not seen 30 million people cry online.
It's more than not online. Reality on ground. People are dying.
And you're saying that's fact. That's not fact. That's just us being in our own feelings.
You never been to Nigeria, or when he's traveling there, Joy of
how many people
was
does
there?
he see when he went to Nigeria? Does he see close to 1 million people? Can he account that I've seen 1 million people starving, and that's not even 1% of Nigerian population.
But you just told us now that data is a sample size.
There should be choice of food. Maybe you want to eat
that's what I
rice.
said.
Then
They use
but it's available.
So why does it need to see 1 million people to extrapolate and project?
Yeah, but the data did not prove anything.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the data.
No, but the data did not prove anything that we're saying. You're saying that from 2015 is worse. It's not worse.
The data is meaningless. We are talking about reality on ground, my brother. Reality on ground. Do you have a brother? My brother is a contractor, a millionaire. I just sent 2 million to him. It was 2.7.
He's using your money to build his own house.
$1,000. So how much is
He's
2 million?
Your money. He's shopping your money. Don't send him money.
You don't send money to people at home, right?
I don't know people at
He
home.
does send. That is why it's kind of like,
he doesn't send money now, so he doesn't know where.
Adebota lori ola now. We can Adebota. They chop bread or GMO genetically modified food.
He doesn't send money to people. People does not cry to beg for anything from him, so he doesn't know what is really going on in Nigeria.
They're eating your money. They're using your money to build.
Where are the countries going? People that usually help our people.
Let me leave the floor for Ogbeni. It's Ogbeni that was saying before.
Ogbeni, back to you.
Woma, I just posted one YouTube this thing that happened just I think yesterday afternoon. That's in Ilorin. That's the Emir Palace after Friday prayer also. And those children you see there were shouting they are hungry, no food, and that the Emir should try and do something about it. That is Oriola's few people talking about.
And in 2015 they didn't cry.
But this, to be fair, these are sponsored people.
Well, Woma, you see, the hungry stomach becomes a tool for anybody to use. Okay, that's the way I put it. When people come out and say, "Oh, these are sponsored people," look at Labour Party today. When Apapa came out, they quickly dismiss Apapa. Okay, Arabambi or what do you call it? And they quickly today now, their own treasurer is coming out to say there is corruption within our system. They want to dismiss the guy. Obi himself is saying, "Okay, let's do forensic auditing." Why am I bringing this analogy? You see, when we are too quick to dismiss our reality, we are, and I'm not surprised. You see, on average Nigeria, we have this way of dismissing things, thinking that, oh, the problem will go on its own. Instead of us to first accept our reality and then face to address it headlong. We hardly do that, except maybe some people, some of us that are probably some Nigerians that are wired to do that, or they've gained the experience to do that. But an average Nigerian has this way of explaining things away. Even sickness, you see Nigeria, is oh my Lord, until that thing will kill them. That is the way I see this thing. Now, where am I going? When you say, oh, statistic, they just use few samples, they collect sample around. Let me tell you, I'm a team lead of an IT firm called Sino Softwares. I realized that in my little experience of leading that team, I realized that the depth of data that this Western world had about Nigeria, you don't have it in your country. And don't doubt their data. When they roll out their data, don't doubt it. Why am I saying this? 60% of agri research institutes and NGOs on agriculture that you have in your country, your country today, they are being financed and sponsored and owned by the Western countries.
We know these things, man. I know what you say. I don't dismiss anything.
Already, I challenge what you just said. How many 50% of the research institutes? How many of them? Are you mentioning them?
You see all those IITA, FSCC, FCCCP, all those guys. They are NGOs owned by America and Europe. Go and find out.
Let me tell Oriola something if you don't mind.
Okay.
See, Oriola and Bishop, you see one thing, Ogbeni already announced himself that he's a researcher. If he's telling you that all those foreign people, they have data, do you know that
And you
your
don't think I
bank,
do research too? Go ahead.
wait, I will just wait. I'm just making my analysis. I know whether you do research.
Sorry, Ola. Oriola, when Ogweni says he's a researcher, it doesn't mean typing something on Google. So that doesn't make you a researcher. Is that what you think that
Wait,
typing something on Google is?
is that
Look
what
at
you
this
think?
guy.
Wait,
Look at this guy.
you think that's what I am? You think
No,
that's
no.
what I meant when I said research?
No, I wanted a clearer understanding, but
Okay. So you just messing with me.
Oriola, do you know
I'll wait
how
for you. I'll wait for you. I want to respond because I didn't dispute what you were saying. I'm just saying
yeah, but
claim is not
Ogweni had the
factual.
floor. Ogweni was in the middle of an expression when so Ola had that interjection, then Ogweni.
So the thing is this: you'll be shocked that some of those data even going to other international organizations are coming from Nigeria because number one, you depend on these people for aids. They work with you, and before they can work with you, they need some local data. So where they have some agencies that will get them that data through some trades and everything you do with them. You'll be shocked. They have all those things. Don't let us be quick to dismiss. And when he was talking of hunger in the land, and we are saying no, there's no hunger. Even the way Ogbeni explained that, I've not seen anybody explain the same thing here. Look at even the household income for those people that are working already. The government workers, they are significant enough to even tell you something about the population of the country. So let's just thank you, Ogbeni. Let's just be let's just be sincere to ourselves. That's what I can say. Thank you.
All right, Ogbeni, back to you.
Okay, one man. So I'm trying to conclude my thoughts on that. I think on Oriola, to join you with Oriola to say, look, they have data. Don't think they don't have data. There's a farm. A company I'm part of. I'm just part of now. Want to take over a particular farm in Niger State. Very big farm, very, very massive farm in Niger State, in Mina. And then, so we put our signpost there, and we are still structuring our contract on how to take over that land. And I know about 2 NGOs now that have approached us on improved seedling alone, soybeans and corn, improved seedling. And these countries are not even, and these NGOs I just talked about now, they are not even the big shots, the big NGOs there. There are NGOs, there is one being sponsored by Romania. You can imagine Romanian nation just in Eastern Europe here. And there's the other one, they said, was in Thailand or something like that. But they are within your space. They are within your space.
A poorest country in Europe, for that matter. The poorest country.
They are promoting
leave all that.
They are promoting their improved seedling. They are promoting all those their GMO things, and they are gathering data. See, what they do most time is not to just do all those things. They are actually gathering data for their home country. In many cases, they gather all this data, and they have it outside. They take it outside there. So they relate with an average farmer in Nigeria now relate with all these NGOs. That's the reality. They relate because they are the ones supplying them improved seeding. Your Federal Ministry of Agriculture is not supplying jack. They are not supplying jack. The last time our farm in Nasarawa, we wanted to access a tractor. They opened what do you call this thing in Lafia? There is one like warehouse in Lafia. They opened to us after we have pushed for how many months or how many years on it. See tractor being rusted away, tractor that they've acquired how many years back in your Ministry of Agri. They put it there, nobody is using them. But all these NGOs are the ones giving tractor to our farmers. They are the ones, so they gather data from them. So when they talk about data in Nigeria, when you see all these Western guys talking, don't doubt it. They don't put in the same parallel or the same bracket with Nigerian data. The data your statistics gathering. No, they have a way of gathering their own data. At a point in time, maternity mortality rate in Nigeria, not even maternity, but let's go to polio. polio in Nigeria, that FHI and this other what's this? There's another NGO on polio that they are dealing with. They have more data than us. When they put it to ground zero and another one reoccurred, they went back to their data and find out what happened. Even our home federal ministry of health they can't even bring out that data. They were the one who had to explain to us what happened that make that into resuscitate. So please don't let us put Nigerian data on Nigeria with these people. They have your data. They project our birth rates. They understand it more than us. Why? Because they have their agents in all these key sectors, and they don't just sit there and be investing money like our own do. They are gathering data.
Sorry already. I beg you. Sorry. Why we are not disputing that yes, some people have data they have collected on behalf using some, mostly using our own personnel on ground. You know, you cannot tell me that they have data in Bible that cannot be disputed. I disagree with that. Can I give you one classical example? And the reason is simply because I was informed. It's been a while, years ago, on capture fisheries and fish production in Nigeria, both in the aquaculture area and the open sea fishery and the capture fisheries. That's what we practice in the creek, because that's my skill. There was a report that came that when Japanese government wanted to invest in one of our ocean, whatever, and what do you call it, shrimp hatchery and production in the fair. I was very fully involved. But the data that was presented to premise that thing on was because some people wanted crap. So the data that was actually presented was a pisma until some people challenged it and say, hey, let's have a very holistic view at this thing. The ones that are recorded, yes. Let's even limit it to the ones that are recorded. The trawlers, both our local trawlers that are operating, both the open trawlers in our continental shelf, and those that were allowed to go beyond and the rest. The data was off by Professor Rusile, but it was not an error. It was deliberate by some people because they wanted. I'm using that as an example. It's been more than 30 years or close to over 30 years now. The one I'm using, but I might not have fun. So taking their data as Bible truth. I want to let's put a little bit of caveat there. A little bit of that. I know people that work with some agencies and that have been sponsored by America, not just America, jump okay. In every area that they are involved. I know I won't drop names. So I won't just take their data as the ghost for truth. Sometimes there were motives behind those data. There were motives to try a certain vested interest behind the production of those data. Yes, they might have, but it cannot just be taken that because you bring it up, because it was American data or Romanian data, and I should not take it like the gospel truth. I disagree with that, respectfully.
I believe that's why they call it margin of error. So they can write it. That's why there's always margin of error. So meaning there's always going to be a mistake. Nothing is 100% accurate or precise. Before it looks like you're trying to move the goalposts. The point initially that you're making was the hunger is way like from 2015 to like 2023 is like crazy ahead, like it's up. The point I was just making is just the fact that there's no much different. Like there was hunger then, there's still hunger now. And when you look at the indicators still show that they fall into the same category, which is serious. So that's the point I'm making. I'm not
You're
even
saying
disputing
there's
the
no more
data.
different, right?
Yeah, it's only
Go and
0.5
check.
difference,
Hold on.
0.5% difference.
Hold on. Go and check the price of prices of the commodity then, and compare it to now, and see
with affordability, and then you can really judge well for yourself. So a product that was how much was it? Like a rice, that was maybe
7,000 in 2016.
2015 is now 70,000 or 75,000. Do you have such a margin of increase in price of commodity like that in America where you live? Tell me any product that
the salary 30,000,
and then the salary does not change.
Yes,
Do you have any price increase in such a wide margin within that short period of time? Tell me. Yeah, the inflation.
People like the inflation rate in Nigeria is
say anything. You are still insisting, oh, there's no difference between the price of what I'm seeing now and back then. I mean, just do you know that the entire leadership, traditional leadership, this very week address. I mean, I had a meeting, they had a conference, and in their community, they were urging the president to see what he can do about the price of commodities that their people in the north, they are speaking for the northerners.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
What they are going through in terms of this thing is so unbearable, and it's like they are just sitting on the what did they say? How did that man describe it? Powder of gun.
Powder gun.
No, they said they are sitting on the keg of powder, gunpowder.
Yes, yeah, on the keg of
gunpowder.
Can I ask you a question?
And it's all over the country. Forever. We've always been sleeping, not just sitting.
Even in the South, even the greatest supporter, the greatest musician for Tinubu, he have even make a song in that direction that people are hungry.
Ajani Goko, let me repeat
Baba,
what I've told.
No be today now. No be today. He's always been singing.
Oriola, wait. Let us not be insensitive. We said this thing before. When Jonathan was there, minimum wage could at least buy a bag of 2 to 3 bags of rice, right? Today, your minimum wage cannot even buy half a bag of rice. That just hold on there. Then the federal government workers alone, they are estimated to be 1.5 million. Let's assume that they have 2 children each. That means that there are 3 people in each household. That's 4.5 million. Assuming that the entire state in Nigeria, they have, like say, government workforce of another 4 million. Entire 36 states in Nigeria. Now, add at that average. So let's assume that even 15 million people in Nigeria, because they are directly attached to the government workers. So 15 million people, their income have reduced based on what their current earning can buy. So don't forget, the person that the salary can no longer buy half a bag of rice, we pay for rent, we get transport, we pay school fees, we do a lot of things. So we don't need someone from even IMF. We don't need anybody from World Bank to tell us the situation those people will find themselves. Mind you, when that the salary could buy 3 to 4 bags of rice, they were still poor. Now that they can no longer buy half a bag of rice, that's assuming that half a bag of rice is all they have to eat, that they will not cook soup. You understand? Haba, these things are not defensible. You don't even need to be an engineer, statistician to even. This thing is just straightforward. It's a straightforward arithmetic. They do not mathematics, straightforward arithmetic. There's no way we want to defend this thing. Let's just cut it short. We don't need to argue this thing.
Can I ask questions? I think anybody can
ask your question.
answer.
Let me see how you want to defend it.
Number one,
do you think Nigerians are lazy? Number two, do you think the government can actually do anything except for security when it comes to food? Do you think they can do anything? Number three, do you think in the way Nigeria, there's a norm in Nigeria, people does not live on their salary? Do you believe that people does not live on their salary? People that make 30,000 every month actually probably make double that due to corruption. Do you believe that? So can you answer those three questions? Does Nigeria Are Nigerians lazy? Do they believe the government can actually do anything except for like the security when it comes to food? And do you think Nigeria actually live on on their salary?
You see, one thing is this: security is one of the major evil. I said it yesterday, and not only yesterday. While I was growing up, you know, we were farming. We used not to buy farm, tomato, pepper, soya beans, and some other items. So my brother and sisters joined a friend to harvest a rice patch, our patio that we normally use to get rice. So then my parents were both government workers. So on the area of that food already, we took care of that. Now, those were the day that we were even going to farm around 2 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning, even before we even go to school sometimes, right? But today, you can't even go to your farm even in the afternoon. Because when I was joking here that when you go to Ise, Muri, Axis, when they used to have some kind of farm settlement before, you dare not go to that place today. You go to some places in Lawikiti, you cannot enter your farm. So insecurity already drove some people away from their subsistence farming already. Now, even where they are even producing food, they are used to produce in commercial quantity too, they have insecurity there because you assume that those areas that are producing food in commercial quantity, they are those areas that will serve Lagos.
Like Benue Plateau.
Exactly. So when you look at all those now, there's no way you want to blame average Nigerians that they are lazy because, of course, you don't expect people in Lagos to be farming or where you farm on the Lagos Island. You understand? So this idea of blaming average Nigerian, innocent Nigerians, I think is outdated and can be so wicked. Let's just face that fact. Because people like us that grew in the village, there's nothing you can tell us about this story. We know what we know. You guys that grew up overseas and in Lagos State, there's nothing you want to tell us. So to me, it's not a function of Nigeria being lazy. It's a function of Nigeria not being encouraged, being threatened to do what they used to do. The insecurity in the country is trying to change people's way of life, which is so abnormal. All of us enjoy going into our farm those days. We enjoy it. Going into cocoa plantation, do your normal work, kill some kind of a joker, and use that one to cook soup. But see, the thing is, what Ogbeni is presenting here, and everybody that is telling you of the food crisis in Nigeria, they are being totally sincere. For those waving it off, I think you need to do independent research. And when we are not here, tell yourself the truth. Look yourself in the mirror and say, am I being honest to myself, or am I just being defensive or doing some kind of a regime protection? So there is a place for politics, and there is a place for telling yourself the reality. So this is reality show now we are talking about. I've said it here over and over. Immediately they increased that fuel subsidy, that you don't even need to wait. You have to increase worker salary. When you increase worker salary, even those people that are still farming, you want to encourage them. You want to give them reasons for them to go back into their farming because you have enough money to buy from these people. And the government has enough reason to recruit and chase the criminals that won't allow people to farm away. It was still
Ola, increase salary, we escalate the whole crisis. That is the last option, please. What we need to do?
That's not true. Okay, hold
on. You see, where I want Oriola to be looking at it from is that what is the government doing to tackle these problems that you pointed out? Now, those security. I'm also a village man. I'm also a village man somehow.
Wait, my guy.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
Increasing salary, you think it's only food they are going to buy with salary. That is where you got it wrong. They are going to pay electricity bill. They are going to have a transport. They are going to enter buses, transport. They are going to pay their children's school fees. They do a lot of things. So
no. It's good for the government. Hold on, sir. It's good. Hold on, sir. Hold on. It is better. Hold on. We don't have to increase salary. The government have to build more schools immediately. All this money that
the money will come from the subsidy removal savings.
Yes. And then the money that have been paid to these senators, they should cancel this senator's house and the rep's house.
Wait. The person that asked me the question, let me ask you a simple question. When exchange rates used to be $400, $500 to $1, right? We used to sell crude oil, right? Assuming that you decided to use that one to convert worker salary to dollar. Now, it's a simple calculation for you. I'm not saying that's the best way to do it. Now, you are still heading that dollar now. It's just the exchange rate now that has changed. So use the old, if we are paying these people $100 before and it was 20,000, then simple calculation, that same $100 you see earning today, then convert it to Naira and give it to the workers. And let it meet up with inflation.
No, but the ordinary citizen will misunderstood that. They will look, hold on.
This one is not a form of ordinary citizen.
It's production. We need to produce. We need to build more schools so that government schools that will be looking better than the private schools. Like Wama said, all this money that have been removed from subsidy should be invested immediately. Like turning the country to a construction site. Employing every Kahari to be cleaners of road, marketplaces, etc. That's what that's how they do it here. People have to be engaged.
There is a difference between production and your ability to even buy what they are producing.
Yeah, so give them the security that the Benue Plateau people that are producing food for us.
Farabale Gomi, you can oversupply Nigeria with food today, and people will still not have money to buy because you don't want to sell below the cost price, right? When you start selling below the cost price, then they come the production facility will pack up. So it doesn't make sense.
Anyway, now let us talk about salary increase at all, please. Thank you.
Well, you may say don't talk about salary increase when you don't understand the basic economics within that. The question is this: if your minimum wage cannot buy half a bag of rice, what sense does it make to even flood the market with, let's say Nigeria needs let's say 100 metric tons, 100 million metric tons a month. Even like now, wait, Farabale.
Okay.
Now since it's 100 metric tons to Nigeria, that already we have oversupply, right? If you don't have money to buy that food, you still don't have money. You only talk of supply, enough supply, when you have money to buy. You understand? So people want to make it look like people are hoarding food. All this kind of
that's not my solution, though. The solution I offer is that flood the market with subsidized.
No, not you.
Hold on, Ola. Flood the market with subsidized what?
Subsidized food, staple ones, targets on food.
How? Explain as well.
Just hold on now, Tony. Are you saying subsidized the farming, which is already an ongoing thing?
Not farming. We've tried that. It's not working. See, we tried Anchor Borrowers programs. All those monies, I'm one of those who are applied. They didn't give us jack. They asked us to go out.
All right. So where is that? Where is your subsidy going to? Yeah.
Okay. Let me give you an instance now. See Niger State. The trailer load of yam, of corn, of soybeans, I think wheat and some, staple food now. that Niger State government is not allowing the sellers to let it to leave their
But sorry, but that
hold on. Let him hold on. Let him land that point. We dealt with that one yesterday.
Okay, but let him correct that, because that's the impression I got. Let him correct that.
We saw the governor saying it.
You said?
No, go on. Bishop, he wants you to correct that, but I have the correction still. But Bishop, say what you wanted to say.
The fact was that there was nothing like that. That's the second time. That time there was crisis. The same information about 2 years ago that the Niger State government stopped trucks from bringing food to the south. There was something like that, and the state government has come out to debunk it. And people have gone there. And people just come up with something that if they were implementing something
there
like
was a video. There was a video of the governor saying it. Now people didn't just bring things up from henceforth. Let me look for the video now.
I've got it here, Ogbeni.
They didn't cook it up.
What?
Hold on. Let's hear from the governor. I've got it here. Oh, hold on.
To be halted, buying foodstuffs from our villagers.
This is the new governor of Niger State, as you know.
Trucks who come to park or buy foodstuffs from our villagers in bulk will be halted for now. We have stopped mass purchase from our local market in all our local government from now henceforth until further notice. Anybody found doing that, we have given security agencies go ahead to confiscate those drugs and share the food to the people. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on. In addition to that, watch this.
From here now. Karajeba, the last village in Niger State, before you join the river Niger bridge. They are stopping any trucks that carry food stuff from north. They are stopping them. They are turning them back. They don't allow them to go beyond this place.
So there it is.
Okay. So what's now after this? Just let me respond. So let me address it. What now happened after this? After this second video that you showed. The first video that you showed was weeks ago when they discovered that some people were actually mopping up foods and hoarding them. That they were going to farmers and buying, not the regular customers that they were kind of, raiding all the markets and buying off. That was when the governor made that first statement. This man that recorded when he was just driving through did not show any truck that was turning back. He only showed people where they parked.
Hold on, he did. I just stopped it. If you want the fullness of it,
we saw the rotten tomato. The tomato. No, that was when I came to
Tony, don't make me. I don't want to remove you. We saw trucks and trucks of yam, tomatoes, and onions. He showed us. I just stopped a bit because I didn't want to use it to hold the space up. But he did show us. Yes.
Oma, can I continue?
Yeah, carry on.
I'm not even arguing against this because I thought Bishop wanted to correct the impression that the governor has denied that he didn't say so, or he said so, which we heard that okay, I said this, but I did not implement that policy. I thought that was what Bishop wanted to say, but that's not where I'm even going. Where I'm going is this one, man. You can easily account for the produce that is coming from your state, particularly in the north. I've seen that first-hand experience on several occasions. You see all those trailers, those guys are filming. They may not really be stopped by the governor. I'm not even sure they are stopped by the governor. You see those trailers, they have where they park in many places. When you get to Jeba, Mokwa side, when you get to, like every state you get to, they have their own, like Lagos area now is Shagamu. You see them. So in the north, they have where they park. So there's a possibility that they are parking because they have a way of moving at the same time. to wade away against most times to fight insecurity, so that they have escort and all these things. That may be what is playing out there, but now we have a lot of idiots now online that will just roll out their camera, phone is available to everybody and start recording. So I may not really take that as a fact or as absolute.
Sorry, woman. That was exactly the governor's explanation. That it is just their resting place and they move together. That if they were to be like that, you will see people that were enforcing that kind of a thing, maybe their task force or something. But it was just drivers that are parking to take a rest and move together when they are ready to move. The governor has come back. That was why I was asking, what now happened after this? Because
I agree with you. Bishop, I agree with you that may be the scenario, but the government.
But when you were really describing the food subsidy that you were talking about here.
Yeah, so I'll still get so the governor cannot deny that he said it. That's the one he can never deny. But he can tell us, I did not implement it. Fine, we'll agree with him. But for him to say I did not say it with that video, he needs to tell us that they simulated his voice. That's the one I won't believe. I won't agree. Except you come and say, okay, they simulated your voice like, thank you, daddy. Yes, daddy's video, audio. So for me, he said it, but maybe he's not implementing. But that's not where I'm going, woman. Where I'm going is this. Each governor in their state can account for their farm produce that is coming out from your state. I've seen that firsthand. And I'm not talking about farm at the subsistence level. I'm talking about the commercialized one in their state. They know when those trailers are coming out. Each farmer knows how many trailers of tomato will be going to Onitsha. They know how many will be going to Ibadan. They know how many will be going to Lagos. They know how many they will sell within Sokoto there, or in Katsina, or in Katangura, or whatever you find is in Lafia. They know it. So this is where I'm going. So target the staple food Nigerian eats. See gari, see agbado, is it what do you call it? Rice? Is it? Target those ones. Now you have tried to give farmers money, anchor borrowers, all those nonsense they try to roll out and you can't implement it. Wait for the final produce. Okay, you have all those trailers now. They are lying in there. Where are they going? They are just farmers that want to sell. So, okay, how much are you selling it? If you are selling at a very, very exorbitant price that I know my people cannot afford, then I subsidize it at that. I will subsidize at that level. Okay, you want to sell. You're selling to market at 20,000 naira. Okay, my people can only afford this thing at 12,000 naira. Okay, I will be paying 8,000 naira on that or 20,000, so that you can have it. Let's say at the retail level, so that you can get it to the retailers within my own state at 12,000. So that max they are selling at, let's say, 14,000, 13,000, so that my people can get that. So the farmers that are rolling it out at the primary production, I'm giving you your 20,000 to go home. Or, sorry, not 20. I'm giving you your 8,000 on top of your 10,000 to go home. And I control your sale at that point. That's your sale price at that point. I've seen this thing work firsthand in India.
How would you manage the retail price? Like once you send it to the retailers, how do you manage the people at the market from not selling at a high price?
This is the way it works in India. Let me use an instance. I visited Edinburgh, and I asked that question when I came back. That is it that we can't have price ceiling? Because in India they are price ceiling. Government seals price at so amount. That is the highest you must sell some important necessary food. Why do they seal it? Because they subsidize for those food. So if what they are telling you is noodles, you are selling noodles. Let's say government has already put 10 around that noodles to make it affordable for people. Then you cannot sell. So your retaining price now, let's say it's 5 naira at the end of the day. That's the retail from the primary producer. So highest government must not cash you, and they have enforcers. Government must not cash you highest. Nobody should come and report you to government that you are selling more than. They put a profit margin of you must not sell between, let's say you buy 5 naira, you must not sell between 6 naira and 7 naira. So your competition among retailers fall within that margin. So if I want to quickly sell and cash out, I put little on my own and cash out. If I want to sit on it, I put much on my own, but I must not exceed what government has sealed. And I'm saying this because we're in a state of emergency in terms of hunger. We may not agree that we are in a state of emergency, but experience on ground and statistics is showing that we need a very radical solution to this problem we have on ground. So for me, that is my understanding of how government can subsidize.
Can I say something? I think that enforcement is the problem. I think what you just said can actually work with the grocery stores because you can manage them a little bit more when it comes to like the VAT, the tax they pay on whatever they're charging the customers. But the market women, it will be very difficult to actually manage them and oversee enforcement. The enforcement is the problem. I think it's a good idea, but it's just like enforcement, making sure people are not.
Oriola is not even at that level alone. I think I agree with you on that enforcement. See your Benny. When you subsidize things in Nigeria, you have to be very careful. And this one is even more of commodity than the petroleum that they are classified or they are specialized products. It's this bubble. When you subsidize now, you've created a new market, smuggling market for those food. Now, it will have been easy for me to say, okay, put some kind of a gate whereby the subsidy will be removed once the trailer is crossing the border of that country. But we know that presently we don't have that capacity. So once it's subsidized, it will create some multi-billionaire overnight because some people they will corner the same food and your food will end up in the neighboring country. So when you mention subsidy in Nigeria, the first thing you should look at fraud, smuggling. Those food, you will subsidize for people in Canada, people in the United States of America. Those are what you are going to do. That subsidy is just the money going to the purse of the supplier, while they will still sell things for their own price. So, to me, I don't buy that, honestly. The best you can do is to find a way to quickly restore the security situation, encourage subsistence farming for some, and commercial farming for the last case. So, to me, think of it very well. If you have any mitigation against what you do, for what you just said, to me, I don't think it's going to work. I tend to agree with Oriola.
Can I come in now, woman?
Okay.
Yeah. Carry on, Tony. And then, come in, Tony. And then we hear from Ekene next, and then Coco, so that we make sure all the voices have had an outing.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Ola, look, what Ogbeni said, can be expanded or can be, like we can have a government center or warehouses where this product can be sold, or they can be packaged and then with price tags. At least there should be price controllers on the street, inspectors, going from marketplaces to marketplaces. They will pretend as if they are customers, So whenever any woman in the market, Tejo market or whatever boundary market, they will just seize all his products or her products. Then we when we say we need state police, you people say no, the governor will use it against the other. You say you want this, oh no, this one is like this. So when are we going to start then? We have to start experimenting. You know what I'm saying? So we need just a functional security system that is like here in Germany, all those officers, civil servants, they don't change them, and even police, all this foreign office where they issue passport, because local government do issue passport here, so those people that are new for the past 25 years are still working there. Once they get old, then the younger ones will take over. All the insurance companies, the same thing. They train some boys, they just go to secondary school, they put them into the offices. And I believe that's how it's been done also in England, where one man is at, So I don't know why we're afraid to start what this guy was just suggesting. If India can do it, why can't we do it? At least in India, they're not that too white like the normal white people. Why can't we do it? Why can't we set up state police, even though that the government is going to use it to I don't know. The fear of the unknown is the key word. The fear
One
of
man,
the
can I
unknown.
come in here if you are permitted?
All right, come in. Yeah.
Yeah. I greet everybody. One thing is this: what the I think Obeni have just suggested is a good step, but the problem is that we must understand our country and try to figure out the genesis of our problem. Because if you don't know where that problem is coming from, and try to fix them, no matter, just like a doctor, normally they have to question you, diagnose you, try to know whether this one is emergency or something. They must do another test and all those kind of things because they really want to know what they want to treat. Now, our country, since independent in date, because of lack of electricity, we did not develop. So anything you are bringing into it as a solution to our problem now, I assure you, it will only enrich some few people because the possibility of diverting those things because of lack of development, what I call system development to monitor things. Few people will just divert it, they will enrich themselves and neglect the same poor people you say you want to help. Tinubu cannot be in everywhere. Now, but one thing I want to tell Nigeria, because people listen to this platform, Tinubu is not the cause of this problem. All the years of mismanagement that the whole world, everybody, even Nigeria, even common man in the street have been warning us about is what is manifesting today. Globally, things are changing. But the space at which our own is changing is that because we did not save, we did not prepare. If you say they want to run subsidy in Nigeria, no subsidy can work in Nigeria. The government can't subsidize anything. Because one, you don't know the farmers, you don't know what they are producing, you don't have record of them, the tonnage they produce, there is no factory because there's no electricity to run factory. Food processing factory is not there. Because under normal circumstances, if you want to develop your agriculture into industrial scale, nobody can just approach their goods and direct to market. No way. It's against the law. It must go to that food processing center and warehouses where they have to clean these things. There are professionals there who study, scientists are there employed. I've worked in a place where they process even this orange you are just peeling. You see some well-read people employed. When you go to where they kill animal, you will see veterinary doctors. Sample must be taken. So they process this food, and in that process, most of these things are being scaled. When you sell the scale, and at the end of it, everything go to that Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Taxation. The government get the data there, and now to compare that data, all the shop where people want to buy retails are registered, whether it's small or big. As you buy with your scale there, that small receipt they give to you, you see VAT there. The kg of what you purchase is there. People are in somewhere in that same ministry monitoring everything. When they now compare, they will be able to come out with data to know who produced this, the middleman that was involved, how many tonnage you sold last year, last 3 years. So now, in most cases, if they want to subsidize food directly here, they must know the cost of production. Nigeria don't know cost of production. We don't have anything of that. And at the same time, they must also, in most cases, they want to subsidize the tax. Sometimes they remove the tax totally, then the price will go down immediately. And the reason why they had this value tax, I don't know. I think United Kingdom, somebody told me they don't pay tax for VAT for food. I've not been there. But the rest European country, if you buy pure water here, it's like you pay VAT for it. And at the end of the year, there are we account for the total cubic water they drank. The rice they ate from that supermarket, as people are buying it, people are still going to check, because when they are cross-checking the VAT, some company, government collect the VAT, they must return all VAT to company. Company pay VAT and they get it back. It is only those who consume that their VAT will go to the government funds. Some people bought it and take it out of the border at the same time. But nevertheless, when they have statistic that is accurate as 80%, they can formulate policy. Here you have a president, not all the people just create office, they call it National Statistic Bureau, employ their brothers, sharing our money for notice it. The president have no data to formulate policy. And we are in a serious critical situation. We don't know the volume of yam we produced last year. No cassava, no rice. Those things are wrong. They are just garbage figures because there is no way to generate data for it.
There's ways to generate. I was just going to let you say it and then just. But there are ways. You heard Ogbeni telling us just earlier on. There are big industrial mechanized farms spread all over the expanse of Nigeria, and they have raw data in terms of their production. So all these data are known. It's not mama and papa going to the farm. That's not where the data comes from.
No,
the data comes from big industry.
Get it clear. Get me clear. When I came to Europe here, the first job I did is agriculture. You understand me? So I learned a lot of things from there. It was so common sense they used to organize all these things. Look, all those mechanized farms in Nigeria, partially, it is still local when they produce. The government is not involved. Let me tell you why they are local. One, who are the middlemen buying from these people?
All right. Sorry, we are late into this session, so bring it on very quickly. Yeah.
How do their product end up in our market? Who process it? And which ministry do they report to?
What do you mean? These are registered organizations known to the Ministry of Agriculture. These are mechanized, computerized. Ogbeni, are you not there? You are in that industry space.
Ogbeni, come inside. Then I will reply one man because there's a place where we are confused. When you say mechanized,
no, I don't want this to be long and extended. But Ogbeni, give us a description of the sort of.
I'm surprised that that the last speaker is saying the big mechanized farms in Nigeria. You're comparing it to. You are asking who is processing or who is buying from them. Let me mention a few ones to you. I don't know if you have been to Murtala Nyako farm before in Yola. You need to visit that farm. You will see a size of farm that you may not see in Europe in that farm. I repeat, Murtala Nyako farm. I don't know if it's on YouTube. You can try and check on YouTube. I don't know if you have visited Obasanjo farm. Those are the level of farm. I don't know if you have visited Olam. That's the one in Kaduna. I don't know if you have visited. If you go to the east, there is this Maizube, something like that. I've never been there, but I've seen my people talking about it. Then when you now cross,
sorry for interjecting. Maizube is not in the east; it's in Niger State. It was owned by Abdul Salam.
Oh, it's not in the east. You see now, I don't even know.
It's in Niger State. Abdul Salam farm, the former head of state.
I thought it's even.
Kostaris is in the east.
You said?
Kostaris is what the east have.
Okay, Kostaris. Is that the Shitola? Kostaris is Shitola, right? Okay, but those are the big one they've been telling.
I think his understanding is mama and papa going to the farm. I think that's
one man. You don't understand me. Let me come here. Wait, my brother. I understand we have some large. I can call them large farming.
They are not just large. If you visit,
wait. Let me land my point.
No, hold on. You've landed your point. I don't think your point is consistent with the conversation. The data's come out. These are industrialized. He's telling you that some of those farms are bigger than what you see in Europe.
One man. How do you gather data of agriculture in the first case? How do you think people gather agricultural data? European Union as a whole to subsidize agriculture. You know how many years it took them? Corruption crisis. Because they have been practicing mechanization for years. See, my brother, there are.
So what do you mean? Do I know how many years would it take them to gather that?
Okay, let me tell you. See the problem we have, one man. Look, when these guys produce their food,
yes,
now they are large enough. So those products that those like Obasanjo found when he produced yam, I've never seen a yam in sachet.
In sachet?
And wait,
what has sachet got to do with
I'm
it?
giving you an example. And have you ever seen anyone having like, when you buy products here, they will put some sticker. Why do you think
what has that got to do with it?
So that is where the data comes from.
No,
Mama, just move on to the next topic.
All right, thank you, man. You don't get it at all. Let's go to Coco. Coco, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you, Wama. And I would try to talk about solution tonight, this morning rather, because I'm in Nigeria. So I would like to talk about solution. Nigeria is a peculiar place to deal with. Everybody has made a very good submission. And for now, I wish the government is listening to this platform. They will kind of learn a lot of things to know how young, vibrant Nigerians are thinking way forward for solution in the predicament that we find ourselves in. One, if the federal government will go this way, during the electionary period or during the Nigerian system of government, we have what we call the ward. From the local, have wards, local government and wards. They know how many wards we have in Nigeria. They should put it down and write it down. That is the first step. Second step is for them to go and provide money to go to each ward in the whole federation, build at least a small please, to build a small warehouse where they will be selling the major food that people need, like rice, beans, maize, and others. Then in that warehouse, the federal government will supply a particular numbers of food items there, and they will use technology. Now, in that warehouse, those people that will be selling those food should not collect cash. They should mandate them to bring in machine that will capture people data, open an account, just like all these where we have have this mobile money stuff. Now open account for the citizen. If you want to purchase from that place, when you get there, to open that account, give you an ATM card, activate it. You understand? Then you can and come in place. It might look funny. I know they are going to spend money, but we are trying to look for a remedy on a way to help out now. Now they can, like, if as a citizen now I want to purchase from that place, that government-owned place now, I have to kind of go, have my money, credit that account, and slot it to the machine, and they'll charge me direct from the machine. So at the end of the month, the government will know how all the payment, the purchase, and the data of people that are buying it. And they'll make sure that one individual person, just one particular person, will not buy food item that will worth 500,000 in a month. Because I know in a household, you cannot eat 500,000 worth of food in a month. Then in that process, the government can be able to get the data of the people buying those food and getting those food. Then from that place, they can actually, from that process, they can subsidize the food there. But if you just ask them to go and subsidize food by buying through proxy, through second people and other things, the Nigerian way, anything that you subsidize, they are going to manipulate it and use it as a way to make money for themselves. I know it's going to cost people. It's going to cost Nigeria. If possible, that warehouse that they build, It's not so those places, those shops. Let's call it as a corner shop. It's not something that the government is going to be operating permanently, but it's something they will do as a temporary measure to help the masses, because what is happening. From my own deduction, what I'm calculating, this is February. Before the next farming season, people start farming from March, and before food start coming out, you are going to go to about June, July. That is when food from the farms start coming out. From now, in the next 4 months, the way things are going, if something is not being done urgently, is you start seeing people on the street. This one, they are seeing people. These people going on the street. Just preamble. We start seeing people going on the street in their millions. So I know it's not easy. The government should wake up to realize that the tax ahead of them is a very big one. I know that whatever is happening now is not the fault of this present government. The previous government was nonchalant, feels that all is well, eventually things will there, and a lot of people looting and eating, because if the money that the previous government released to the Nigerians, they were utilized. Okay, look at Ogbenina. He's giving example about the anchor borrowers' money. Do you know that people that actually benefited that anchor borrowers' money are people that are not even farmers?
They are politicians.
They are politicians. It's only few, just handful of farmers. There is a farmer, and I'm in Niger State. I stay in Niger State. There's a farmer in Niger State. The man is a politician, but he's a farmer. Do you know that what he has in his warehouse, he has a lot of tractors, a lot of things that he obtained through the anchor borrowers' money. He collected lists and names of farmers, and the whole things were given to him. He take it to himself, and those farmers were not able to access those things. He's just using it gradually, and is that not wickedness? Those are the things that actually put Nigeria in the situation that we are now. So we need people that will run Nigerians, because if you know Nigerian, know how they think and how they reason, then you should devise a means on how to operate to get a good result. You cannot just wake up, okay, in India, so thing was done, I'll come and duplicate it in Nigeria. It will not work. Or something like this is done in look at what is done there. Look at how we are going to fashion it to the system of the people where you are. If there are some fine-tuning or little twisting, because me, anything I want to do about Nigeria, I prefer technology. That I know technology can still be manipulated, but you know where the manipulation is actually coming from. If actually you want to control it, the way they manipulate it will be less, because the manipulation might come from one source, not like when you send people to go and do something. You understand? So I wish the government will start looking towards using technology to do things, especially anything about government that will help the masses. Because if not technology, it will be difficult. Anytime you want to do any social welfare or what have you want to do, if you don't use technology, some politicians will pocket the money and nothing you are going to do about it. If you need register names, they will bring names, millions and millions of names to you, and they will give you evidences where they go, live feed, where they snap with people, do this, that, and all is lie. Somebody they might snap with at 5% of the Nigerian population. The remaining 95%, they will share the money amongst themselves. So both the people that will come and supervise, both those who come and investigate, both those that will come and audit, everybody will have his or her own cut and the money. So After that, at the end of the day, the purpose of the program will be defeated. That is what I have to say. One man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Yes, I think it's something similar is being trialed in Lagos that are in warehouse shopping. Somebody sent me a clip of it. We hear from Jide, and then after Jide, Ogbeni will give us the final word on this session because it's coming up 6.5 hours, and I have to go to bed. But Jide, good to see you. It's been a while. Huh? What's that?
So what about the Kene? You mentioned the Kene earlier on, sir.
Yes. So from the Kene, yes. Let's say from the Kene, then Jide, then I'm going to run it off. Yeah.
Well, man, well, let me not waste too much time because I know you are late. The thing has taken so long. I just came in so late, but everything we all said here is well okay, well thought out, and these are citizens' idea. But I don't know how government is going to go about it. But for me, I've come to realize that the kind of politics we play in Nigeria will not help our country develop. So just Sheyi Makinde has made a very bold statement to the government. He has already made it out to Tinubu to allow them to control their resources as a state governors. And that's a very bold one from him. And I like the statement he made, the manner he put it. But the problem is that, the money they get from the oil in the south will not allow them to do that. But I think Sheyi Makinde is the fourth governor to make that such statement, and he's very serious about it. So it's left for the government to know if they will go to his direction. So all these suggestions we are making here, I don't believe it's going to make any improvement because of the type of politics we operate. Our executive use their position to settle their political alliance. And that's the problem we are still facing in Nigeria. So I'll go in the direction of Sheyi Makinde. Allow governors to control their resources in any state. Do whatever you want to do with your resource to develop your state. That is the best. And Nigeria is too big. It's too big for one man to sit in Abuja and be controlling the resources of the whole federation. Nigeria is too big for that. Just listen to that governor who is very sincere, who've come out to say, I think this is the only solution that will make Nigeria move forward. So the president should listen to him, and that is the only solution to our problem. Thank you, one man.
Okay.
Let's hear from Judy. Let's hear from Judy.
For being Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone.
Jide, it's been a while. How far? We were worried about you.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I've been listening to the program. It's just that I've been in a situation where I can't join most times. So, but this morning I just saw that everybody was on, and I was happy, and just joined. Ogbeni, everybody, Bishop, good morning. Oh. Baba Janle Koko, everybody, regards. Oh.
Babani, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Augusta.
Good morning.
All right, just give us a couple of minutes. You couldn't come in and we won't hear from you just because we've not heard from you. But give us a couple of minutes, and then Ogbeni has the final word.
Okay, sir. Well, I feel for me, woman, I think Tinubu disappointed me by making one move, because yes, it's a good move, but the move has not yielded the right result. And what is that move? I think all the money that we are getting from this subsidy removal, that the man has added or increased the state's allocation. I think as good as the move is, he failed to understand that these people are saboteurs. These people do not really want progress for their community, their states, and they don't even want progress for the country. Because if you look at it, it seems like it's only Lagos, and I think maybe if I look at it in terms of the activity that is happening there, maybe Oyo State,
No,
and then no,
maybe
I
Borno.
maybe where?
Borno State.
Oh, you said Borno State. Yes, I know some northern states too, maybe Borno and Kano, but the rest, I feel they have just been dormant, silent, and they are not doing anything. And I don't know. The president does not. That is the problem with our constitution. The president doesn't have any power over these people. I don't think he can in any way punish them or call them to order. I feel they feel their gods on their own, and that's why they keep misbehaving. Because
Yeah.
all the
So
money
what
that
are
is
you doing? You as the people. How come you haven't?
Immunity. Jude,
I'm-
immunity.
yes, I'm coming to the people. I'm coming to the people. So I feel the governors are the ones making all these things happen to us, in the sense that if the governors, if we take even the money that was added, let's say each state say, okay, I want to go into the production of, this is the right. This thing is not rocket science. Rice is 4 months. If you go and say, okay, we don't have the expertise, get even Chinese, give them the land and say, okay, Nigerians work with them for so time, understudy these people, you take it over. How much will it take you to create mechanized farm in different locations in your state that will bring the yield that we require? But these
Yes,
people,
sorry to quickly butt in, sir. I just want to bring this to your notice. In the 2000, maybe during the Obasanjo second term era, they brought
yes,
some Chinese professors from University of Agriculture all over China to help Nigerian farmers. Do you know what happened? At the end of the day, all these guys, they end up being in the mechanized farm of these big guys. They did not have any seminar or workshop, or maybe go to any of these middle level farmers or something like that. So at the end of the day, when you look at your leaders, look at the followers too. From the followers, you will know the kind of leader you will have. So when you are pointing one finger to the leaders, point another finger to the followers. Continue.
no, for me, I feel if we are to take this thing in all sincerity, we must first we must not speak to where it is going to. If the federal government brings anything into this country, it is very difficult for the federal government to monitor things. These are the things that we know. Because yes, the power resides in Abuja, and coming down to all the wards, all the local government to monitor things won't work. But there is a man at the head of the state. What's his name? Bukola Saraki brought in Zimbabwean farmers. We saw the farms. Then we saw those things that those
Yeah,
people,
that was a good move. That was a good move, really.
yeah. So why can't these governors do the same and bring in this? Let each state be known for something.
God bless
Okay, my
you.
own is pepper and tomatoes. Let each state be okay. Lagos is pepper and tomatoes. Ogun State is this. That is the problem of this, and I feel
that is the way it is. Sorry to butt in again. That is the way it's been done all over the world. I have never seen a country like Oyo State. If you are going to go to only tomato farming, you go to tomato farming. Everybody know in Nigeria that all our tomato is coming from this place. Benue, if you are good in yam, go to yam production. Go there with government support, both federal, and then the money they get from that place, 50 or 60% go to Benue because it's their hard work. They only pay royalty like 10 to 20% to the federal government, and then we have some other percentage for educational fund, security fund, or something like that. So everybody will smile at the end of the day. But because of our people, our politicians, our government, they are so docile, they are so lazy, because at the end of the day, hold my hand, at 20 to 25th of every month, allocation will come from the federal government. Most of them never think, but the cookie has come to crumble now. Now, for you to become a governor is becoming more difficult. As people become more enlightened and more aware, they continue. I've already said it before. Our people should hold their governor responsible. because the president does not have a say in how he used that allocation.
How can you hold someone that have immunity to corruption or are responsible for anything?
Forget about whether we're
When we
talking
say
about
government,
the state.
we should let's treat the root of our cause.
Look.
They protected them so much. Even president can question
Make you
them.
let Jide finish now. Jide was just taking us through some important places. That when they speak like woman.
What do you mean?
Woman, can I just tip you something if you don't mind? I don't know who is the phone.
What's wrong?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you see, maybe something we should address one aspect because every suggestion is good. But what is happening to middle level farmers? Not the heavy, big industrialized ones, but the middle level farmer, for example, people that farm a few acres of land, 5 to 10 acres of land, people that have like between 2,000 and 5,000 or 10,000 beds in their farms. In Ibadan many years ago, and I'm talking of late 80s, early 90s, we don't have that very big farmers. I can count how many farmers, big farmers we have on one hand. But the small stake farmers, like the one I was practicing there, they're everywhere. That I can boast confidently that half of the eggs we were consuming in Nigeria then was coming from Ibadan Axis. That was before the tools of this world. Alanko, who was this guy, Hope, and the other one in Europe, Adala, Hope.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to shut it down from the front, but the conversation can carry on at the back. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Carry on.